Hello, a very warm welcome to everybody watching this live stream of the 41st Chess Olympiad from Tromsø, Norway. This is round 5. I'm Lawrence Trent. I'm joined once again by my partner in crime, Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson. We are going to go right away to the top board of today, Russia versus Bulgaria. A very quick story. We've come in right now because of the rivalry between Vladimir Kramnik, former world champion, Vasily Topalov, former world champion. They've outwardly spoken about how they, although respect each other as chess players, off the board, Jan, they really aren't on terms, and we're going to see if they in fact shake hands before the match. You normally do in chess. What do you think? Are they going to shake hands, or are they simply going to avoid eye contact?
I don't think they will shake hands. They have not for a long time. All this goes back to 2006 when they had a World Championship match in Russia, which later became famous as Toilet Gate, with a lot of incidents, the opponents accusing each other of foul play, trying to block rounds. Was a lot of dirty laundry washed, and ever since both of them, I believe, decided, I don't feel like shaking this guy's hand. But we have seen quite some chess games between the two of them.
Yeah.
Topalov really had Kramnik's number with the white pieces recently. Today he's black.
Yeah, and they really, with this rivalry, do their best to try and beat the opponent. I mean, nothing gives these guys greater pleasure than beating one or the other. And, you know, we're going to be expecting fireworks. And Kramnik, having lost to Topalov in Norway earlier this year at the Norway chess tournament, he's going to really want some revenge today. He's going to be focused. But I feel like Vlad, sometimes in the games, the recent losses he's had, he just goes a bit too overboard, tries too hard.
There we
go.
Almost. That's the big moment. Topalov is pressing the clock. No handshake.
No handshake.
Kramnik starts with 1d4. This is very much an exception in top-level chess. You will see everybody else shaking hands before the game. That's what we're used to. There is actually a rule. If one opponent insists on the handshake, he can be forced, his rival can be forced to shake his hand, or he would lose the game. But both these guys are very happy not to shake each other's hands. No one will claim it, so the game just starts. And we got a couple moves, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, d5. Nothing new for either of these guys. Before we get into the action, there is one other big game today.
Yes.
Which one is that?
Well, the whole country is going to be watching this one. Magnus Carlsen, who played brilliantly yesterday against Radoslav Wojciech, disposing of him, rather quickly with the white pieces. Today is black against none other than the world number 2.
That's correct on the official list. It's not correct on the live list,
right,
because his opponent, the Armenian national hero, I don't think it's an exaggeration, Levon Aronian, recently dropped to number 3 in the rating list, lost his rightful spot to Fabiano Caruana from Italy. But if he were to win today, there we see him wearing one of his customary trendy shirts. Interesting colors, black and red today. If he wins his game today, he would move back up to the number 2 spot in the world. But the number 1 spot, of course, belongs to the gentleman we see on the right side, Mr. Magnus Carlsen.
And we'll come to that game as well in a moment. We should point out, I actually spoke to Fabiano, and he said he thought he might lose his spot as number 2 today because he felt like Levon wasn't going to lose with white. And even a draw for Levon gains him a point.
Right.
And Fabiano is not playing today for Italy. So if Levon manages to avoid a loss, he will retake his position as number 2 on the live list. So a massive game there. A massive game, Armenia-Norway. Norway, huge underdogs to the Armenians with a rating difference, severe rating difference.
They are outmatched on the lower 3 boards.
Yeah.
But it's a closer match than you would think. They have Magnus Carlsen. If Magnus manages to win with black on the top board, that would be huge. And the likes of Jon Ludvig Hammer, Simen Aktestein, playing on board 2 and 3 for Norway, are very experienced, strong grandmasters. only outrated by around 50 points by their opponents. So I think anything can happen in this match, especially since Norway found their stride yesterday, won a good match, 2.5, 1.5 against Poland, while Armenia has not looked their usual juggernaut yet.
Right. Should we go to this match then, as we've had quite a few moves already and they're playing quite quickly? Well, Carlsen certainly is playing very quickly, and we've got a very interesting position.
Let's jump into the position.
Let's go from the start, shall we?
Sure. We have the Slav opening once again. If we can get the board up after 1 d4, d5, c4, c6 has been played. We've seen this before in this tournament from Magnus Carlsen. He has not done this a whole lot earlier. Here we got the position c6. Looks like a new addition to his repertoire. Of course, he's trying to expand his game all the time. Levon Aronian, never shy to enter a theory discussion, goes for the main line here, gets his knights out, knight f3, knight c3, d takes c4, the classical Slav. And here comes a surprise. a4 is the main move, and Carlsen plays knight to a6.
Yeah.
Not a main move by any stretch. It has been seen before, but the very main line in this position is getting the bishop out to the f5 square, bishop f5, so you can later move your e-pawn and don't lock up your bishop at home. Carlsen plays knight to a6 instead. It has been seen before. Aronian might have been slightly surprised by this, reacts with a cautious move e3, while since the bishop is not on f5 controlling this square, he could have gone for the more space-gaining move e4, which is actually the main line of theory here, building the so-called perfect pawn center with pawns on e4 and d4 immediately. By the way, white is a pawn down at the moment, but we won't mention it much because this pawn on c4 is bound to fall in the next couple moves and actually in the game. e3 was played, bishop g4, bishop takes c4. Carlsen made no effort to defend it, and we have equal material again. Here, white threatens a nice little combination, doesn't he?
Yeah, we can try and explain it. If black were to play a move like g6, bishop takes f7 check. Beautiful little idea. King takes f7, knight e5 check. Means that white ends up winning a pawn with what would be a technically winning position.
Right.
That's an important motif, ladies and gentlemen. If you've not seen that bishop takes f7 check before, there are dozens of openings where
many applications of this idea.
Yeah.
But of course, Magnus Carlsen not having any of it plays e6, blocking that. And Levon Aronian, I believe, is taking his first think of the game here. Clearly been a little surprised by Carlsen's opening choice, especially this knight a6. Then again, he has a solid position. There's not that much he can do wrong here for the moment. He will probably just castle.
There is the question, Jan, of can he take the knight off on a6 to wreck the black pawn structure? But I feel it's probably a bad move, isn't it?
Well, you know my feelings about the two bishops. And especially here, I don't think white should even consider giving up his nice bishop on c4 for this knight. He does double black's pawns, but black gets a lot of play in return. He can try to get in his c5 advance. He could try to use the half-open b file. Even this pawn the pawn on a6 could come in handy by going to a5, establishing a bit of a grip on that b4 square. So I would be very, very surprised if Levon Aronian took on a6 here.
Yeah, I tend to agree there. So solid position, we'll see how that one...
Nothing too spectacular.
Yeah.
Normally white wants to go something like castles and put his queen on e2, rook on d1, and then later expand on the center with e4.
Right.
But as mentioned, it would have been more critical to go for e4 immediately. So Aronian clearly a little surprised by Carlsen's opening choice.
All right, we got the board pairings there again, top four boards, Azerbaijan, Serbia. Serbia, a bit of a surprise for many, on full points after 4 rounds, but as you mentioned, I like the adjective you used yesterday, Jan. They're a compact team, they're a very solid team, they've got a very good base, and they're playing the Azerbaijanis who beat the French, who will be very disappointed with their top board losing Vasyl Lagrave to Mamedyarov. Azerbaijan, massive favourites in that game. So we'll see how that one pans out. Russia, Bulgaria. Apart from Kramnik, Topalov, got some really interesting games on the lower boards. Svidler, Cheparinov. Cheparinov, one of the most booked up people in the world, knows his theory like he's up there with the best of them playing against Svidler. That's not a foregone conclusion. And then Karyakin, Yotov. Yotov's playing brilliantly so far. I think he's won nearly every game, this Yotov guy.
Right.
He's only 25-50. Obviously, he's underdog to Karyakin, but don't rule him out. And then you've got another decent grandmaster on board 4. That's not a foregone conclusion.
Well, still it has to be said, in this matchup, anything can happen on the first 2 boards, but Russia is 200 points higher rated on average on the lower 2 boards.
Yeah.
So Russia is the heavy favorite. Bulgaria, one of 3 teams, along with Azerbaijan and Serbia, that has won all their matches so far. So they've been doing well. Topalov has been playing fantastically. Certainly a match we will keep our eye on. Just like Armenia, Norway first, and China against the Netherlands, another big matchup.
Yeah, that's a big one. So we'll keep our eyes on those. Why don't we go to that Russia versus Bulgaria match? Why don't we see...
On our way, we should see the opening of the Kramnik against Topalov grudge match, which we've seen quite a bit of recently. The results have been favoring Topalov. Kramnik hasn't been able to do all that well in his games against his big rival from Bulgaria. And let's bring the board up. They did play a classical Queen's Gambit. Here we can see knight to f3, d5. Neither side is stranger to this opening. Knight to c3. Topalov goes for bishop to e7. And this is the first small surprise, the move g3, which we've seen from Kramnik before. I remember he used this in Dortmund in his game against Baramitse. But it's not the main move here. Normally white tries to develop his bishop either to f4 or to g5. And then play with e3 and his bishop to d3. The move g3, of course, is a setup we've seen Vladimir Kramnik and many others use many times, putting the bishop on g2. But it's a bit strange in combination with knight to c3. So slightly offbeat line here. Kramnik has used it before, but Topalov looks a little surprised. We see him there on camera, he's thinking. Some more moves have been played. Castles, bishop to g2, knight b to d7.
Queen d3.
Queen d3. Kramnik is still following his game against said Baramitse. Main moves here are the moves b3 and the pawn sacrifice castles. Queen d3 certainly has been seen before as well. Topalov goes for knight to b6.
Wow.
Not the very first move that comes to mind. As a rule, we don't want to move our pieces all that often in the opening. But he has a very concrete idea. He's attacking this pawn. He tries to clarify the situation in the center. If white has to take on d5, then he would just go e takes d5. And it would be a little concession on white's part to release that tension, freeing the black bishop to develop. So Kramnik instead went for the move c5, gaining space, but losing some flexibility in the center. Knight returned, mission accomplished, and Kramnik castled. Now Topalov will have a little soul searching to do, how he wants to approach this.
He made a move. He played c6 here.
Played c6, okay. I was slightly curious about the move b6 in this position. Point being that after b4, you could try to break up this pawn chain with a5, but there could be troubles for black, because now white could go c6 himself, I believe, attacking this knight, and if the knight had to retreat, all of a sudden everything would have gone wrong for black. After the move b5, we can see the 2 white pawns forming a bit of a jail for the poor black knight, which can never make it out of there. So Topalov,
incarcerated horsey.
we've seen that.
Yeah.
Topalov more cautiously and correctly played the move c6. Now he really wants to go b6, followed by a5. But it gives Kramnik a move to develop his pieces. Let's see what he did. He went for the move b4, anticipating black's b6, reinforcing his advanced pawn on c5. complicated. We've seen this structure plenty, normally not with the bishop on g2, but more with the bishop on d3, so it's a bit of a twist from the normal setup. Black could try to use the difference by going for a5 followed by bishop to a6, winning a tempo against the white queen. And I'm expecting we're going to see a long maneuvering battle in this one.
Yeah.
No love lost between the two of them we see there, so no peace negotiations will ensue anytime soon. They really, really want to beat each other. We've seen that, a lot of decisive results, long fights between the two. Here we see Veselin Topalov lost in thought, wearing a funky shirt as well. Maybe the stripes trying to irritate Vladimir Kramnik a little bit.
That really would be a psychological ploy to wear a shirt just to try and put off your opponent. But no, I think Kramnik's focused. But it has to be said, in the recent games between these two, the chess has just been wild. It's just not really what we see from Kramnik so much.
Especially from Kramnik. Topalov is a sharp player by nature, and he welcomes these open, complicated games. But Kramnik has been really going aggressively for complications, for sacrifices, for messes in his games against Topalov, and has backfired quite a bit. So maybe today he decided, I'll take it a little more slowly, try to play on my territory, not on Topalov's. Get a little space advantage, slow the game down, see what happens.
Yep, I would tend to agree with that. Let's check out another match in this Russia-Bulgaria tie. We've got on board too Svidler, Mr. Peter Svidler, chess24 contributor, one of the best in the world, Russian champion, against Ivan Cheparinov, Bulgaria's number 2 by some distance, and also in a bit of form recently. Won the Gibraltar Open, one of the strongest opens in the world this year. I saw Cheparinov last night. He looks relaxed, he looks in good shape. And we see Cheparinov there on the right, sat down in the white shirt, and Peter Svidler away from the board. And we've got a
Cheparinov, as you mentioned, one of the best theoreticians in the world, and that's mainly due to the fact that for many years he has worked for Veselin Topalov, his countryman, who we see there in the background, as his main trainer. Working as a trainer in chess is a little different than in other sports. Most of the work, especially at a tournament, is really sitting there at night with your computer, checking out opening theory. So Cheparinov has put in more hours than anybody else, arguably, over the last couple of years. And that's why Peter Svidler, as we can see by the position on the board, today did not go for his trademark Grünfeld, doesn't want any part of Cheparinov's opening preparation, but goes for a surprise by himself. d4, d5, c4, he takes the pawn, the accepted Queen's Gambit it's called. We've seen it quite a bit, but it's not Svidler's go-to weapon, even though he has used it. And after knight f3, the tricky little move a6, preparing to hang on to his pawn for at least a moment, forcing some concessions for white. Svidler has played this before in a game against Levon Aronian and had no problems at all equalizing. So we'll see if Cheparinov has anything up his sleeve here. e3, b5. White has no trouble winning his pawn back, even though it might look different. He will go a4, b3, undermining this structure and get his pawn back. But the question is, will he have any sign of an advantage after that? And Svidler, especially in a team match, is happy by playing solidly and getting his pieces out while returning the pawn. Cheparinov went for this b3. Svidler now has no choice but to return the pawn, which he did with the move e6. B takes c, b takes c, bishop takes c4, knight to f6. And black has a pretty straightforward plan here. Knight d7, bishop e7, castle, c5, take on d4 with total equality. And white has to come up with something to stop that idea, which has not proved easy in practice. Knight d2, knight bd7, castles, bishop to e7. This is the position on the board we see Cheparinov contemplating. And I think this has gone well for Svidler, because he got Cheparinov out of his mighty opening preparation, and I think he got a solid position. If we're assuming Svidler is happy with the draw in this game, being black and his team has an advantage on boards 3 and 4, And I think this has gone well for Russia.
All right, let's check out board 3 then. We've got Karyakin versus Valentin Yotov. And we can see here the young player, the young Bulgarian on the right-hand side, donning a black blazer. Karyakin not at the board. And we've got a position which, you 2 bishops here, you must love this for white, right?
Very similar to the game we've seen from Magnus Carlsen 2 rounds ago. Same opening, the so-called Scandinavian with e4, d5. Bring the queen out early, breaking all the rules. And now back home to d8. Solid line though, not easy for white to gain an advantage here. Bishop to g4, I believe we've seen the very same opening moves in the Carlsen game. h3, bishop f3, queen f3, c6, and queen to d3. e6 here, Karyakin deviates with bishop to e2. I think Carlsen chose to put his bishop on g2. And it's a typical trade-off. Yotov says, okay, I know you're a better theoretician, you're a very strong opening player, well prepared. I'll give you a little advantage, I'll give you the 2 bishops, but I'll get out of the opening alive with easy play. I'll know how to develop. I'll go bishop e7, knight bd7 castles. Black is slightly worse, but Karyakin has a lot of work to do to transform this into anything sizable.
All right, and on the 4th board of that match, we've got Nepomniachtchi versus Rusev.
Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces.
Yes.
We can see he has a very different approach than both Yotov and even Svidler. He's trying to mix it up. He says, I'm 180 points higher rated. I want to win this game. We have an advantage on this board. So he goes for d4, f5, the Dutch, which is certainly not an opening if you're trying to dry the game out. It's announcing to your opponent, I'm willing to take some risks, liberties to make this a sharp game. I want to win. We see some standard development from both sides. Nepomniachtchi, by going d6 and g6 is hinting at the fact that he wants to play the so-called Leningrad Dutch, where black tries to go bishop g7 castles, then prepare e5 and fight back in the center as quickly as possible.
Yeah, so g3, bishop g7, bishop g2, castles, castles. Now the first move that is slightly offbeat. Normally you see black playing knight c6, c6, queen e8. There are a number of different moves here, but he plays the move pawn to e6.
Yeah, this is a bit strange. I've played this position many times, facing all these moves you mentioned, a5, c6, queen e8, knight to c6. But e6 is really offbeat because black's idea is to play a pawn to e5. So playing e6 looks like it loses a move on the way to e5. One reason for it could be that quite often, next move after a move like c6, white goes d5. And then this pawn is stopped in its tracks. If it goes to e5, it just would be exchanged. Maybe Nepomniachtchi is thinking, I'll play e6, and if he ever goes d5, I'll just play e5. And white no longer can take this pawn en passant. Still, certainly an offbeat sideline, trying to get his opponent out of theory. b3 has been played. Now the move knight c6. Asking for d5. Does black have any tricks up his sleeve after d5? I'm not sure. Maybe he wants to use this open long diagonal with a move like knight to e4, if that's possible. If knight takes e4, f takes e4, both this knight and the rook are under attack, so this could heat up quite quickly.
And there we've got a shot of both Nepomniachtchi on the left-hand side and Rusev with a vibrant-looking pink shirt.
Bulgarians really dressed up for this one, didn't they?
Dressed up for this one. I think they knew
they're on board one on TV.
Absolutely. And Nepomniachtchi there, he's not at the board so much. Obviously e6 will have surprised Rusev, but I don't think Rusev is such an underdog with the white pieces, especially facing a Leningrad Dutch. I'm not sure.
No one ever is. Rusev is a solid grandmaster, and with the white pieces playing solid chess, he's not a massive underdog outsider. Odds are probably that he's a favorite to make a draw compared to losing that game. Still, the Russians, they do think, I believe, that they want to take their chances on board 3 and 4, because who knows what's going to happen on board 1 and 2. There we got a bio of Jan Nepomniachtchi. Looks young in that picture, must be an older picture.
That's a very old picture, 1990, same year as Carlsen, 24 years old, just turned 24 a couple of weeks ago it seems, and his peak rating was 27.35 a couple of years back, but rated 27.14 now, still a big player in the world of chess.
The Norwegian fans might be interested to know that Jan Nepomniachtchi has actually worked with Magnus Carlsen in the past, has been his trainer at tournaments. I recall the London Chess Classic. There were some rumors, not confirmed, that he was involved in the match against Anand as well on the Carlsen side. So those guys born in the same year certainly have an association and have been training together. Jan Nepomniachtchi, a bit of a surprise entry into the Russian team, it has to be said, because they left some guys at home who were much higher rated than him, but they do believe that Nepomniachtchi can provide a lot of firepower, playing exciting chess on board 4, like he does today with the Leningrad Dutch, where other more solid, slightly more accomplished players like Yakovenko and Vityugov, whom they left at home, they maybe didn't think they could provide as much as a spark on the lower board. We'll see how that plays out for them now.
Remember, we want to hear from you as
Absolutely.
well. Hashtag chess24 live. Please send us your quotes, comments, queries and questions. We will try to get through as many as possible. It is tough. Please bear with us because we are getting a huge volume of tweets. Kramnik versus Topalov grudge match. What chess was made for? Go fireworks, says Tim Reisner. Yes, we want to see blood as well.
He's enjoying it. Normally, can't everybody just get along? Can't these guys make peace after all these years? But people do like a good old rivalry, it looks like. There we see them both very focused, not looking at each other, looking at the board.
Actually, we've got an interesting position. Can we go there for the moment?
We certainly can.
We've got this, so the moves b4, b6, bishop f4, a5. Now I was wondering, if b5 was actually feasible here, because after c takes b5, you can play c6, and then if the knight comes back home, you've got c7 winning a piece, because... Should we put that on the board?
Yeah. b5, I don't like that move, I'll tell you why in a second. C takes b5, not a good idea, because after c6, this knight is under attack, and it can only go here when all of a sudden c7
might win
picks
two pieces, actually.
This wins a lot of material.
Yeah.
Can't let that happen. The problem with b5 is black would, of course, see through that and just keep developing with the move bishop to b7. And I believe it would only lead to mass exchanges. Now, white is weak in his pawn chain, he has to take here. Has to take here on b6. Let's say knight takes b6, then most of the white space advantage is gone, and I believe black should be all right. So instead I would expect Kramnik, and I think he just did that, to keep his structure intact with the move a3. Topalov can gain a tempo against the white queen now by bringing his bishop out. However, it's not the end of the world. The white queen would just go to c2 most likely. I gotta tell you, I slightly prefer white's position here. He has a nice space advantage, and black won't have it so easy to exchange pieces or get in the freeing e5. I think Kramnik can consider the opening a success.
Yeah.
Topalov played bishop a6, looking for his opponent. You know what I'm also interested in? In the women's section. Today we have one of the big matches. I've kept saying there's 4 favorites in the women's section. It's China, Russia, Ukraine, and Georgia. Probably in that order as well. And 2 of them are playing each other today. It's the Russian squad against the Georgian squad, if I'm not mistaken. So let's try to go there.
Russia versus Georgia, Lachno on board 1 versus Zagnidze.
Here we got the pairings.
That is a very even matchup.
these are the pairings of the top boards of the women's section. Russia and Georgia not even in there.
No, these are the pairings
these are the
from
results,
yesterday. Sorry, these we'll get the pairings up for today. There you go. And here we go. So we've got Russia, Georgia at the bottom right hand of your screen. Latno Tsignadze, Gunina Kotenashvili, Kostenia Yakashvili, and Poganina Salome Melia. And this is a real interesting matchup. They played at the 2012 Olympiad. I should say Latno played Tsignadze at the 2012 Olympiad. But of course, Latno was with Ukraine.
Right.
So this is a big addition for the Russian squad to have her as the top board. And they are separated by only 10 points difference.
Has to be said that the Russians, they did bring in Lachno, but they also lost or benched. I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Two of their top players, the Kozintseva sisters, used to be stars of this team. And I think because of some internal conflicts, they weren't happy with the coaching. They aren't playing for Russia anymore, and Russia brought in Lachno instead, who is a very capable board one, clearly, playing Nana Dzagnidze, a very strong player as well, on the top board today.
And we've got the roving camera here of Jan, of the board, the first board. It's China versus Indonesia. We'll keep our eyes on that. Just saw Ho Yifan out the corner of our eye. Now he seems to be running through, and here we go on the left-hand side. That was the Russia-Georgia match, but no, he's keep on going. Cuban women on the left-hand side there. Don't know who that was, nearly bumped into her. Don't knock anybody over, whatever you do.
It looks like he understood rush instead of Russia, right? He's rushing.
Where's he going?
I don't know.
Maybe he needs a coffee.
That might be it, so do we. But we will do this game uncaffeinated. Lachno with the white pieces. I like her position, gotta tell you. She has a nice grip on the d5 square where she just plunked her knight into. And it's not so easy for black to get rid of that knight. She can, of course, take it with the bishop. But then, once again, you're giving up the two bishop and you're also giving up quite a bit of space. So this would be a favorable structure for white. While taking it with the knight, at least at the moment, is out of the question because you lose a piece after c takes d5. Right.
Yeah, this is a typical Sicilian structure. Came around from a sort of Khan kind of Sicilian. But yeah, I would tend to agree with you. In this particular position, white can only be better. But then again, Nana is a very, very gifted technical player. I should know. I've got 0 out of 2 against her, and I've suffered immensely playing Nana. I really felt she was extremely strong in the slightly more technical positions.
I, on the other hand, have a 100% score out-grinding Nana Dzagnidze last time we played. But she is a strong player, that is for sure.
Her. No,
That's right.
She's a fantastic player. And she just played the move that I thought was correct, knight to d7.
Right, since she can't really deal with this knight on d5 yet, she's trying to get her own play. Maybe planning to put this knight on c5, maybe planning to exchange those bishops with the move bishop g5.
Still a long way to go in that one.
Absolutely.
Let's check out board 2. Another, seems like I've played the whole Georgian women's team recently. Bella Kontanashvili, who I didn't beat either. Not really any surprise there, is it?
What do you make the Georgian women's team, do you think?
I'm not sure, actually. I might just creep in. But I played Bella this year at the Gibraltar Chess Congress. That was an exciting game, but only a draw. Against Valentina Gunina, who is certainly in a rich vein of form, playing great chess. She beat the German #1, Elisabeth Paetz, yesterday.
Gotta tell you, I don't like her position today, which we see on the board. White is the center. Once again, the two bishops. I'll stop talking about the two bishops and getting bored of it. But I believe white is seriously better here. Is that an illusion?
Seriously better might be a bit much. But yeah, you've got the center, you've got the two bishops. But Gunina...
What more could you ask for?
Gunina's solid. I don't think she's underdog even after this position. But Bella is currently rated 24.94, but she's lost a few points. She was about 25.20 earlier in the year.
Well, very evenly matched. She might be a few points lower rated than Gunina, but very much in the same range. Whereas Gunina, 25-20?
25-24, yeah.
Right, so 30 points between
them. There we
them.
go. We got a little snapshot bio of her there. Born 89, so she's 25, still very young. Obviously, Federation Russia. Highest rating was 25-33 a couple of years back.
The reigning European women's champion.
Yeah. And a very good rapid and blitz player as well, which she won at the Mind Sports Games 2013. So she's very, very strong. And from Murmansk.
Still don't like her position today. Let's see how her teammates are doing. Alexandra Kostenyuk, former world champion on board 3, goes to show you how strong this Russian team is. Might have surprised her opponent Yavakishvili in the opening. This looks huge for white, doesn't it?
This looks like a bit of home cooking, and it smells good for white. I really think Lela, who also performed excellently in the said Gibraltar tournament this year, she scored a Grandmaster norm, a full Grandmaster norm this year. She has walked into something very nasty here. Let's just quickly go back a few moves. Right. I think it's around...
So we have a standard opening, the Taimanov.
Yes. And b5. This has been seen before.
This is a line that is playable. It's risky though. I've played it myself, never been a huge fan, but you see it here and there. And probably she did walk into the Russian preparation here. The Russians, of course, taking this event very seriously.
Of course, yeah.
A lot of coaches, some of the best theoreticians in the world helping the players prepare for their games. Queen d3, not the move you'd normally see here, but certainly something that was prepared. Bishop e7, and here I believe the troubles start already with the move e5.
I think they've done their homework very well here,
Absolutely.
The Russians. e5, it's a move you want to play in this position for two reasons. You clamp down on the black position, you stop black being able to develop the knight to f6, but also you introduce the idea of knight to e4 to then be able to hop into d6.
Right, give white two more moves, bishop f4, knight e4, and he's just winning. So Yavakishvili had to take this pawn, but now queen f3. This very much looks like computer work. Queen had to go back to c7 to defend this pawn, bishop to f4.
You can't play e5 because you can just whip that guy off.
You'd like to, but it does not work because now queen takes c6, very nasty double attack.
So bishop f4, e5 is impossible. You have to move the
go queen b7, but it does look
e4.
terrible. Knight e4, introducing the idea of knight d6 check. Let's say knight to f6, knight to d6, bishop d6, bishop d6. White is a pawn down, but this bishop stopping black from castling just compensates 2-3 pawns if you want to. I think this is almost unplayable for black.
No, I think Lela is in for a hard graph today. It wouldn't surprise me if Kostenyuk notched up a very quick victory, I have to say.
She just played queen to b6.
Queen b6.
That might be a better try, but the same story, basically, knight e4. And you can't really stop this knight d6 check. You can try with a move like c5, but that could run into all kinds of nastiness. For starters, white can probably take it if he so pleases, with the discovered attack on the rook on a8, and there is many other strong-looking moves from knight d6 check to queen g3, attacking g7 and preparing knight d6, bishop e5. Just doesn't look like black can get away with this.
No.
So Russia doing very well on board 3. Let's complete our tour, board 4.
Natalia Pogonina playing against Salome Melia, and I've also played. Have I played them all? I played Salome Melia in a rapid game.
Is there anything going on with you and the Georgian?
Yeah, they're
team?
crushing me. Every single one of them. Salome, very, very talented blitz player as well. And she's got white here today. She's got the centre. Black's got the two bishops though, and I think black's doing just about all right here.
Standard position. Black will at some point have to move this knight to exchange the dominant white bishop on d5. Let's say takes, knight e7. White takes on b7. Rook takes. Black normally manages to equalize these kinds of positions, but white can certainly try to build up some play with a move like a4, but close to equal. So for now, Russia looks to be doing all right. Great position board 3. I like the position on board 1 as well.
Let's check out the top match, Indonesia versus China. We've got the top, well, not the top women's player, I should stop saying that, nearly the top women's player in the world. How are you, Fan?
You think Judith Polgar might not be happy?
Judith might send me an email later and be very unhappy with that. So, but she might very well be at the end of this tournament, who knows. That said, I think Judith Polgar is actually on 3 out of 3.
Certainly, so those two, I think we can agree on that, are far away the strongest two players in women's chess at the moment. Hou Yifan built a rating up to 2660, that neighborhood. Judith Polgar up there as well, 2676. Hou Yifan, the current women's world champion, did a video series for our site Chess24 actually, which we're very happy with. She's facing Irene Karisma Sukandar from Indonesia today. Very strong women's grandmaster as well, but of course Hou Yifan is the favorite in this one. White once again has the 2 bishops, but he had to weaken his pawn structure, or had his pawn structure weakened quite significantly in return. I'd say it's equalish.
Yeah, no, I would say that as well. But I also like the fact that Hou Yifan with black here, if she manages to quell some initiative, she's going to have the long-term advantage of a better pawn structure to play against these c-pawns.
Right.
The bishop on d3, it can be a problem. So I think Hou Yifan's got decent chances.
It's easy to play for black, actually. Yeah. You want to put your queen on c7 to get out of this pin and attack the c3 pawn.
Play b6,
then
bishop b7.
Right, go b6, bishop b7, put a rook on c8. And the onus is a little bit on white to make something happen. Maybe regroup her knight to juicier squares like e3, f5, d5. Maybe one day think about f4, opening up the king side. But Hou Yifan is probably going to be content with this position because it's very unbalanced, which normally favors the stronger player.
Board 2, we have Zhu Wenjun with white playing against Warda Aulia Medina. And we've got a position which is slightly offbeat opening, but quite a standard position when we get to the current game. And it looks as though black is doing just fine.
Black's doing great. Space advantage, 2 bishops as usual. Looks nice for black. I think Zhu Wenjun, very strong player in her own right, 2-5, 65, wants to put a knight on d3 as quickly as possible. First of all, opening this diagonal and then blocking the black pawn on d4. So knight e1, knight d3, and then slowly catch up with development moves like knight d2, I believe, is what she would play. Still think black has to be all right here. Castles, knight d3, let's say bishop to b6, knight d2. Just put your rooks in the middle, rook c8, followed by rook d8. Looks very, very, very playable for the black player. Indonesia, a bit of a surprise in the women's section. Always had a good women's team, but I think they've won all their matches so far, are really up there. And today they are facing the top favorites from China.
Okay, let's check out board 3 then. And we've got Zhao Zhu, the former women's world champion, on board 3 with black.
Was she the women's world champion?
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I'm
not 100% sure.
I'm going completely mad. She wasn't women's world champion. I beg your pardon. She was well over 2,500 though.
She is a very strong player.
I remember that, and I remember the fact that she. I think she won a few things. I think she won the women's prize at Gibraltar.
That's very possible.
Yeah, but she didn't win the world champion. In any case, she's playing black today against Ignatius Sihite, who is rated 2206, so a massive rating difference here. Right. But an interesting opening by white. She's trying to mix things up.
I don't think it has gone that well, I gotta say. Knight c3, a6, bit of an offbeat move here. Once again, a stronger player trying to confuse her lower rated opponent. D takes e4, of course, is what you normally do. After a6, bishop d3 has been played. Maybe not the most critical. D takes e. And now I think you should have tried to take with a knight at least, sacrificing this pawn, but gaining a lot of development in return. As we can see, black hasn't developed any pieces. White has 3 out already, will follow up with castles. This looks very, very playable for white. Instead she played bishop takes e4, which seems a little artificial to me. Knight f6, you have to move that bishop again. And now black is the one who gets quite easy development. Bishop f5, knight e2, e6, knight g3, bishop g6. She tried to bring her knight around, it's not so well placed, on c3, knight c e2, bishop d6, h4, h6. Nothing black is doing all right here. Knight f4, you just go bishop h7, then target that knight.
Yeah, black's fine.
Right.
Interesting game. And let's go back to the match, board 4. Zhang Yi Tan versus Anastasia Citra.
Who we got there? There's a picture of Zhao Zhu.
Yeah, there we go. And her teammate playing against Citra. Standard kind of position, quite like her move knight e1, that shows some understanding. Just preparing f4. Yeah, she didn't want to take on e5. You can
I'm
take.
not sure, yeah, I was going to say, you're saying it shows some understanding. I think taking on e5 looks huge for white as well. And now to just play e4, bishop e3, try to get an a3, b4. Yeah. I'm a bit surprised she didn't go for that. Probably wants to keep more pieces on the board. Knight e1, preparing f4, e4.
I quite like that move as well, though, knight e1. It's a different approach. I think both are valid. Maybe knight takes e5 was objectively stronger, but
looked very good.
But so the Chinese women's team, they're in control, it seems, in most of those games. Let's go back to the open section.
I think before we get too many angry letters, we should check in with Aronian against Carlsen. What do you think?
I think so. Let's go back to
On
the
our
world
way.
champion. And we've got Magnus Carlsen at the board. We can see there on the right side. We've had a lot of moves here, and let's go from where we last saw it after e6. He kicked the bishop with h3. Carlsen whipped that off on f3.
Yeah, he could have tried to keep it on the board, but then you have to deal with something like g4 and knight e5 when white would get to that bishop anyway, and also he would introduce some threats like bishop takes a6, knight takes c6. Carlsen not having any of it. When bishop f3, queen f3, knight to b4. Hoping his opponent misses a little family fork on c2, but that's not going to happen. Castles, bishop to e7. And a very instructive move by Aronian. I quite like this move, the move a5. He makes sure that black has no time to fortify his knight. Just made up that word. Is that a word, fortify?
Sounds nice.
Sounds like a word, right?
Yeah.
Establish his knight on the b4 outpost by playing a5 himself. And he's kind of leaving it a little in the air with the move a5. So I think that's a very good move.
So is it possible then, instead of bishop e7 by Carlsen, why didn't he play a5? Because of course
that's what I was curious about. Maybe he was worried that he would fall back too far in,
e4, d5
in development.
really quickly.
But it looks like a very viable option to me. I'm a bit surprised Carlsen allowed this a5 move.
Maybe rook d1.
Maybe he was worried about something like this, e4, and white trying to get in a d5 break. Doesn't look that lethal yet, but it could very well be.
Yeah. Okay.
So he went bishop e7, a5, castles, rook to d1. Once again, preparing to grab more space in the center. He had to defend his d4 pawn first. There we see Anish Giri. He's having a great tournament himself, already won 10 rating points in this Olympiad. The Dutch top board who beat Boris Gelfand yesterday, sporting another fashionable t-shirt, checking out what his rivals Aronian and Carlsen are doing. Giri, one of very few players in the world with a plus score against Magnus Carlsen. Won a game, never lost to Magnus Carlsen, and Magnus Carlsen has voiced it. He's not happy about that fact. Carlsen does have a plus score against Aronian. I believe it's +3 or +4, which means he beat him 3 more times than Aronian beat him. It's over many games, these two have been the two strongest players in the world for the last, what we estimate, 5 years maybe. They've been dominating the rating lists. And Carlsen has had a slight edge in that matchup.
Doesn't look too happy though. Let's get to the current position.
No, I think, yeah, this a5, the two bishops, something might have gone a little wrong. Let's see what happened. Rook d1, b6. And let's not forget, Aronian with black, this is the toughest it gets in the chess world, even for Magnus Carlsen, the Armenian player, superbly prepared, superbly strong, creative. Really, in my estimate, the most dangerous guy you can face with the black pieces of all of them.
So he took that off, played rook takes rook. This is all pretty standard stuff. Queen takes a8, and now just bishop d2.
d2, quiet move. e4 also very much came into consideration to bring this bishop out to a more active square. But Aronian happy consolidating for now. He does have the long-term advantage of the extra pawn in the center and the extra bishop. Nothing too dramatic. Rook d8, rook to c1.
And now knight b to d5.
Carlsen is worse. It's not serious and he's not in serious trouble, but if anybody can be better in this position, it is white.
And we've just had another move, queen to d1.
I really like that move. It's very instructive.
Now this is a typical example of a grandmaster move, in my opinion.
Right.
Because if we go back one move to knight b d5, immediately for me, the most natural feeling move is e4.
Right. Which is very possible, but then black probably gets some activity, right? With knight takes, pawn takes, let's say, and c5, putting pressure on the white center.
Correct. And so the move queen d1 is quite simply out of the range of a lot of players. And the point of this move, well, I believe there's a number of points, but you can play rook a1 in certain positions to win control of the a file.
It's a very nice multi-purpose move, as you said. It prepares rook a1, also prepares queen b3, putting some pressure on the b6 pawn. And one thing that's also very important, in these structures, the white bishop on c4 might look nice. It's not really doing all that much. This e6, f7 formation stops him very nicely. And queen d1 is also preparing a regrouping of that bishop with the moves bishop to e2 and bishop to f3. Because on f3, all of a sudden, this bishop would have a very nice target on c6. So just a very nice move, queen d1.
A very good move,
multi-purpose, world-class chess. And Carlsen's going to have to decide if he wants to try to break in the center now with c5 before Aronian gets in all the moves he would like to make, like bishop e2, queen b3, rook a1. Maybe he should go c5, at least trying to inflict white with an isolated pawn on d4. If white were to take on c5, I believe now you can go knight takes c3 and you have some tactics working in your favor. Rook takes c3, knight to e4, double attack, and simplifying. Black would be all right.
So yeah, I agree. I like c5 a lot. And the big question is, how does white continue?
I think white is still bad. He just ignores it. He goes queen b3, c takes d, e takes d. Most of the things we've said are still very true. But at least this knight on d5 now has a bit more of an outpost.
Certainly has more of an outpost.
Can't be harassed. White has a small weakness on d4. So while I still prefer white, I believe this is probably a good transformation for black.
Yes. No, I would tend to agree there. We've got our camera, our roving camera, on the move again. I'm not sure quite where we are. I can't see from here.
I believe that's the team of Moldavia, if I'm not mistaken.
Moldova, yeah.
Moldova, I'm sorry. In German, it's Moldavia, with Viktor Bologan, Dmitry Svetushkin on the top boards.
Yes. Vladimir Hamitovici as well. Very good chess player, also a poker pro. And back to Topalov, Kramnik, perhaps, for the moment, Jan. Have we had any action?
Not a lot. Topalov has placed his bishop on the c4 square, which is a nice little typical outpost. You can think if he wants to go b5 to support his bishop on c4. I'm not quite sure he really does. Let's say a move like b5. White would just go knight d2. He can take this bishop whenever he feels like it, also preparing his own break in the center with e4. And I still think white has a very pleasant position here. Bishop f4. Not the position Topalov likes all that much, I would assume, because he likes it when his pieces can do something. When he's active, he can push his pawns, he can attack. And here it's more about slow maneuvering and trying not to let white get a serious initiative. One maneuver you sometimes see in these positions is the move knight to h5. If the bishop retreats to, let's say, d2, and to play f5, fighting against white's d4 advance, e4 advance. Wouldn't be surprised to see him do that. Also, in the very distant future, black could dream of creating some play of his own on the king side, which is very much in Topalov's style, pushing his pawns. We've seen him push his g pawn, b pawn, most of his pawns up the board many times, right?
Right. Interesting to see that one. Cheparino Svidler, let's shoot in there. And it looks as though Chepa
has taken a pawn.
Chepa has taken a pawn, but it's one of those positions I'm pretty sure Peter has already seen. I remember speaking to Peter after the game against Aronian at the FIDE candidates in 2013. I remember seeing him say that basically this stuff has been worked out to equality.
Right.
Even if white wins that pawn on a6, the queen gets harassed. You can never hold the a4 pawn. I would put my house on this ending in a draw somehow, with even repetition. Rook a8, queen b5. You can even go rook a5 here, followed by queen a8. That's one of the ways to do it.
Right.
So if you go queen c6, queen a8 here is and it all liquidates. Queen takes queen, rook takes queen. You can't keep hold of a4, and you know.
Yeah, I believe Peter Svidler knows what he's doing here. Was probably a team strategy. You play solidly. If you neutralize that guy, it's fine. We'll try to win some of the other games, and he's doing exactly that. I agree with you. Also, remember his notes for this game against Aronian. So if you have a chess newspaper at home and want to look it up, I believe he was talking about this very line, this very position, saying it's fine for black, and we'll see if he lives up to his words, but it does look like it for sure.
Predictions. We'd like to hear from you. I believe we still haven't had a winner.
No.
Please inform us if you have. We're going to extend it a bit today. We're going to extend it for another hour, as we didn't mention it at the top of the show.
Fair enough.
So you have 1 hour to send us your predictions of the first 5 boards. David Melandri has sent in a perfect blueprint of how we want it laid out for us so we can easily read it. He's predicted that Azerbaijan will beat Serbia 3-1. Russia will draw with Bulgaria 2-2. Armenia, Norway 1 will be a 3-1 win for Norway. My goodness, that's a huge upset. He's going all out there. China, Netherlands 2-2, and Ukraine, Uzbekistan 3-1. Send us your predictions. Whoever wins will win a wonderful prize. Not just one of our DVDs that we're going to give away, but also one of our Chess24 goodie bags. You win the bag as well, not just what's in it. The goodie bag.
I still like our fantastic movie prizes as well. You get a choice: Hansel and Gretel, Witch Hunter, my favorite, The Grandmaster, Lawrence Trent's Dream, but actually a good movie as well, plus the goodie bag. There's plenty at stake, and we want to get rid of something during the show. We have never ever managed to get rid of that Gravity Blu-ray. It's still lying around in our studios.
Nobody's got, it's unbelievable. Nobody's got everything right so far. If you have, please message us directly saying that we are slightly silly for overlooking it. But anyway, let's check out David Franklin's tweet. Shak Mamajarov with an early g2 to g4 stab. Check it out, Lawrence and Gusti. All right, let's go to board 1.
Go there on the very first board of the tournament. Board 1 of match number 1. Mamajarov, true to his colors, pushed his g-pawn, we're told. Queen c2, Nimzo Indian. I know quite a bit about that one. Just finished a video series on it, which we will publish shortly. Knight c6, a bit of a sideline. Ivanisevic, a very creative player, likes the sidelines, studies them quite a lot. Earlier he was a big fan of the move c5, but probably Magnus was ready for that, so he tries to surprise him with this one. Knight f3, d6. And here, more cautious natures like me, we like the move bishop to d2, then follow up with a3, claim the two bishops, be happy. Magnus, a bit more adventurous, goes for g4 in this position.
Wow. So the point is, if you take that off on g4, you're going to play rook g1 and win the g7 pawn by force, it seems, after h3. So that's
Ivanisevic, as you learn in chess school, counters a side advance by pushing in the center with the move e5. Not sure that's the best move, but it certainly looks logical. Magnus took it off, d takes e, d takes e, knight takes g4, also very interesting here. D takes e and g5. And we see this in many openings, white going for an early g-pawn push. It's not so much about checkmating your opponent, but about fighting for the center and driving this knight away from its very pretty outpost on f6, from where it controls the e4 and d5 squares. Ivanisevic took on c3 first. Magnus wants to keep control over all these central squares. Very dynamic player, doesn't mind having his pawns doubled, so he goes b takes c, knight to d7.
But it also had another idea of playing bishop a3, which I really like.
Right, stopping black from castling.
Yeah, I really like that. That's very interesting. Knight b6. Played.
Looks dangerous for black, doesn't it?
Well,
looks
if we look at knight b6, he attacked the queen with tempo, rook d1, bishop d7, and what I love, Jan, is he can now put the other bishop on h3 if he likes, pinning the queen. And I tell you what, I don't like this position at all for black. It might already. It's early days.
Looks like trouble.
Look at those bishops, Jan. I can't remember the last time I saw both bishops out on the a3 and h3.
Well, the bishop pair, certainly a topic on the show, and you rarely see them functioning, as well as they do here.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, really crossfire against the black king.
Goodness
Queen
me.
to c8 to unpin looks like the most natural move. But I think these bishops, they're more powerful than rooks here. I believe you just go rook takes d7, knight takes d7.
And just castle.
Just castle.
Put your rook on d1.
Overwhelming with these two bishops.
No, it's gone. That's completely gone. I think bishop h3 is already winning.
Not a good day at the office for Ivanisevic, it looks like. If Magnus comes up with his bishop h3, which he very well might.
It's such an obvious move, Jan.
Right. I think he's going to do it.
I think he's going to do it
And
as well.
It's right up his street, this kind of position, initiative, potential sacrifices out there. Bishop h3. I don't see what black can do. Maybe he's to sacrifice his queen desperately with bishop takes h3. Rook takes d8, rook takes d8.
Yeah,
I think that might be the best way to prolong the game, but it certainly looks bad as well.
Queen e4.
Queen e4.
Actually, this move, queen e4, I was thinking about it even in the bishop h3 must be stronger, but queen e4 also just comes to mind to try and win this e5 pawn.
Right.
What do you do?
I don't know. I really like bishop h3 tying black up. I don't think you consider other moves even. Here, I don't know. Maybe black can fight back with the move f5, trying to chase this queen away. And if you take queen takes f6, and you're still in business.
Yeah, right.
This bishop f5 is coming. But bishop h3 looks so overwhelming and so pretty.
Yeah.
Doesn't start well for the Serbian team, does it?
No.
Trouble on board 1. Let's have a brief look at board 2. Here they're okay. Perunovic, another very experienced pro, around 2600, with white against Rajabov. Might have a slight edge, but nothing dramatic has happened yet. Very funny looking opening, this 3f5, but we've seen Rajabov do it repeatedly. He's probably the world's leading expert on it, and I believe he knows what he's doing here. Still, I think the position they have on the board now does look quite pleasant for white. Bishop g4 has just been played. I'm not sure if after h3 he wants to take on f3. when, once again, I would like the white side, but nothing dramatic has happened yet, clearly.
Mamedov, Marcus, of course, the hero of yesterday, winning his match. And he is playing against Ralph Mamedov. And this is a good situation where we see the downfalls of having the two bishops, or at least, you know, the power potentially of knights. When knights find nice outposts, like we have here on a5, and when the bishops aren't playing, the knights can be better.
Well, the main advantage this knight has is it can take the bishop at any time.
Yeah.
Also, the bishop is misplaced because it's
Right.
fighting this e4 pawn. Yeah, I'm with you. I do like white's position. He could try to break through on the king side with an f5.
Right.
I'm not quite sure what the pawn is doing on h5, frankly. It looks a little out of place. And yeah, once again, looks like Serbia
like-
not doing great so far.
Let's look at Sedlak Gusinov. And Sedlak here has chosen a very solid setup. He's chosen against a slightly offbeat variation of the King's Indian. We've transposed into a Maroczy bind Sicilian defense. So we have a typical scenario where white has got these pawns on c4 and e4, which characterize this so-called Maroczy bind, controlling the center, stopping black from breaking with d5, and then he has these pawns supported by via a2, b3, c4, e4, f3, and g2. And it's a very solid structure, and was once back in the 40s and 50s, basically, if you've got this on the board, it was seen as you can't ever lose with white. It's just too solid. But clearly things have moved on. You can create chances with black. But that said, you know, white's doing all right, isn't he?
Yeah, of course he is. It still is a very solid structure. This line has been a stronghold of Gusainov for many years. He likes these positions with black, these Maroczy structures, pretty much anything where he has a bishop on g7 and then can slowly maneuver around. Came up with an interesting idea here, bishop to e5, followed by queen f6, which you don't see every day, creating this battery, rook bc1, rook fd8, bishop f1. I believe it's more or less equal. Black will probably try to put his rooks in the center, rook d7, rook d8, rook e8. White is very solid, will maneuver around a little bit, maybe put his knight on d4, maybe hint at some f4 ideas. It's a typical long game where the stronger player, the stronger maneuvering player, normally is in good shape. We'll see how it goes there, but it could certainly go either way. And oh, hang on, Gusainov just went for the move
Wow.
g5. Very aggressive, also very positional, clamping down on that f4 square. And he says, I never want to worry about you advancing f4. I'll try to get a grip on those dark squares, put my pawns on g5, h6. He does know what he's doing here. He understands those structures so well. The weakening of the black king, I think, is not all that relevant at this time.
No, I think black's doing absolutely fine here.
I agree.
Absolutely. Alrighty, well there's a short bio of Gusainov, born 21st of May 1986, 28 years old, born in Moscow, Russia, but playing for Azerbaijan. Highest rating was 2667 a few years back now, but currently rated 2613, still a very strong player
Right.
in his own right.
Not one of the superstars, not a guy who gets a lot of the limelight, but he's been very consistent on these Azeris teams, is doing a lot of the dirty work, playing with the black pieces, making draws, being solid, and gives the stars Mamedyarov, Rajabov, and past times Vuga Gashimov, of course, a chance to shine. You need these workers as well, and Gusainov has been very solid in that role for a couple of years.
Absolutely. All right, Jan. Well, look, I think now is a good time for us to take a quick breather. Of course, all of the big games, Kramnik, Topalov, Aronian, Carlsen, all of them are still ongoing. We will be back in just a tick to take you through the rest of the action. See you in a few secs. Hello everybody, welcome back to round 5 of the 41st Chess Olympiad. We're in Tromsø, Norway. You can see behind us how high up we are. We really have taken chess studios to new heights, excuse the pun. No, that is just a beautiful place. Here is a shot of the playing hall. Most of the games still in play, of course. Only an hour and 20 minutes gone in this round. All of the big guns still playing. Jan, where would you like to go first?
I want to go to the games of the biggest guns we have in action. Aronian against Carlsen. Let's have a little look at what happened in that one. Looked like Magnus Carlsen was in a little tiny bit of trouble against Levon Aronian, right? Nothing too serious, but he was a bit on the defense. Let's bring up the board once we get a chance. In the Aronian-Carlsen game, Levon Aronian, there we see him trying to outmaneuver the world champion. Easier said than done. Currently, Magnus Carlsen, he did not go for the c5 move we were advocating earlier. Instead, he went for another solid move, knight takes c3. Aronian has a bit of a decision. Actually, the most natural, to me, looks the move b takes c3, strengthening your center. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there on the screen, Aronian just took back with the bishop. Maybe he didn't like b takes c because it gives away this a3 square where Carlsen could activate his rook and then claim the a file, maybe followed by moving his queen to a7 or a8. So instead he did take with the bishop on c3, maintaining the small advantage of the two bishops he has, but allowing Carlsen to maybe expand with a move b5. And if that bishop were to move, it doesn't have to yet because of the pin, but might as well. It will have to shortly. Bishop d through, bishop d3. He could go knight to d5. Still, white is slightly better. The world champion, of course, should be able to defend this position, but he's going to have to do some work here to equalize.
He did actually play a move, Jan. He played queen c7.
Instead of b5?
Yeah.
Okay, not committing to anything. Just keeping his options open. c5, b5, knight d5. Expect Aronian to retreat one or both of his bishops. Actually, maybe completing this maneuver, bishop e2 and bishop to f3, trying to put some pressure on the c6 pawn. Wouldn't be surprised if this bishop retreated as well, just to free the way for the rook. White is slightly better, and I believe Aronian is comfortable here. We see him studying the position. Carlsen looks, I don't know, he looked slightly concerned earlier. Now he just hit his face, so we're not quite sure. There we see Timur Rajabov, not really looking at the game, but standing there in the background, one of the top Azeri players.
Yeah, I think he's thinking about his own game, actually.
Probably. Doesn't
You
look
often
that
see
focused
that.
on that one.
Yeah.
What do you think? How's this game gonna end, Aronian-Carlsen?
I don't think Lev is losing today, actually. I think his position at the moment is way too solid for anything. And he did play bishop e2, we should point out. No, his position is too solid to really ever lose, barring a complete nightmare. You can never rule these things out, of course, but I would put if I had to put my money on a result, it would be a draw, of course, but I think Aronian has got more winning chances than Carlsen has.
Absolutely. For me, it's really only two results are in play, barring, of course, something drastic. Drastic, as you said, it's an Aronian win or a Carlsen draw. Well, a draw for both. I do agree. I think a draw is the favorite, but I think Magnus Carlsen has his work cut out for him. And Levon Aronian, he's not playing for a draw here. He's trying to reach an advantage, putting pressure on the world champion. Of course, he has aspirations to be the world champion himself one day. Hasn't really managed to qualify for the biggest stage yet. Whenever it comes to these candidate tournaments where you qualify for the world championship, he's come a little short, has had tremendous results heading into these tournaments, was always a favorite, but didn't quite manage.
No, he hasn't managed it. He had a very good start to the 2013 candidates tournament, was up there with the top guys. This year's Was it this year? I keep on going,
It
yeah,
was
of
this
course
year,
it was.
2014.
Of course it was. This year's candidates, he really struggled. Actually, everybody bar Vishy Anand struggled, who Magnus will be playing in November. So we'll see if Levon manages to get there someday. Let's go back to the grudge match of the day. Arguably the biggest grudge match in chess. Russia.
Might not even be arguably. I think it's the only really big grudge match we have, right?
Gustafsson Trent is.
Yeah, that's
a huge
slightly
one.
different.
No
level.
handshake.
No handshake for sure. No. That's different because the difference in playing strength is so big in that one. Well, Kramnik and Topalov, they're very evenly matched.
That's
and
true.
Still, we see a lot of decisive results between those two.
Yeah, and we can see that Topalov sitting down there with the black pieces, sort of position.
I don't think he's
Has
happy.
it changed?
I think he's spent a lot of time. It's the same position we've already seen half an hour ago. Actually, let's check in our tool how long Topalov has spent on his last move. I'll try to get there and give us a small time count.
And you can do that too, ladies and gentlemen. Whichever game
Certainly
you
can.
are currently on, you can see in the box where the name is put a move time. So you can actually see if you want it in German, Zugzeit, if you want it in English, move time, etc., etc. And Topalov, how long has he spent, Jan, on the
I'm not quite sure. His time is still running. He has 51 minutes left, so not exactly time trouble. In the tool it says only 7 minutes, but I'm not sure. It feels like he's been thinking about this.
No,
longer.
there's been a repetition once of
moves. That
so we're in
explains
the
it.
same position.
Oh, okay. Now I get it. They had this position, bishop c4, bishop f4 earlier, and he went knight h5 as we expected. Bishop e3 went back, knight f6, bishop f4. Some mind games going on here. I don't think Kramnik wants to repeat moves here with white at all. But he's making Topalov think about it. Probably Topalov also not happy with the draw. So he's asking him, do you want to risk it that we repeat moves? Or do you want to deviate and accept a worse position here? I would expect Topalov to go knight h5 and Kramnik to deviate with a move like bishop to d2, keeping the way open for his e-pawn. But certainly some interesting psychology, a bit of a game of chicken here, like who blinks first.
And Topalov, you can see their hands on head. He's really giving this a think.
Really
not
doesn't
his
want to
kind
draw.
of position, yeah, as you said. So let's go to ball two, Cheparinov, Svidler. It looked as though Svidler was out of the woods there.
Svidler got his pawn back.
Got his pawn back. We can also see a snapshot there of the moves from the Kramnik-Topalov game, and you can see how on Chess24 we give you the move times of every single move, which I think is a very neat tool, and it's often neglected. But this is really where we see where the players struggle in a game or find a critical moment, or
Tells you a bit more of the story of the game where they do spend their time, because often replaying them you're not quite sure what the critical moments were. But if you see one of these guys spending more than 10-15 minutes, that's normally a good indicator. And Kramnik really deciding there if he wants to repeat moves or not. Still, as long as they did not repeat the position 3 times, the game is still ongoing, and I don't expect that to happen here after bishop f4, knight h5. This is only the 2nd time they repeated this position, and Kramnik still can deviate, which I think he will, either with bishop d2, and if Topalov returns, now make a different move than bishop to f4.
He'll go e4 here.
E4 very much comes to mind. Checking back in with Cheparinov Svidler.
Yeah, and
equal.
Svidler managed to win that a-pawn. We mentioned how after queen takes a6, rook a8, if we go back just a few
Let's go
minutes.
there.
After rook a8, you just can't hold on to this a-pawn. Queen c4 was played, knight b6, winning it at once. Queen's driven back again, knight takes a4, bishop a1, but this is...
Svidler slightly had to misplace his knight. That's what Cheparinov is banking his hopes on. He just took on d4. And yeah, I don't think this is a serious problem for Peter Svidler. Cheparinov will probably take with the bishop, making it slightly tough for this knight to get back into the game. But with some careful moves, maybe queen to c8, fighting for the c5 square, Peter Svidler should equalize here. As we can see, there's only 4 pawns left, symmetrical pawn structure. I'd bet quite heavily on a draw in this matchup, in this game. There we can see Veselin Topalov in the background checking it out. Sergei Karyakin also stopping by. It looks like they did make some moves. Bishop e3, knight to f6. Topalov decided, you know what, I'm black, the onus is on you. You can repeat the position here or you can do something else. And Kramnik is having a look around, probably doesn't want to draw. Now this is a team competition, so if they're doing well on the other boards, he might as well say, I'm playing the former world champion on board 1, the strongest Bulgarian player. If I make a draw, we're the favorites to win the match.
Yeah,
you think that's a possibility?
Absolutely, and but let's check out those other boards because this is critical. Let's go firstly to Karyakin Yotov. Now we've got a position here which a lot of pieces have come off. We have opposite colour bishops. Clearly, white is the one who has got any kind of momentum here, but you know, you never know. Opposite colour bishops.
Well, they do favor the attacker, so.
Yeah,
Sergei Karyakin is trying to open the position and the diagonal for his bishop with the move b5. He just played b4 here and is clearly trying to open up the black queen side. Not going to be that easy because if black plays a move like f5, looks very natural, gaining some space. After b5 there still is the option to play c5,
right,
keeping the position kind of closed. So I think Karyakin is slightly better, but it's nothing where the Russians can say, okay, Karyakin is winning, let's all play for a draw. It's still a very open struggle. And black has some hopes of counterplay by himself. It's not so easy to create a pawn break, but there is the half-open g file. And if we imagine that magically the queen and bishop were to change places,
that would be nice.
And all of a sudden on h2 there would be trouble. So
it takes a long time to organise that though.
Right.
I think really this is an operation now for black to just try and hold. I like the move f5, which you put another pawn on a light square, which you don't normally want to do, but in certain positions it restricts the bishop. It also covers the e4 square. I think that's the key point. It means that the white queen can't come there. And also after h4, black manages to secure a kind of bind on the king side. And I think that's favourable for him. But even here, you have to think about the move c5.
c5 is probably a good move, preparing to play b5 and stopping black c5 in return. So
yeah, maybe this
white is better.
Yeah, white is better here, and you know, maybe this position is quite tricky for black to play. I think Kramnik's looked at Karyakin's position and just thought, well, he's going to press his lower rated opponent somewhat here, and yeah. Maybe.
Well, he's a go-to guy in this match. It's clear. He has the white pieces. He outrates his opponent 250 points. They will be looking at Sergei Karyakin in this matchup. And there is also the Jan Nepomniachtchi game with the black pieces, which might be heating up a little bit. Not sure I like his position, gotta tell you.
Well, when I looked at this position originally, I thought white could just play knight d2 here. I thought that you kind of want to put the knight on e4, and if black plays knight d4, you can then play queen takes e4, and you've got a problem with g6 and b7 in some positions.
I'm not sure I like that arrangement, because after c6, black now could develop quite quickly with bishop f5 as well. One of these situations where all the white pieces want to be on e4
maybe,
somehow.
yeah. Maybe that's not actually so good.
I think you could just take on e4 probably, leave this knight on f3 for now to cover the d4 square, and after bishop f5, just go queen to e3. I think white is better. I think this
that's a
black
much better
pawn structure looks a bit loose.
Yeah, that's actually a lot stronger, isn't it?
So it's not like the Russians can say board 1 and 2 draws and we're through. Nepomniachtchi, we've said earlier that he's a more dynamic, more aggressive player, supposed to score more heavily. But of course, that goes both ways. If you're more aggressive with black, also means you're taking more risks. And he's clearly taken a few liberties here to spice up the position. Could go wrong as well, who knows? Krasimir Rusev, we see him there on camera, looks pretty confident, evaluating his options, knight d2 or queen takes e4. That's what he's gonna be thinking about. I like his position here.
Yeah, actually, I tend to agree. So, not so easy for the Russians today. Let's go to another very important match that we haven't quite touched upon yet. The match
China,
on board,
Netherlands?
Yeah, match on board 4, China versus Netherlands. Big matchup. The very much in-form Anish Giri gaining 10 rating points here, beating Gelfand yesterday, the Israeli #1. He's playing against Wang Yue, and we've got the current position on the board here. And, well, it's come from a close Sicilian.
You can see the world champion creates the trend. Magnus Carlsen yesterday won a very smooth game in this close Sicilian, and Wang Yue probably thought, if Magnus can do it, why not me as well? Giri, super strong theoretician, I'll slow the game down and play something similar. It's not exactly the same. Wang Yue put his knight on e2. We remember Carlsen put it on h3. But it's pretty much the same setup, which the Chinese player is choosing here. Playing a slower game. We should not forget the Chinese, they did hold Russia to 2-2 yesterday. They're right up there. When the Russians did look very strong, they could not get past China. Wang Yue has had a so-so tournament and lost his game to Peter Leko earlier. Yesterday looked like he was in trouble against Vladimir Kramnik, but held that game, might have given him some confidence. Choosing a slow build-up here today.
Yeah, bishop e3, knight d4.
Very standard stuff. He's planning to play d4 now, so Giri blocks it with knight to d4. Also note the little knight maneuver, very typical by Anish Giri, freeing his bishop and putting the knight on c7 where it supports b5 and controls the d5 square. Too many arrows. Let's proceed. Bishop f2. Another instructive move, freeing this knight to take on d4 without running into a double attack after c takes d4. Now Giri takes because there was a threat. Queen takes, knight e6. Next knight coming to d4. Queen d1, expecting that. b6. Rook a2. That's a little deep move. What he probably wants to do is defend his b2 pawn so he can move the knight.
Right.
Because if he were to do that immediately, or maybe even to d5, then b2 would be en prise. But after knight d4, now he jumps into d5, prepares to kick back the enemy knight with c3.
And in fact, he expected that and moved knight c6, so already just moved his knight back to...
A lot of regrouping from both sides, trying to find the perfect arrangement. Giri probably won't tolerate the white knight on d5 for a long time either. Will play e6, then maybe bishop to b7, try to prepare f5 by himself. Balanced position, I would say. I don't think Wang Yue has reached anything spectacular, but we've seen yesterday how quickly these positions can turn in the Magnus Carlsen game once he got in d4. For now, I would say black is doing totally fine.
In the game Lamy Ding Liren, I have to say, looking at the composition, I like black. And another example where the two bishops aren't everything, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason I like black in this position is because white has got a number of problems to solve with this pawn formation, f2, e3, f4. Black isn't threatening to take on e3 just yet, but just a move of the queen, I don't know, to e7, for example, would introduce a threat, or queen h6, of d takes e3. And the problem is white's queen is also on the d file. I'm not sure about this position.
It is white to move, though. Rook to c4, planning to take this pawn on d4, at least then queen e7, you could just go bishop takes d4. I don't know if it's so bad.
Okay,
maybe
queen e7.
Do you have some tricks?
I don't think you can
d4?
take on d4, yeah.
Why not?
Oh, maybe you can take on d4.
White was a pawn down, so this only restores material equality.
Right. So takes. Well, this looks like it's certainly a lot better, but maybe there's e5. Does that work?
Doesn't look all that scary. I believe this kind of peters out to equality.
Rook c4 then, that might be a very good move, Jan, because otherwise you can get in trouble in that position, right?
Well, White's main problem is he's a pawn down, so he wants to look at ways to reclaim it. And yeah, I think rook c4, preparing this bishop takes d4, also preparing queen c2 is a pretty decent move. I'm not sure Dingley Ren can find a way to complicate the situation here. Erwin Lamy is heavily outrated by his opponent, more than 100 points, but he is a very solid player, has experience playing very strong players, and the Dutch on purpose put him on board too, so he can hold these very strong opponents. And so far he's been doing a very good job. He beat Gatakamsky for the US, for example, and he's not going to be a walkover today.
Absolutely. Board 3 is
that was a crazy game. Yang Yi against Luc van Wely. There we have a tweet by Robert Riss saying, great prep by Luc van Wely, able to force a draw now, at least with black.
Go Team Netherlands. Yeah, and we've got here the position after bishop c5. Wild, we'll just take it from here, Jan, because there's just too much to look at before. But essentially, if we do a little count, as we like to count, material is even. 2 bishops in this position, however, I am all for, especially with open lines, open diagonals, and an open king. But it looks as though, and Luke with the black pieces, looks as though he's doing just fine.
It's very concrete though. His rook on f8 is under attack and he has to find a move. I'm not so sure he's doing so well actually.
Is it a bit of an illusion?
Where's he going to go? That's the question. Rook to e8 is the first move that comes to mind. But then let's say queen to g4. It looks like the initiative is with white. So I'm not quite sure. Maybe Robert Riss in the tweet we saw earlier was referring to an earlier position. But here this could end up being dangerous. One key tactic is in this position after bishop d8, which looks like the move to play. White has an outstanding little move, bishop to e7. Threatening knight to f6 check, and can't be taken so easily because bishop e7, knight e7. Rook takes e7 fails to checkmate, rook d8. And if black were to move his king, all kinds of problems could ensue on with this weakened back rank. I'm not sure which move is best here, queen c4 with a double attack. So I'm not sure. It would require some more thought. But is Van Wely doing so well here after bishop c5?
No, maybe he's not. Maybe this is actually, maybe Yu Yang Yi has prepared this. Who knows? It could be the battle of the home preparation.
Probably they both prepared this quite a bit. The long theory battle. At the moment it looks like Luke has to be very precise. Maybe throw in a check on g5 first, king c2, and now go rook e8. But white has all kinds of unpleasant ideas up his sleeve. Knight to c7, attacking this rook. If it went to d8, he could probably just take it. Bishop takes, and maybe there's some tricks in this position as well. Actually, the computer indicates the move knight to e6 here. That's very spectacular. Cashing in that the black queen is temporarily out of play. And if f
And
takes
queen
e,
c6.
queen to c6.
Wow, that's
I'm not sure this is humanly possible to spot, I gotta tell you. But it's certainly pretty.
What
Threatening queen e8 mate.
That's the end of game, actually. So we'll see. We'll see, because in fact we'll try and get this on our move time, because if Yu Yang Yi has spent 0 time on this, that's an indication that he's seen it all before with his own computer at home, and who knows what's going on. Let's perhaps, if we can, just go to the Van Kampen
Checking
way.
clock times. No, Yu Yang Yi has actually spent a lot of time. He has 37 minutes left. Van Wely still has an hour. So both the guys have been taking quite some time. We can see Yu Yang Yi spent 10 minutes for knight takes d5, 9 minutes for rook d1, 21 minutes for bishop c5. Clearly not home preparation, but might still have found some very strong moves.
Let's look at this game though. Very interesting matchup between 2 young stars. Robin Van Kampen playing white against the prodigy from China, Wei Yi.
How old is Wei Yi? He's 15, 16, that neighborhood?
I think he's definitely not 16.
15?
We'll try and get a bio of him. I think he's 14, 15. He's already raided 26-38. So he's already breaking into the top 100 in the world. Disposed of Shirov, disposed of Nepomniachtchi at the World Cup, made it look easy. Playing black against Robin here, and the current position came from, there was a bit of a radical, if we go back just one move, into B3. Maroczy-Bine, we've seen one of these already this round, but here we mentioned how that the essential premise of this is to stop black playing D5. But if black can get in D5 successfully, he's normally doing all right.
So he went D5 here. Action. If white were to just take it, CD, ED, ED, let's say, black will comfortably win his pawn back with rook D8, queen D7 if needed, with plain equality. Wasn't good enough for Robin van Kampen. Of course, with the white pieces, he wants to make something happen here. He went E5 instead. Tricky little move. Not quite sure if black could have taken that pawn. Probably van Kampen's idea was bishop F4 and the queen goes somewhere, then bishop to D6 with a double attack. So Wei Yi just retreated, knight to E8, once again attacking this pawn. Not sure what's going on here.
I think you have to take on D5
here. Take here, but now black could very well
but then
consider
you've got
this.
bishop D4.
Bishop D4, and now just retreat.
Yeah, but careful. Oh no, you're going to take with the knight on G7. Okay.
Bishop G7, yeah, you have to take with the knight because king G7 runs into a double attack. But knight takes, I believe this is about to peter out to equality. I'm not sure if white should even contemplate a move like D6. Look like this pawn could get quite weak quite quickly as well. So it looks like Wei Yi knows what he's doing here and is doing all right. Anish Giri certainly doing all right, just went for the move F5. And the one very unclear position is the Luc Van Velde game, where Van Velde now will have a lot of calculating to do as to how to get out of this mass of concrete problems he's facing at the moment. I'm really not sure he can. Rook to D8 is also a move you would very much want to play, but once again it runs into quite some nasty ideas. F6, threatening knight E7 check, and I don't really see how he can survive this.
Okay, how about we check out the big match in the women's section, the match between Russia and Georgia. We last saw it a while ago.
No way.
Lano versus Zagnidze on board one. And
there we go.
Well, not much has happened actually in the past few moves. An exchange of bishops.
I don't know. I think that's quite a significant event.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something black really, really wants to achieve. To exchange those bishops and weaken the D4 square. Bit surprised, I gotta tell you, that Lachno allowed this. They had this position, knight D7, and she could easily have stopped bishop G5 by playing queen to D2. Decided not to worry about bishop E2. But now after bishop G5, queen takes, bishop takes, queen takes, A5, I like this move as well, chasing away the white knight from the D4 square, rook C1, A4, knight D2. I quite like black's position. Could even think of bishop takes D5, C takes D, knight to D4. Even if this knight gets exchanged, let's say knight F3, knight takes F3, bishop takes F3, knight to C5. I believe black has very good chances of being left here with a superior minor piece. White bishop blocked by his own pawns. So I think strategically this went very well for Zagnidze.
Yeah.
As you pointed out, she is a very positional, solid player, so she's probably right at home with these subtle maneuverings. And I think she's slightly outplayed Lachno here.
I agree. Let's move to board two, Bela Konstanashvili versus Gunina. And two bishops, Jan, we talk about it a lot on show. It's one of those positions where I think they really thrive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's strange because we see this matchup a lot in this tournament. Two bishops against bishop and knight. Many factors to consider here, and we've mentioned earlier that I thought white was much better. It hasn't changed. The black king is opened, doesn't have a lot of shelter. G takes F looks like the natural move. Then let's say queen b3 check, king to h8, and just a move like rook a e1. I think white is in control. Rook can come into e6. And this pawn is up for grabs. Don't even need to take it yet. White is better.
Absolutely, no question. So bad news for the Russians on board 2. Their star Gunina in trouble. Let's go to board 3.
That was their hope, where Kosteniuk got in some nasty opening tricks.
Yeah.
Looks like Yavakishvili is hanging in there, at least for the moment, though. They get this position after the knight d6 idea we mentioned. Bishop b7, queen g3, long castles. Bishop f3, maybe slightly slow move. You could have gone for bishop to e7 immediately. If rook e8, let's say, probably white can get away with queen takes g7. All kinds of options. Bishop f3. We have one of these situations where white is the two bishops against bishop and knight. White is a pawn down, but the black king is slightly weak, so I'm sure it's enough compensation. The question is, can she make more out of it? Bishop e7, rook d to g8. Not the prettiest of moves. These rooks don't work so well together. But I think actually Yavakishvili's situation has improved a bit here. She can try to exchange the light squared bishop, then put a knight onto d5. If nothing too bad happens in the meantime on the queen side, black could very well be in decent shape here. So Kosteniuk, probably she will try to open it up ASAP, play a4 here, and make something happen over there. Black still defending, and yeah, she just played a4, very strong attacking player, Kosteniuk, of course. Could try to keep it close with a5, with b4, sorry, but that invites a5, and it's still tough being black here, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I'd take white here still.
Right.
It's just a bit tricky for black to play. That said, if you could exchange one pair of bishops, maybe she's going to be able to hold on. What about in the final board between Melia and Pogonina?
It's a slower game. White trying to build some small pluses like the a file, putting some pressure here with rook on a6. Nothing in particular has happened. White is a bit better because he has the open file and a bit more control over the center. Black's structure a little more weak than the white one, but I don't think it's all that serious. Will be.
But all in all, a very even matchup so far. It looks as though actually the Georgians have got a slight advantage looking at all of the boards. Wouldn't surprise me if they ended up winning the match, but you know, who knows? The Russians are of course very strong.
Anything can happen.
Anything.
The Georgians have been a powerhouse, especially of women's chess, for a long time, with former world champion Maya Chiburdanidze and a lot of great predecessors for their current team. They're still very much up there, keep producing many very strong female players.
Let's have a look at the top match in this section. Indonesia versus China. We have Sukanda against Hou Yifan on board 1. This is a position as it stands. Looks as though Hou Yifan is doing what she does. She outplays her opponents. She's got knight takes e3 immediately, winning a pawn, since after f takes e3 you can even think about taking, but maybe b7 drops in the future. You can even defend that b7 pawn. But
yeah, maybe just play queen e7 here, keeping all the options open.
That knight on b3 looks a bit...
Yeah, it's a bit out of play. White goes queen d6. I think you can really jump into the attack with queen h4. Oops, sorry, e2. Not that relevant, but those two squares, let's say h3, knight to f2, already looks like some very serious problems in store for Sukandar. She's gonna have her hands full trying to neutralize Hou Yifan, of course, here. Nothing decisive yet, but black has a nice position. This knight is misplaced, the pawns are weak. The world champion doing very well.
Let's go to board 2, Ju Wenjun versus Aulia, and we mentioned how it felt like Aulia was doing fine. Still looks like white's black's okay, but white has established a bit of solidity into her position. Got the knight on d3, the knight on e4.
Absolutely.
Far from over though, it's very difficult to win that d4 pawn. Black is nicely centralized. I think this is quite balanced, this position.
Yeah, more or less equal. I'd take white if I had to choose. I think might be slightly easier to play, trying to get in b4 and a knight to c5. But black must be solid, rook c8 to start some exchanging operations along the c file. I'm with you, more or less equal.
Board 3, let's go there. We've got Siete versus Zhao Zhu, and
what's going on here?
Well, it looks as though Zhao Zhu is just looking to mop up along the fourth there. Pawn on d4, bishop on f4, and actually, Zhao Zhu is actually a pawn up here. No, she's not. I beg your pardon.
Not yet.
I'm going crazy, but she might win a pawn.
Yeah, the white position. It's not all that harmonious, is it? Like the pawn on h5 looks out of place. Bishop is on b7, slightly misplaced. And black, can just follow up with queen b6, can follow up with b4. Black is better.
Yeah, would agree there. And on the final board, Zhong Yitan against Citra. Well, I think Citra is in big trouble.
Just look at the pawns.
Weaknesses all over the shop, and the knight's... No, this is probably already gone,
looks
actually.
like game over almost, yeah. The Chinese, of course, are the favorite
Massive
in this matchup, and normally it tells most on the lower boards because they have 4 very strong players. And we can see here Tan Zhongyi and also Zhao Zhu dominating their opponents.
Yeah, no, this is bad news. Let's go back to the open section then. Let's see if we've had any developments in some of
Let's briefly check with Vladimir Kramnik if he's decided to repeat moves. No, he has continued to play, and we have action.
Let's go straight there. Things have really managed to heat
up.
Yeah.
Bishop f4 is the move you want to play, but it would have led to a threefold repetition. So you went h3, just making a different move mainly. Topalov said, okay, you go h3, I go h6. You come up with something, bishop f4, I still got knight h5.
Also got g5 in some positions, which we know Topalov likes to play.
Right. Knight to d2, attacking this bishop, forcing it to retreat, bishop a6, and f4, trying to establish a bit of a bind. But Topalov has other plans. He doesn't like to be controlled by the white pawns, and he finds a way to spice it up, cashing in on a small detail in the position that at the moment white doesn't have a lot of control over the d4 square. B takes c, and he goes knight takes c5.
Wow. And he doesn't sacrifice a piece, ladies and gentlemen. Don't get too overexcited, because after d takes c5, d4, he wins a piece back by force. But the big question, of course...
What happens then? Kramnik will probably keep his bishop with bishop f2, d takes c3. Topalov, at the very least, he's managed to free his position a little bit. This pawn is still there, cramping. If white goes queen takes c3, you could think about knight to d5, winning another tempo against the queen. Then maybe this bishop coming to f6.
Yeah.
Looks like he's got a little more to work with in terms of open files and diagonals than earlier. And we do have some moves. This has been played, bishop f2, that position is on the board.
No, not bishop f2, just after d4 is on the board.
I'm sorry, d4 has been played.
He hasn't played bishop f2 just yet.
There we see Vladimir Kramnik thinking, I don't think he has an alternative. He wants to keep this bishop, and there he goes, bishop to f2. D takes c3, also no prizes for predicting that one. Now Kramnik has a bit of a choice. He could think about moves like knight e4, knight f3, because this pawn is not going to run away, but he did take it.
Yeah, he took it. Well, that's the logical move for me. I mean,
it is the first move that comes to mind. However, there's something to be said for knight f3.
And look at that, Topalov moving instantaneously. Kramnik gets up, he's like, well, no, I'm just going to move again. Sit back down, sir.
We've had a lot of that in their 2006 match where Topalov was trying to stop Kramnik from going to the restroom, so he would always move instantly whenever Kramnik tried to get up. And sometimes it's a bit irritating. You made your move and you want to go for a walk or want to go to the bathroom and take your own time, then your opponent makes a move. You have to get back to the board.
No, I mean, if you're already up and you see out the corner of your eye that the opponent's made the move, I don't think there's anything in the regulations that stops you from going to the toilet.
No, probably not. Let's say you don't. It's not nice walking around when you know your clock is running. And
Yeah,
it is your
that's
move.
the big thing, is that your clock's running. But after queen takes c3, knight d5, I think Topalov's doing just all right here. He's going to put his bishop on f6. He's got two very active bishops, queen c2, bishop f6, and now if you move the rook, let's say to c1, you've got to be careful of rook b8 coming, and then rook down to b2.
Right.
But let me tell you, this is a very interesting game, because I think in a normal situation, I think Kramnik would have bailed out with the draw a bit earlier, because you foresee these kinds of positions, and I think they favour Topalov.
I don't know. I don't see Kramnik bailing out against Topalov with white ever, because there's so much pride between those two.
But do you think that Kramnik would be happy with this position?
No, I don't think it went particularly well. I don't think he should have allowed this knight takes c5, opening the position up, because now it's much more of Topalov's game than just a couple moves ago. But I can't see a universe in which Kramnik would be happy repeating moves early against Topalov.
No, happy not. But if you've got a choice of going into something like this against Topalov, or perhaps, you know, I suppose psychologically speaking as well, that would be...
Yeah, you just can't do it.
He's just got to try and fight.
And still, his position is far from clear. A move like rook to b1, and if white is giving a little bit of time, pushing his e-pawn up the board with e4, e5, he could still very much claim the initiative, putting his knight to e4. So it is everybody's game, but I'm with you. It certainly helped Topalov to open the position up a little bit. He's less cramped now. I believe we have a very special guest in the studio.
Very special guest. That
countryman of yours, isn't it?
Countryman of mine, yes. A former World Championship finalist, a legend in his own right, Grandmaster Nigel Short.
Hi.
Nigel, hi, how are you?
Lawrence,
nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Not playing today, Nigel, I see.
I was benched for my dismal defeat yesterday.
It wasn't too bad, but the team
are doing fine, so no problem at all with that.
Nigel, nice to see you, and we can see that we haven't actually gone to the England.
We haven't covered it at all yet. Let's check in with the English.
Let's check in. We're not doing that badly, so it's not...
you managed to draw Germany. That was
I know. That was the high point of our Olympiad so far.
Which board is England at?
We are
top 10?
Yes, we're board 9.
Board 9. We've won 3 matches and drawn 1 against the mighty Germany.
There we go. So we've got Liem Le Quang, who beat Mickey at the last Olympiad.
He did, I remember that.
I remember it as well, and I remember it not being a particularly great game by Mickey.
Yeah.
Today looks as though...
It's pretty dull.
This is Vietnam, by the way, that England is playing. Very strong young team. And I believe they have 3 guys called Nguyen, or Win, as it's pronounced.
I think maybe 4, actually.
Maybe 4.
I'm not sure. But
must be tricky to prepare for them.
We've got the idea at the next Olympiad. We're all going to change our names by deed poll to John Smith.
Yes.
John Smith?
Yeah, and we can be John R. Smith, or John D. Smith, or whatever, and we'll change our board orders, and
they won't be able to prepare for us.
They won't be able to prepare for us at all.
For John Smith, field the team
for John Smith and Matthew Sadler.
Position. C takes d5 played. He's going to recapture with the knight.
No, he's going to take with the horsey.
And knight c4.
Yeah, queen c7.
Queen c7. And
it's just a question is...
you've got to be a bit careful. Bishop h3 and e4 is in the air, isn't
it?
That's unpleasant. You don't want to go f5
as soon as you go
really
f5.
Have to.
As soon as you go f5.
Well, just continue one moment. I don't want to go f5, but just continue for
E4?
one moment. E4, knight b4.
Queen b3? Or rook takes and queen b3? Looks almost gone, doesn't it? You're losing a pawn?
Maybe it was more accurate what you said. It could be concrete. Yeah, there's rook d7.
I think you're just losing a
hang on. Yeah, I have to do that.
You have to do that. You have to do that.
Take once more, and now queen b3.
This is No, this is huge. No, this is.
This looks awkward.
This
Looks
looks
very awkward. So maybe has he got some tactical problems? Did he just mess up?
Maybe. Well, I think after knight c4,
maybe you can go to e6. Is that possible?
that looks so strange. But
Well, the pawn is kind of hanging, but you want to stop bishop h3, right?
Yeah, queen e6 is all right.
so you
Knight
leave,
takes a5.
Knight b4.
b4 probably.
Yeah.
and you
Or,
win a2, do you?
or did we have knight takes e3? Is that possible?
Ooh.
Is that? That was just a suggestion. No, you can play rook d7. So probably that's not good.
Could take on c2.
Yeah.
It's a question if
Yeah. No, okay, I'll go back. I'll play knight b4 instead.
playing it safe.
Yeah. Play some old man's chess. Takes.
Who's older? Are you older or is Mickey older?
I'm older by some years.
okay.
I'm going to play in the World Seniors Team Championship next year.
Are you?
In
Serious?
Dresden, I'm serious.
What's
Yeah.
the age limit?
You've got to turn 50, I think, during the course of the year. So
We've got a strong team
Turning
there.
I'm
50 already? Are you serious?
Yeah,
Wow.
next year I'll be able to.
Wow, that's going to be a big party.
Time flies. I grew up watching chess with the match Kasparov Short, and
Yeah.
you were in your 20s, early 30s?
No, late 20s. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Unbelievable. No, you can't do this because you lose the queen, but you have to move the queen to e2.
What did I do? Did I blunder something?
You blundered your queen, but
You
apart
I
from
shouldn't
that,
do that.
No, that's yeah.
but I think bottom line is
Rook
he's
d7,
played
rook
knight
d7.
c4, and we're going to wait for
Queen
Mickey.
e2.
Queen e7
Yeah,
is bad news.
better play queen e6. Yeah, because the a pawn is hanging now, isn't
Yeah.
it? That's
No, once
so-
the a pawn
Yeah,
goes,
no. If we
it's-
go rook takes d1 and queen.
yeah,
takes
rook takes d1, queen takes
takes
e2. Yeah.
Looks like it's about okay.
Yeah, he's going to
Yeah.
hold this.
Yeah,
No, he holds this in this
Yeah.
position.
yeah.
Where you
Knight
take queen,
b7,
queen takes
queen
b2, and
Yeah. If
Even
you get the
white
queens
somehow
off,
wins
yeah.
this pawn.
Even if he gets and we get the queens off, it's a dead draw. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's.
Oops.
Oh yeah, that
Yeah,
was. There, you're
yeah,
getting a
there.
bit over exuberant there, Jan. That's.
what about board 2? Because it looked like Owen
Yeah.
won a pawn. Oh, he didn't win a pawn, but he's doing.
Right.
It's the first of the England against Win matchups. Which Win is that? I believe Gong Truong Son, sorry for the mispronunciation.
Chong Song win.
He's a very strong player, isn't
He
he?
is,
Like
yeah.
2,650 or something.
He's
Very
yeah
tricky
about
guy.
that. Here we go.
And there we got their lineup. Win, win, win.
Well, we're hoping not. We're hoping loss, loss,
Yeah.
loss. Actually, that's really what we're hoping for. But rook c7. Maybe black's quite solid here as well, though.
It
That's,
looks better for white there.
yeah.
I'd take white.
Yeah, you'd take
definitely.
white.
There's-
Definitely.
Yeah. Bishops.
Yep.
I mean, Bobby liked his bishops.
Bobby.
Yeah.
It's a big, very sensitive subject on this show, if the bishop pair is an advantage or not. We have very mixed opinions.
No,
on
of
it.
Right.
course, it's an advantage in many positions.
Well, this is just a single bishop,
Yeah.
and of course, Bobby was brilliant with bishop against knight.
That's
Just purely bishop.
what was that
They almost-
ending? Oh no, that was when he won with the knight against bishop with the pawns on d5 and d4.
Oh,
and he
that
had
was
this
another
knight
one.
f8, knight
Yeah,
e6.
well, whichever minor piece
He's
had,
good with it,
he was better.
knight or
with it. That
bishop,
was-
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He played
There is
rookie.
some
Bill.
truth to that. I believe I read somewhere, and I think it's kind of true, that having different minor pieces favors the stronger player. So
Yeah.
no matter if Bobby had knight against bishop or bishop against knight, there's more imbalances to outplay the opponent.
Yeah.
Still, Gawain Jones better, but black has decent chances to hold that.
Let's
It's
try
fair to
David
say,
Howe.
right?
David's holding that one.
Mhm.
Not much going on there at all.
That looks pretty
This looks
tedious.
very
That's
dull.
tedious. Yeah.
But when you've got Matthew Sadler on your team, as long as the rest of the team draws.
Well, we'll see.
Here
Oh.
we go.
Oh,
Doesn't
it's-
look like he's winning
No,
just yet,
no.
I gotta tell you.
No, but actually, he's probably a bit better here with some pressure against the a pawn.
Wow. Slight pressure maybe, but he also has his b pawn, so draw is a favorite in this one, right? With this symmetrical structure.
Well, yes, but
You never know with
rook a1 is
It's black's move.
Right, let's
yeah, no,
make
I
some moves.
understand.
Let's say a6.
Oh, you
rook
put
a1.
you're weakening yourself.
I might
there,
have to
yeah.
anyway.
You know, rook a1, and just
Put the queen over here.
yeah, you probably have to because you have to watch out for rook b5 ideas. So. Yeah.
Yeah, a long way
it's
to go.
not too much going on. I agree.
So we need
Yeah.
Gawain to come through. or
Well, we
something
need
like-
somebody to. It looks like a tight match.
Actually,
It's a tight
port
match.
2 is the only one where England has serious winning chances at the moment, doesn't it? Like Adams, I don't think he can win this.
No.
easily.
No.
David Howell, he's a
No,
stronger
it's-
player, and there's some pieces
Nah,
left,
but he's
it's
never
very,
winning.
very
He's never
dead.
winning.
No, it's very dull.
Yeah.
And you do have Sadler. He's hurt many teams
Yeah.
in the past.
He's
from
just super strong.
many positions.
Let's go. Let's actually.
Are we talking politics on this show?
Well, I was just about to. We'll get. We know. We noticed you're wearing a T-shirt. there.
I hadn't
Yeah,
noticed
let's-
that. No,
yeah.
that's.
So you're
Yeah.
obviously voting for, or helping Kirsten Illusion. No, you're obviously helping Kasparov in his plight.
Yeah.
Mate, we are a neutral show.
Of course you are.
That's
Of course
why
you
there's
are.
an Englishman and a German hosting it.
Absolutely.
I mean, this
Yeah.
wouldn't have happened 50 years ago,
Yeah.
right?
Well.
No, we haven't mentioned it much. Of course,
We
it's
haven't,
not just
no.
the Chess Olympiad. One of the big storylines, the FIDE elections taking place on the 11th, I believe, in a couple days. Kirsan Ilyumshinov against Garry Kasparov. And Nigel seems to have a strong opinion on whom he's supporting.
Well, as the English delegates, I'm going to support Gary. But there was an interesting little incident, let's call it that, in the room downstairs, the exhibition room, because I was standing there with my back turned to the FIDE First stall. And then somebody called my name, and I turned round, and it was Berik Bulgabayev, Kirzan's right-hand man for many, many years. And he sort of summoned me over to the stall, and so I came over, and he handed me the latest Kirzan propaganda sheet, which is some FIDE First thing. But what he hadn't realised was that I was carrying my latest article for New in Chess called Tyranny on the reign of Kirzan Ilyumshinov, and I immediately handed Berik a copy of this, which he took and then proceeded to tear it up immediately, and I tore up his immediately, and that was just 20 seconds of
Interaction.
yeah, beautiful drama there. That's
Wow.
it's let's say the atmosphere is a little fraught.
Yeah, a bit tense, isn't it?
Yeah.
Another atmosphere, or rather,
That's
game
a pretty
that's
broad
tense.
atmosphere.
Yeah.
Well, can you tell us about Kramnik, Topalov, their relations?
Oh, yeah, they are, yes. They dislike each other almost as much as the others, I think, Sam and Gary. But
Actually, you're an expert on this handshaking situation, if I remember correctly. You
yeah.
had a little story with Ivan Cheparinov.
I did.
Trainer back in bike, right?
I did. Yes. That was actually at a time when the FIDE, the presidential board, had recommended these handshakes, and it wasn't actually written into the laws that this was obligatory, but it was more or less a pretty clear suggestion that that is what was necessary, and Cheparinov refused to shake hands with me, probably something he regrets. He came in for a lot of criticism for that, and the video on YouTube has been seen many hundreds of thousands of times. So it's not quite Justin Bieber stuff,
No.
but you know, for a
For
chess
a chess video, it's not bad.
for a chess video of a non-handshake, it's quite remarkable. So
We'll
can
check
we
that out.
Let's get-
we
we'll-
see what's happening?
We'll get to the game if we can, yeah, and if you could navigate to Kramnik Topalov.
Can
And
we?
look at that, he
Gotta
moves
move
every
all the way
time he
up
gets
on
up
the
from the
English
board. He
team.
moves. It's quite fascinating.
Here we go. I
Holy.
believe this is the current position. We
Yeah,
just
isn't he
have
going to
some
play e4?
He played
Oh, he plays
e4. Bishop takes.
Oh, he
A-
took on a1. This is going to be good for white, isn't it? Oh, this looks very nice. I mean, I was getting very excited when I saw this position.
Looks like Kramnik is going out of his way. Actually, they both are to reach material imbalances. I remember in Norway chess, Kramnik sacrificed an exchange. There, it wasn't very good. But today it looks nice for him, doesn't it?
It looks very nice.
Bishop has to retreat.
Well, unless he's going to play e takes d5, which is just ugly.
Yeah,
That's
too
terrible.
much,
it's
pieces.
too much. Yeah, queen f6 and then rook b8 or something. I don't believe it. I'm just merely just suggesting it.
Yeah.
You know,
Knight
that's a
b3.
knight
I
b3
think
and
this
knight
is a
d4.
strong move and just clamping down.
No,
here.
I concur. Fully concur. Yeah, no, that's bad.
So
And if he goes bishop
goes
f6,
here.
and now d6 looks the most tempting, but d takes c6. He's also
Got three legitimate choices here.
Yeah, well, actually, d6 he looks the most natural to me.
Let's try that one. That looks... Kramnik is pretty good with the passed d-pawn, I've been told.
Yeah.
Like he's queened quite a lot of them against the Grunfeld defense, for example. Looks very
I think
pleasant. a lot of
Topalov is
compensation.
starting to dawn on him. He's just a shake of the head there. Is he?
I don't know what he's
Doesn't
doing.
look like a happy camper.
Doesn't look happy at
Well,
all.
he has to play something like queen d7, but that's miserably passive. And then maybe even knight e4?
Knight e4 looks quite tempting. This
Yeah.
is probably a threat. Knight takes f6.
Yeah.
So you have to go bishop back
And what
to
is this?
d8.
I mean, are you telling me that rooks are better than bishops? I mean, that's
I
rooks are
only have
better
strong
than
opinions on
mine.
bishops versus knights. Rooks, bishop, I'm willing to
rooks against
adjust to the
knights,
situation.
Yeah.
Well, Black's in for a bit of suffering here, isn't he?
Not sure about knight e4
No, I'm not
because
sure- I'm not
peeking at the machine which wants to retreat here.
Yeah.
Maybe we could go this route as
You
well.
can also,
trying to
you've got queen e4 and things like that. But the knight can just come into e5.
yeah.
Looks good.
No,
for
but it looks like enormous compensation. Or, by the way, let's say rook b8. How about just bishop d4?
Absolutely. Black takes, knight takes.
Ugh.
This bishop is kind of useless as well.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
You can stick it into the corner, but just defending a c6 pawn is not a very pretty task for it. No, I'm with you. I like white quite a lot
white
here.
looks very, very nice.
There was already a draw on board two in that match. Cheparinov
Oh,
did
let's
draw with Svidler.
Quickly go there.
Very.
Not very exciting.
No.
Yeah, it's one of these Queen's
No, it
gambits.
looks like Svidler had a clear mission, neutralize
Yeah.
Cheparinov with black, and he played a
Succeeded.
very solid line and succeeded.
What about if we go to the next board? So we've got Karyakin, Yotov, and...
Oh, this is surprising, because we had this position
yeah,
after
and he
b4,
he played b5.
rook
That's
d7, and we didn't expect b5 because of c5. I thought that was...
Yeah. Maybe he was concerned that he was dropping this d-pawn very quickly.
You would like to play c5 if you can with
Yeah, rook
white.
d8.
Rook d8, and probably he was
Queen c4.
worried, but queen c4, because now b5 is a much stronger threat.
Yeah. Well, is it a threat? Yes, I guess it's a threat.
A4,
Or even
b5.
a4 and
Yeah.
b5.
Yeah.
It looks like e5 can be
Runs
answered
into
with
d5.
d5.
Yeah. Well, this is the positional way of doing things, isn't it? To play c5.
I think that's
Looked
the
very
right way to
tempting.
do it.
Yeah.
Karyakin went b5, allowing c5,
Yeah.
and now d5.
Wow.
Yotov bishop e5, probably trying to regroup over here.
I think this is a much improved version for Black compared to with c5.
Still take white, because I don't see how black can really get an initiative, but certainly his chances to hold or to get counterplay have improved greatly, don't they? We
Yeah.
need someone with chess understanding here. I don't really know what's
No.
going on.
Well, we'll have to get Nigel-
Well, look, I would have played c5. I mean,
Yeah.
if I'm not
Absolutely.
dropping a pawn,
Yeah.
I would do that. So
Yeah.
that is fairly clear.
Yeah. What about the board
Let's-
4? We'll quickly go there, Nigel, and then
Yeah,
we'll,
sure.
we'll go to a
One
game of your...
short point. I'm curious if Nigel agrees. I'm not really in a position to criticize Sergei Karyakin.
Yeah,
but
you
I've
are.
noticed, it's what we do. We talk crap
Yeah.
about everybody.
Yeah.
I've noticed that he's an incredibly resilient defender, incredibly strong technician, But he does make some positional, slightly strange decisions once in a while, doesn't he? Like in this Norway chess which he won, he did get into trouble positionally every other game, and then would just win the game anyway.
Let me think about that.
I'm not sure that's a general theme.
Yeah.
I think that could
Yeah.
be.
Well, he's, I mean, he's tremendously strong. I mean, I played a 10-game match against him, rapid chess,
Right.
a few years ago, and I got absolutely hammered. So I'm not.
You
going
did.
to-
You did decide to put your knights on funny squares and move your pawns up the board. Funny though, you played all these offbeat Sicilian lines.
Yeah, I think I won a game. Did I win a game
Put
in a
on
King's Gambit? I may have won a
King's
game. I
Gambit.
may have won a game in a King's Gambit, but that was about the high point of that match for me.
I also didn't make it to move 30 in my last game against Kayakin, so take all this with a grain of salt.
Yeah, or
He's
several
as weak
grains.
as a 2786 player can be.
Yeah, yeah.
In the last game, let's quickly look at it. It looks like Nepomniachtchi has got a little something to work with now.
You look quite like. I'm sure I've seen you before. You look quite like Anna Rudolph. I'm sure.
Actually, I cut my hair a bit.
That was
there
it,
is
that was it.
virtually no difference. Anna Rudolph, of course, hosting our Spanish show for all you Spanish speakers out there. If you're getting sick of, not Nigel, but Lawrence and me, I would understand. Switch the language, watch a bit of Anna Rudolph.
Yeah.
Why not?
We'll stick with Jan Nepomniachtchi for now.
He's got a bit to work with, 2 bishops.
How much is it though?
Yeah.
Queen
You're the
C7, let's
spitting
say.
image of Sopica.
If only.
Try to get rid of these bishops with bishop.
Yeah, that
4
looks.
for stars.
That's a positional move.
I'm a bit tempted to go all positional and keep
Go on,
them.
rook takes.
Ah, yeah, you're not
Yeah.
letting me push here. I thought you had
No,
enough
no,
to
no,
work
no.
with.
No.
Just rook takes, yeah.
No. No such luck, Mishko.
And this is good for white, isn't it?
Yeah, this
Not
looks
sure,
better.
probably
Yeah, no, it
equal.
is. It is.
Queen,
It
no.
is. How much better for white, I don't know, but it's better for white.
So,
Rook e8, and then there is some pressure down the e file.
Right.
can we look at somebody you rate very highly?
Who do I
And-
rate very highly?
And I'm not talking about.
Yeah, go on.
Garry Kasparov.
Yeah,
I'm not going to mention any name. No, I'm talking about a certain Carlsen.
yeah,
Who
he's not bad. He's
you
not
always,
bad.
every time we've commentated in the past, Nigel, you always said, yeah, he's not bad. He knows how to play.
He does.
Is there
he
any
does.
particular reason for that?
What that
why
he
does-
knows? Why does he know how to play? Well, what's his? He's a pawn down.
He's a pawn down, but
Yeah. Well, I'll just tell you one little
Yes.
one little story about today's game, because I've been doing other things.
Okay.
You know, I've been having punch-ups with Berik Balgabayev and other things. But when I was at lunch, I came down for lunch and I saw Fabiano Caruana, who is now ranked number two in the
Actually,
world.
If Aronian draws this game, which is very
Okay,
likely.
you're-
he
don't
overtakes-
ruin, don't ruin my story.
We both saw it.
Sorry.
Don't ruin my story. So, so I said to him, because I just looked at the latest list, and I said, Fabiano, you're 0.3 points ahead of Levon Aronian, and I said, do you feel that that's a sufficient cushion to hold the number 2 spot? And he said, in fact, I'm pretty sure I'm going to lose it today, because he said, I'm not playing, and I don't think Levon is going to lose with white.
but he's
And
not going to win either, is he? Nigel?
he is not going to win. He has some sort of nominal advantage, but only if Magnus is incredibly careless, but I really can't see it.
What has
Doesn't
happened?
have a history of being all that careless in
No.
these endings, right?
No.
And he could,
You
yeah,
know,
go Queen
even-
C7, Bishop D6.
Yeah, even I would be reasonably confident of holding such a position. So.
Because this is one of the positions we've talked about opposite colored bishops quite a bit, where there's not enough material left that white can drum up any kind of initiative, and then the drawing aspects they do have whenever the queens come off,
Yeah.
it's just a dead draw.
Unless there is something like, okay, he's covering the e5 square for the moment. So let us suppose, there's a pass move. I don't know what. I'm just trying to.
Well, he's played bishop c2. We've actually got queen c7, bishop c2, bishop e2, queen d6, threatening queen d5 in some positions, and then bishop c4 to stop queen d5.
He's played bishop c4. Yeah, I don't know what. No plan, basically. No. The one idea I had, which he may do slowly, because in this type of position, if you're going to get any winning chances at all, you have to faff around for huge amounts of time and just sort of lull the opponent into a false sense of security. And then after 20, 30 moves, you spring your one idea on the guy. And
so what's the one idea?
Well, possibly something along the lines of, I could just imagine a position where you get, let's say, a queen into h7. It's not going to work because there are tactical reasons why this doesn't work. Let's just make a few moves. This isn't going to happen. Queen e5. But let's say theoretically, because we'd have to make more moves. Queen, it's not going to work. Something with bishop
b5.
Bishop on c6. Bishop on c6 and a queen on g8 or queen on h8. Something like that. Where you start to get, I mean, you probably need the pawn on c4 as well. But even there,
you need basically you need everything.
Basically, I mean, you need,
and the pawn on h5 drops as well.
Yeah,
Let's say this position.
Yeah, and even here.
Even here.
I've just given up. It's a draw. Okay, it's
a draw, ladies and gentlemen. Levon Aronian. He's gonna keep playing for a while, but he doesn't look all that happy, does he?
Well, I mean, I don't think he's unhappy. He doesn't look that thrilled. Let's put it like that. It's he's probably planning what he's going to wear at the Bermuda party tonight.
Oh yes, we haven't actually talked about that at all. It's good to know that you're maybe as a seasoned Olympiad team member, England team member, you've been to how many Bermuda parties in your
a lot. Yeah, yes.
And what's the general conclusion from these parties?
They are
and remember we have a very we're a family friendly show. Very family friendly.
Yeah, well, it's a sort of convivial getting together of people from
chess players.
Yeah, from chess players from different countries, and where they let their hair down.
Who enjoy a glass of wine.
And they enjoy a certain amount of alcohol, which they'll be enjoying expensively.
That is a bit of a problem. Of course, tomorrow we have a rest day at the Chess Olympiad. It might not look like a lot of work, but those are very tense events for most people. A lot of expectations at home, team meetings, playing your game. So tomorrow having a rest day, everybody's really happy to
there may be a few worried calls to bankers for those people who've brought a round of drinks, but
I can tell you a short story about that one. My first time in Norway, I played a little blitz tournament at the Oslo Chess Club, and I was fortunate enough to win it. First prize was like 150 euros, so I was happy with myself. And I went to the bar with some guys, like 5 people, I believe. I said, I won the tournament, first round is on me.
Yeah,
that went my first prize. I'm not even exaggerating all that much. Beer and other adult beverages are very, very pricey here. 12 euro is, I think, the average going rate, isn't it?
Yeah, so that will be interesting. We've got an overview of the hall there, Nigel. How are the playing conditions in general, would you say?
They're fine. It's actually, I'd say overall it's a good Olympiad. Okay. That's as a veteran of 16 of them now.
Wow, 16
consecutive Olympiads.
Wow.
And even I attended in Lucerne 1982, but only as a spectator. But this is.
Were you born in 1982, Lawrence?
I'm not that old. You were not born in.
I was born
in 79, right?
That's right.
My goodness. Yeah. There we have close-ups. I believe that's Zera Topal of the Turkish women's team. Where is the cameraman going?
Yeah, no, Zera's nice.
We've got, goodness, I don't know.
The
Norwegian women's team against Sweden. The Norwegian women's team playing
Big
Sweden.
grudge match today, Norway
Huge
2
grudge
against
match.
Sweden. They're actually doing better than Norway 1, as has been explained to me quite a significant amount of times. And there they get their camera time.
Yeah. The only complaints I've heard are the toilets are not the greatest here. Yeah. But anyway, I could just say on the positive side, it's very, very nice that we're in the centre, and the centre is very small. So most of the players are in walking distance.
Right.
So that is actually unusual. Unfortunately, there just isn't enough accommodation. One or two people are a little bit further out.
Right.
I'm sorry for them. But most of them are in the centre.
Most of them are in this very hotel we see there on the mountain. We're kidding. It's a very compact centre, and I like it. It's walking distance anywhere.
Yeah.
Small Olympians tend to be better than Olympiads in big cities.
Yeah, absolutely, and much better than having it in an industrial park like 2012, Istanbul 2012, which was pretty hideous. So, and one thing I can say in our hotel, the Rika Icehaven, I don't know how to pronounce that, but the food is excellent. A really very, very good food, especially when you consider they're catering for a large number of people. So
especially if you like fish. I'm not sure they're pulling the fish out of this lake. There's tons of fresh fish every day.
It's fantastic. I will give them definitely 9 out of 10 for their catering. Brilliant. So there are a lot of positives here. You know, there are always some little little niggles here and there. People, they are not satisfied with certain aspects. But overall, I think they've done an excellent job.
Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to do, Nigel. I'd actually like to be the English delegate in this matter. Yeah. And to give you one of our Chess24 goodie packs.
Oh, good.
You like your goodie?
I got.
It's not the same. Tell us you got another goodie pack earlier.
I did. I got the Kasparov delegates one.
We can exchange them. We'll take one of those.
Yeah, and I got a Samsung. What do you call it? A note?
Tablet.
Tablet. That's it. Yeah. So that's worth a bit.
We're gonna step up our goodie bag a little bit. Put some tablets in there.
No. Well, you might need some tablets after the Bermuda party tonight.
Of course, I have to hand that over to the English Chess Federation. Of course.
Of course. Well, we're going to give you a travel coffee mug, which compares a pen and various other things. There you are, Nigel.
Thank you very much, sir.
And I think actually it would be now a great time for us to just take a quick breather. We'll be right back with the conclusion of Aronian Carlsen, Kramnik Topalov, and all the other important games.
Thanks a lot, Nigel.
And thank you, Nigel Short. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Hello everybody, welcome back to round 5 of the 41st Chess Olympiad. I'm Ron Strent and this is Jan Gustafsson. A lot of the big games still in play today, but for the moment, Jan, I believe we have another very special guest who is joining us.
Yeah, we have one of the strongest, not players, even though he's a strong grandmaster, but trainers in the world. A guy who's worked with many of today's leading grandmasters, Fabiano Caruana, Anish Giri, Timur Rajabov. Also used to be a long-time trainer of the Dutch national team, so we'll certainly check in with the Dutch with him. Welcome, Vladimir Chuchilov.
Hello.
Hello, Vladimir. How are you?
Yeah, fine. Always going its way, yeah.
Okay. And you're here with not Fabiano Caruana, who I suppose most people know you have worked with. Who are you here with here?
Yeah, for this tournament I had a break. I had a permission to go with Timur Rajabov. So we started working like half a year ago. And that was kind of interesting opportunity to go to see how it's going in the tournaments. So here we are.
And
doing pretty well so far. The Azeri
Yeah.
on the top board. Mamedyarov already won his match, so let's briefly check in with your latest student, Timur Rajabov.
Yeah, hopefully. Though today it's not game is not going so easy, but okay. So the idea was, of course, to get some fight, because after winning first round, he had some kind of relatively quiet period. Missed a couple of chances, made a couple of draws. So today wanted to get some fight, but position got slightly worse actually.
There we see a bio.
So struggling a little bit.
And this is his position at the moment with black against Milos Perunovic, very solid grandmaster from Serbia. Looks like he's having some holes on the king side somehow.
Yeah, his position doesn't look so easy. Yeah, but okay, so this is kind of working situation. So if you want to play for a win with blackout days, it's clear that you have to take some risks. Yeah.
How is it for you as a coach? Are you suffering during the games when your students are playing, rooting for them, or?
Well, it's like before the games, during the games, and after the games.
Just suffering all day long.
And what is you must be the most in demand coach trainer in the world. What would you say is, you know, allowed you to achieve such a status? What do you do? Do you have, I mean, without revealing your secrets, of course, you
I was
wouldn't
trying
do
to
that.
ask, do you accept new students? Would you consider?
Jan Gustafsson, he would love to
Yes,
work with
I
you,
heard.
yeah.
Yes. But then we will have a few wonderful commentators less.
Because-
Yeah. So
Well, thank you. That's very
Maybe the chess commentary level will step up a bit, though.
yeah.
But because you work on your own, you're not part of some school or something like this, are you?
No. It's like, well, I was also lucky with my students, of course. This is how it goes. Yeah, that you get to know some new talented players, and you're working with them, then they're developing, and well, this is kind of becomes the result of your work, which is definitely remarked by other people, and well, this is how it's going for the trainer. So it's not like you decide to be a trainer and immediately you have lots of students, and many people even don't know that you're working as a trainer. But well, I was lucky.
One guy you worked with a lot, I don't think he deserves a lot of credit for making you a famous trainer, but is the Dutch player Luc van Vely.
No, he has also his contribution, because actually from working with him, this is where after our first walk we did, it was back to 2003, when he was playing in Wekenzee. It's a traditional Dutch tournament. And before this, he was not, let's say, doing his best in this tournament, particularly, having really quite a big minus score. So that was my first kind of big experience, where we had a really very long preparation before the tournament. It was like 5 weeks or something, and we were really working very intensively. And he played really very, very good in this tournament. So that was, let's say, the starting point, where I had an idea that, well, somehow I'm much better when I'm as a second, when I'm, let's say, playing myself. So I like the whole idea, how it goes, that all this preparation and everything. But of course, it was still pretty far from the idea to become a professional trainer. Right. This came later. It came like year 2005, 2006, when I started to have some demands from Dutch Federation to train some youth players. And then there were years from, let's say, 2006 till 2010, where I had to work very hard on my concept of, which is later known like strategic balance, so my student known. So, and yeah, it's a long way. So let's say, yeah, it takes some time.
So are you busy every day of the year, or do you have some time to play yourself, take some holidays?
No, usually my holidays, if you can call it holidays, they're kind of combined with
a chess tournament.
With some chess tournament or with some student, or yeah, so it's mostly working all the year.
Let's take a brief look at Van Vely's game, because it's a crazy position he has on the board against Yu Yangyi from China. There we got the current standings. It's 1-1 in the match, China-Netherlands.
Oh, actually,
And
it became kind of less clear suddenly, because before it looked
Owen
to be
was
quite
in-
bad for Luke.
Yeah.
Now it's
Ah, for Luke. Yeah, let's have a look.
At least it looks very sharp. But of course, how is the time? We don't see
we
here
can
clearly.
check 1 second. I'll go find that out. Very unbalanced. White has rook, bishop, and knight against the black queen.
Usually, it's
Better
of course quite dangerous, yeah, because 2 pieces on the rook. We all know that it's huge force. But here, White's king is a little bit open, and okay, for the moment, it looks like White has to retreat with the knight. Although rook h1, maybe I see some kind of move. I don't know.
Very tricky. The time situation, White has 11.5 minutes, Black has 20 minutes, so no crazy time trouble yet.
Oh,
But
this
they're
is,
only-
this is quite an achievement, because recently I think Luke was going quite to some time trouble. So this time, yeah.
I think he was in preparation for quite a long time, but then it went slightly wrong. Let's try a move like rook h1.
Yeah, rook
What's
h1
going
looks
on here?
like a very critical move. And probably you have to remove your queen, you're playing
Check.
check. Yeah. King b1.
Probably.
And I don't know, maybe, I don't know if you can, yeah, probably you have to play h5, because other moves they look, I don't know, maybe, okay, taking on g2, it's very dangerous, of course. It's,
Let's see if White can mate there. I'm not
yeah.
sure.
Looks like checkmate, doesn't
yeah,
it?
it's like checkmate, yes.
Not quite
No.
though.
Not yet, but very close.
Looks dangerous, yeah.
Yeah, no, this is of course he's not going to do. So most probably he's
It
going
is.
to play h5, so probably knight f6, attacking the pawn again.
King g7, let's say. No, at least the king has a little more breathing space on g6.
Yeah, because the point is if the rook leaves from the first rank, there is
There's always
some checks immediately
Yeah.
are coming. Yeah,
You could go queen f1 check.
queen
Even-
f1 it looks like, yeah.
Even this move, I'm not sure.
also
Rook
interesting,
h6,
yeah,
you can
yeah.
take on g5, and if Black doesn't get checkmate, I think he has enough counterplay with f4, queen takes g2. Could go either way, really.
Yeah, and especially, okay, it looks like the time is already coming close so to time trouble, so White, so it's, yeah.
I
Anyway,
believe-
position remains very sharp, it's obvious.
More good news for the Dutch, I believe, is that Robin van Kampen, if I'm not mistaken, also a former student of yours.
Still working.
still?
With, still,
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
time to time. Although less, obviously, because much less time recently, but still.
Well, the good news, I think, is he drew his game. We thought, following, of course, the computer's opinion, that he was in some trouble here, but it looked like they did agree to a draw in this position after knight d3, which leaves, once again, a former student of yours, Anish Giri, world-class player in his own right,
Right. Yes.
and Luke van Veli. The match is in their hands.
So what's the position of Anish?
Looks more or less balanced,
Yeah,
doesn't
it
it?
looks like balanced. Yes.
Equal pawns.
And
equal
okay, knowing
pieces.
that Manu is very solid player, and I guess it's going to be balanced still for a while. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. We can expect a draw here, and then this crazy position between
Yeah.
Yu Yang-yi and Van Veli.
Yeah, probably this game will decide a lot. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
Knight
Yeah, so knight
d6 has been
d6,
played.
yeah.
Maybe a better move than rook h1. bring
yeah,
the
I
knight
would say
into
that still Black's position is pretty dangerous.
Yes.
Because, okay, 2 pieces and they seem to coordinate well. So eventually b4 is coming and... yeah,
B4,
it's-
B5 is coming in some
Yeah.
positions, yeah.
This is still quite dangerous. Also, you know, some even attacking chances. Yeah,
Yeah.
on f5 somewhere maybe I can take. So it's still...
No, I agree. And yeah, if Van Veli were to lose this, the Dutch would most probably lose the match as well. So a lot riding on that. You used to be the coach of the Dutch team as well, right? You
In
don't have time anymore.
you mean Luke?
No, I mean the whole Dutch Olympic
myself.
team.
Yeah. Yes. So it's actually more or less this is the first year that okay, my contract with Dutch Federation terminated, so we didn't renew it. So
Oh, okay.
so
Still,
I went to private sector.
right.
Yeah. More lucrative, the private sector.
Tell me about
well,
it,
that's
tell
why
me
we're
about it.
here, yeah. That's why, you know. He's not
We're
playing
all
for Germany and
corporate.
I'm not playing for England for those exact reasons.
That is the only
the
reason
only
you're not playing
reason-
for England.
right,
Let's
that is the
point
only-
that out. Another former student of yours, or no, still a student, Fabiano Caruana, is the number 2 in the live ranking list today. He has, however, the problem if Levon Aronian draws or wins his game, He's out of the number 2 spot back to number 3.
I'm pretty sure that it's what's going to happen.
Very unlikely Aronian is going to lose his position here. We
Yes,
see him
it's really very unlikely, yeah. So,
in deep thought. But do you think White has any winning chances here?
well, objectively speaking, it's very close to draw.
Right.
Mostly it is a draw. But okay, of course, actually computer estimation is rather optimistic.
Yeah, probably too optimistic.
Yeah, computer
He
likes
doesn't
pawns still, yeah,
understand.
although he likes to sacrifice it too. But yeah, it's very close to draw. Of course, there is some kind of small grip on the king side as well, but still very little chance.
Movsesian Hammer was a draw, and as was Johannesson Akopian. So actually,
Not very exciting game.
well, two pretty big results there. I mean, Johannesson rated 120 points less than Akopian.
Absolutely.
And that means that the remaining games, Agderstein, Sargsyan, well, that one looks like it's going to be the decider to me.
We can assume a draw is very likely, and Aronian against Carlsen. So probably this is the decisive game of the match. And Gabriel Sargsyan trying to put pressure with black. Looks like he's got a little something.
Yeah, he's got a little something. This is for sure. Also, you have to, when you look in games of Simon, you have to look the time because he likes time trouble. So you have to see what's. Yeah, that's an important factor too.
Oh, and this is very important. This could mean a very, Sargsyan with black.
Actually, White's position is pretty unpleasant.
It's very unpleasant. You can't move the knight,
yeah.
and if Rook FC1, you lose a pawn.
You want to
right?
go Rook C1, but Black will take it.
Do you lose
and
a pawn?
if you take with the Rook, B4 is hanging, so
you have to
probably
take with the
Bishop
bishop.
takes. It looks a little uncoordinated.
AB, and Knight A4 maybe.
Well, no immediate problems yet, it seems.
Yeah, maybe
Win-
Knight A4.
Knight
It's
A4
just
win-
it looks like somewhere
well,
Black
that wins a pawn.
is going to win a
All
pawn.
right, Knight takes and Rook
Yeah.
takes. Oops, sorry.
And a pawn is a pawn, right? You can
Right.
work a bit like the
And still, once again, you have to watch the time.
yes.
Let's find out. Simon Agderstein has 7.5 minutes left. Gabriel
Yeah.
Sargsyan still
Yeah, you see,
17
yeah.
minutes.
No, because I just could watch him in action in Stavanger, and he played actually very reasonable, but always in time trouble.
Yeah, he played great in Stavanger.
Yeah, it is actually the point that it's not easy to play top players, so it takes a little bit more time maybe.
We had the result, Gusinov Sedlak was a draw, and with Mamedyarov winning. Radjabov in some difficulties.
Yeah.
Mamedov looks okay. Well, that one is still undecided.
Yeah.
And the other big
Yeah,
matches.
Mamedov was pressing quite seriously. But I think
go
he
there
had,
for a
he had a pawn up, but I don't know.
Why don't we
happens
actually
since
go to Kramnik Topalov?
Oh, yeah,
That's
that's
an
very-
exciting
that's-
game.
That's actually
yeah.
been heating up. Yeah, we gotta go there. And here we are. That we
Oh
see
my
Topalov
goodness.
thinking.
Oh, this is really things are really interesting.
We last left it off around here after Kramnik sacrificed an exchange, a rook for a bishop. ED Queen F6 was played by Topalov. Kramnik went D6, Queen C3, Queen D1. What do you think, Vladimir? This pawn on D6 must be worth at least an exchange, doesn't it?
Yeah, obviously. It's obvious that White has very good compensation here. The question is, of course, that you still have to play precise.
Yeah, and
And,
Topalov is trying to create some counterplay.
But the game went, it went already.
Yeah, Bishop C6.
Bishop takes C6.
Rook
that
D8,
was-
Knight B1.
he did. Yeah, that's is all kind of Rook D8 he played.
Let's go to the position they have on the board currently. Queen F6, Queen D2, Rook B8, Bishop E4. Just threatening to run these
Wow.
pawns up the board.
Yeah,
E5,
that's-
Knight C3.
Yeah,
This
it
is the
seems to
position.
be really very critical for black. Because what to do? So you would like, of course, to take on F4, but then Knight D5 is coming.
Oof.
Could just be lost for black, doesn't it? And Queen G5, even the endings. Queen
Yeah,
takes
the
F4.
ending. This is what
takes.
White wants. Yeah, because the two pawns, then it's unstoppable.
Just
Yeah,
unstoppable.
maybe you have to retreat to D8 or maybe not. Yeah, to try and yeah, this is.
It also runs into all kinds of trouble. Knight
Knight
E7,
E7,
Knight
Knight
C6.
C6. Yeah, this is. Yeah, this is good chances for white, obviously, yes. Although, and the time it's already not really of a great importance. They have moved 39, right?
They have 2 moves to go, so I don't think time trouble is an issue. Topalov seems like he has plenty of time, but he could just be lost. Another move that I was thinking was taking here, but this is the same story. This ending also looks terrible.
Yeah,
This ending is a dream for white, isn't it?
Right, yeah, the 2 pawns really very strong,
Yeah.
yes.
No, I think Vlad's got a great chance. I think he's got a... And he,
Yeah, they recently, if you look their games, they always exchange with big blows to each other.
It's true, yeah.
White has been having the upper hand.
Draw is not an option anymore.
Right.
Whoever was white has been crushing the other recently.
Yes.
Have you worked with Kramnik in the old days?
No, I didn't have this chance. It would be interesting, but didn't have a chance.
Can we just check out the other games in this? Because I'm looking, let's go to Jan Nepomniachtchi playing black against Rusev. Is this ending winning, or what's going on?
Yeah, there was
Waiting for
also...
whom?
this is a lot changed since last time I've seen it. Oh, now black is, of course, very good. Because at some moment it was a critical position, yeah? Because white had some ideas to make a blockade on d3 with the knight, and, well... Now it
Why is
seems
this so bad for white? I go king f3, put my knight on d3.
No, this is
What's
very
the problem?
concrete, very concrete. So probably, so how it goes? Actually, no, this is very concrete because he goes h2,
Go for-
king g2, bishop h4, knight d3, and bishop g3 probably.
So you
that's
hold-
the point.
Yeah,
you
that's
hold
the
on
point.
to the pawn. And then?
But still, how
And
can
then we
black
don't
ever
know.
be
Maybe
better?
it's
Let's
not
say
that
wait.
bad actually. Maybe it's not that bad. It's probably fine actually.
like a draw. White can even
I
go
don't know how
a4.
I can make a progress. Maybe there's some kind of idea to get the king somewhere on g6 and sacrifice on f4, knight f4, king g5. But I'm not in time, of course.
no.
This is not a real idea.
No, probably it's just equal, right? I don't
Yeah,
see a
it
single
is
idea.
equal.
for
Yeah, it seems to be equal. Simply.
And look who we got in the picture there, ladies and gentlemen. None other than Garry Kasparov watching the games, looking at this ending. Ooh, he's got his very expressive face. He hasn't lost
shaking
that.
his head. I'm not sure why he's shaking his head.
Yes, confusing all the
Sending
players.
mixed signals.
Confusing all the players.
And there he is looking at the Karyakin game.
Let's follow Kasparov
he's-
around.
Don't know if he's happy there. Maybe he's not so... Oh, well, it looks as though Karyakin
Karyakin's in trouble, it looks like.
is in a bit of trouble here.
What happened here?
Oh,
What did Karyakin do?
that is really strange.
He wants to take...
It looked like he had a really. It looked like he had a really big advantage.
We've discussed this
No,
earlier. We thought here
C5 looked
and
very
white was
very
much
natural.
better.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I was also thinking. But of course, it's a concrete position, so you have to see if you cannot make pressure on d4. But it seems like queen c4
Queen
now.
c4. Whenever there's e5, there's d5.
Yeah, and then you go simply a4, b5, and yeah.
Looks
Looked
good.
very nice, but he went for b5, and ever since it's been a bit more unclear. c5, d5, bishop e5. Let's quickly go to the current position, because it looked like he ran into some serious trouble all of a sudden.
Yeah, this is really amazing how it happened.
This is what they got, and White's problem is, I believe, he can't take on d5 because if rook takes d5.
That's amazing.
And if rook takes d5,
Rook takes d5 and queen f4 is winning.
rook takes, c
Wow.
takes d,
Wow.
queen f4. And remember, I told you 4 hours ago, if black ever manages to switch
Yeah.
his queen and bishop around,
were
White
right.
will be in real trouble. And
This
now
is an
he
impressive
managed.
combination. This
Wow.
this is how it goes. Yeah.
And this
Unbelievable.
just looks winning.
Did you see, by the way, that Kraken, he missed the chance very early in the morning, or just on move, I think 13 or something. He had a very nice tactical idea.
Oh, let's go there.
So just at this moment, just one move before, here black played check. Yes, check.
Right.
King h1, bishop
Right.
f4,
Right.
and suddenly queen a3 could
Oh,
put black
that's
in a
cute.
serious trouble.
Wow.
That's very nice.
That's a very
It
difficult
could,
move to see,
it
yeah?
could be very short game actually,
Wow.
because now it seems like c5 is the only move.
Some very pretty geometry. Let's just briefly show it. Knight takes e4,
Oh, yes, this
runs
is
into
very
queen
nice, mate.
e7, checkmate, and bishop g5 runs into knight d6, check.
Right.
King d8, knight f7, picking up this bishop with a winning position. It's Queen a3, c5, but this looks scary, scary, scary.
Yes, and now, well, you could simply
Bishop
take on
f6.
f6, and more or less white is winning a pawn without big compensation, yeah?
Wow. It's a
Unbelievable.
hard move to spot though, if you
Very
don't see
tough.
the idea.
That was very important move, and maybe now this is kind of the payback, yeah?
Right.
Once you missed opportunity, then, well,
There you go.
No,
Yeah, it's
the position that's currently on the board, just to wrap this up, is the one after rook d8, and it doesn't look like Kayakin can recapture, so he is probably lost.
probably losing. Unbelievable. What a result that
Because
would be.
c takes d is the same problem, queen f4,
Queen F4.
just crushing,
immediately, yeah.
and rook takes d5, I believe, once again the same
Same-
idea,
it's
rook
the same
takes
thing.
d5,
You can't take
cd,
on
queen
d5.
f4, and bishop
And I have
d5.
to say, it's not such a difficult
It's not.
line.
No, of course it's not.
Easy.
It's
to
really,
spot.
it's definitely what he missed.
Of course.
Unbelievable. Well, look, Vladimir, thank you very much for joining
Yeah.
us. We
Yeah.
really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank
And
you very much.
good
Yeah,
luck
bye-bye.
with your training, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Vladimir
Thanks,
Chuchalov, there. One of the greatest trainers, if not the greatest trainer in the world, joining us. Maybe I should call him up, you know, get some lessons off him.
I think he has a little free
What are your
spot in
rates,
there.
Vladimir? Are they cheap? They're not cheap. I know that for a fact. All right. I believe
think
we're
they
going to have...
differ a little bit depending who calls.
How much work he has to do? Is that what you mean?
I don't know, yeah, probably.
He has to be like, what do you play, Lawrence? I'll say, look, we won't even start there. let's just not.
Let's
do
start
that.
from scratch.
All right. So we've got the standings.
Let's have a brief look at the standings. Azerbaijan, Serbia. Azerbaijan 1.5 up thanks to the win of Shakria Mamedyarov. But they still have their work cut out for them because Rajabov is in some trouble against Perunovic. Russia,
Yeah.
Bulgaria, of course, still only one draw, but Kramnik looking to be in very good shape.
Yeah.
And I believe China, Netherlands, the match is tied at 1-1, and we have the two players who, in true team spirit competitions, drew their games with white reasonably quickly, left their teammates to suffer with black, and they're both here in the studio. Welcome, Robin van Kampen and Erwin Lamy.
Thank you
We'll create some
for
space
coming.
for them.
We'll try and get Robin and Erwin both in the picture because they're both very strong players and beautiful people. So it'd be a shame to have them off camera.
Thank you, friends.
That wasn't me saying. That's just the general, the general consensus from our audience. How are you doing, guys? 2 draws. Now, let me say, we have looked at your games in some depth, so I don't think we've got time to go through both of them now, but looks as though, forgive me for saying, Robin, you bailed out at a good moment, I think, in your game.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought that the position was equal, but I had some time now to look at the computer eval, and apparently I'm clearly worse. Yeah.
Yeah, a bit like...
But to be honest, it was a bit strange what was
we
happening.
can have a look
because,
at the final position at
yeah.
least.
Because I think we repeated like 5 times or something. Because honestly, I was not afraid to play on. I thought that Luke was in serious trouble, so I kind of wanted him to play on. But yeah,
You have no
Let's bring
option,
up the board for a second there, and here we go. I believe, yeah, it looked like a game of chicken. You guys moved around 18 times, and who would claim the draw first, right?
yeah. Well, chicken. I don't know.
No, a game of chicken means like whoever claims the draw
right.
first.
Yeah, yeah. It was like not the honorable thing to do. Yeah, to claim the draw.
But it's an interesting story, actually, because I don't know if you know this. Wei Yi in Gibraltar this year played Mickey Adams, and they repeated the position, I promise you, about 10 times. And Mickey was looking at Wei Yi because Mickey was black. I was like, well, you're white, you claim the draw.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if, maybe Wei Yi just doesn't claim draws. Maybe he just waits for something to happen. I don't know how it works. But anyway, side story.
So why are you in trouble? Rook d1, the computer says black should just continue playing with rook d8,
Yeah,
but it
and I
doesn't look
thought
so bad.
bishop e3 here. That now that I consolidated, I mean, my structure should be slightly better. I thought.
Knight g4?
And I saw knight g4, but is
Oh.
it that dangerous? Takes bishop
Does he win a
c3.
pawn?
Takes.
Just some bishop h6 in the end. or
I
not?
thought, but there's knight
Ah,
f2
knight
check.
Knight
too.
f2 check.
So I have to make some king g1 or something.
Yeah.
And the point is bishop h6,
Alright, to be honest, I
Runs
didn't see
into
knight
this.
f2.
knight f2 with a double attack.
That's
Nasty.
nasty. Yeah.
But some king g1, I guess.
The computer likes black's chances, but very hard to decide on this from afar with a weakened king.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
some
guess
chances,
it's,
right? Bishop
computer
h6.
is right, yeah.
Yeah.
Still looks like you can't complain
You
about
can't complain.
repeating moves
Yeah.
there, making the draw was probably alright for the team.
Uh-huh.
Evan,
Oh,
you're on board 2. You're not the highest rated player on the team, but they put you on board 2. Is that part of your strategy, that you're more of a stopper?
Yeah, I'm like the dark horse of
Dark
the
horse.
team. No, I had actually I'm not at all the highest rated player in the team since I had the most horrendous month, July, where I lost around 40 rating
Oh my
points.
goodness! Wow.
But here so far it's been
You've been doing
it's
well,
been
right?
okay, yeah. So today I thought I was doing quite well, but I had a chance to look a bit at the computer evaluations, and it well, let's say it was not that clear.
Wasn't
Yeah,
clear.
I had compensation for the pawn, but not more than that probably.
Right. Well, this is a
Yeah,
fun.
final position is not
Yeah, here's
all
just
that exciting. We were
that was
discussing a
interesting.
position
Actually,
like
yeah, we can.
somewhere around here, and we couldn't decide who's better and why, really.
Yeah, I thought if I can get rook d1 in, maybe some king h1. You know, optically it looks quite, yeah, bishops. But I missed queen e7 actually. Very precise move, I think.
Yeah.
And then it's just maybe I should have knight e5, queen g3, knight g6. Maybe I should have tried bishop takes d4 instead.
See, bishop takes.
Yeah, rook takes. Yeah, I wasn't sure about this. So rook takes, e takes. Because I have this queen b8. The bishop is not hanging, but yeah.
Rook d7, black
Yeah.
looks compact as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. I wasn't sure at all, actually.
Looks close to.
It basically looks like two correct draws, basically.
More or less, I think. Yeah.
Anish also looks like it's going to be a draw, very equal.
Well, we
pushing a
were
bit?
actually happy with this position.
Yeah.
We thought that he's
okay.
pushing a little bit.
Where is he?
Only a little bit.
I've
I mean, he
seen
just
Van
pushed
Giewe
d5.
hold worse than this.
Yeah, but okay, you know.
That's true.
The
Actually.
game is still going on, so maybe the other Chinese player feels some extra pressure. I don't know. So.
But
What's
that's the
going
big
on?
game.
That's
What
the
happens
really-
here?
Yeah, this is
Probably one of the most interesting games of the whole round.
Yeah,
actually.
this was a really crazy game.
What on earth is going on?
Well, we were very surprised, right? Because I wasn't there when Luke was preparing this line, but it looked like he got him into some very serious preparation, and then they started thinking, and every move things seemed to go a little bit worse for Luke. So at some point, I guess he was in very serious trouble. Now things looking.
So let's see, if
pretty
you just
good
push
again.
the f pawn now, what's going to happen?
Well, he's got a bailout. Rook g6 with the forced.
Yeah, there is a draw, of course, but
Well, the only question is if White can win.
Yeah.
I think he always has a draw,
Mm-hmm.
but maybe he can't, huh?
Maybe he can't draw. Hold on.
Well, he has to create some mating net, but without allowing at least some perpetual check like queen e1, queen a4, it would be very difficult.
Looks like he just has enough to survive.
I think he escaped. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he escaped.
Do you guys follow it in the opening? Because Luke, I think, was banging out moves like
Yeah,
bishop
that's what-
a4.
yeah.
Just
I was sitting right next to him, enjoying every second.
Yeah, to be honest, I was smiling a little bit when he banged out bishop h4 because it looked like a very funny move, and looked like White is, going to have to calculate
He
a lot
started to
here.
think after rook d1, so I don't know what.
Yeah, and the Chinese player was taking a lot of time on every one of these moves. Rook d1, he spent 10 minutes and 20 minutes on bishop c5.
Yeah.
Queen takes a2 looks natural. And here, maybe it's a case where the computer needed some more time to estimate the dangers or something like that, because here, if you let the computer think a little bit, all of a sudden it shows that black is in some trouble here.
Yeah. Or just optically, I mean, bishop a3 coming, it looks so scary to me. But
Do you guys know by any chance if this was played before? Because
We haven't had a chance to find out. no.
because that would be interesting to know. Because if it's completely new, then it's very possible that, for example, Luke maybe missed something while analyzing this. Right? There's not that
Very
much time to
possible.
prepare.
Yeah.
And but if it is played, then maybe he didn't do his homework very well, or I don't know. Because from here, this point, actually, I thought it looks very dangerous for black again.
Yeah, some key tricks like rook d8, f6, of course, threatening knight e7 check. But I think Luke did quite well to hang in there.
he's a survivor, yeah.
and
He's
Ever since
he-
here, it's been a total mess where, who knows, right?
He's played a few vacancies. He knows what suffering is about, so I don't think he really cared.
Yeah, I
He
think
was just playing. I mean,
yeah, he excels at those weird
Yeah.
positions. So that's a good thing.
So,
How's the
so we'll
spirit
win
in
2.5 probably then, right?
Yeah, it looks like 2.5 to me too.
I was going to ask about the spirit, but I think this answers that they're very optimistic, chalking this up as a win, which looks kind of equal. What's the goal for the Dutch team? I interviewed Luke about this earlier. He said, I'm not sure what he said, top 10 or medal, one of the two, sounded
Doesn't
similar.
sound like Luke somehow.
Well, I said already twice, I think, that we're going to win. I'll say the same thing again.
wow.
So,
You heard it here first, people. Robin van Kampen.
yeah.
Why not? You're playing great, aren't you?
Why not?
Why not? Anish grinds out a 120 move win today. If Anish wins today, and Luke holds, which it looks like he will, you've got great chances. But you have to play the English, of course. So
Right.
that's a huge problem for you.
Well, we have Robin in here. We have to get in a little plug. I hate praising people, and especially Robin, but he did a series which is actually pretty good on the King's Indian defense. I watched it myself, and I learned a few tricks. Even though, don't believe everything he says there, he's going to play in the tournament. You got to be flexible. We saw him play
Yeah,
King's Indian the other day.
I
He did
wanted
not
to
follow
say.
his advice.
The cutting edge kid on Chess24, become a premium member and enjoy it. It's a great series. Well, the two games are still going on. Tell us very quickly before we let you go about what your team dynamic is like. Very different teams, but it seems like you're all very good friends, been playing together a long time.
Yeah, good vibes, I would say. Yeah, like.
Do you
you said.
train together in the mornings, or do you train separately with?
Oh, we are in
with-
touch.
yeah, well,
Mr.
of course.
Tukmarkov, I understand, is your
Yeah.
coach.
Yeah.
So how does it work? Do you have a certain segment in the morning where you work with Tuki? Tuki. Have I just called him Tuki? Not to be confused with Tuki. Mr. Tukmarkov.
Well, I tend to do most opening work myself
Mhm.
generally. I don't know about the others, but I have my own little rhythm which I follow quite religiously during tournaments.
And you, Robin?
Well, Arian, Anish and I both, I'll stay at the 5th floor in our hotel, so once in a while, mainly I start running around asking for ideas and so on.
Yeah.
And normally it works out pretty well, and okay, we have the team meeting, of course, where everything is decided about the lineup and so on, and yeah, normally we have a look together at our games if there was something special happening in the evening. So all in all, it's a pretty good schedule we have, and yeah, we're following it every day very strictly, so it works very well so far.
You've been doing great so far, and well, let's see if you can beat the Chinese. That would be.
What's been happening
outstanding.
in Carlsen, Aronian and Kramnik Topalov?
let's check
Let's have
in.
a brief update. Aronian Carlsen, nothing much has happened for the last 500 moves. They've been moving around. And Kramnik Topalov, a lot has been happening. It looks like Topalov is in very serious trouble. They just made the time control, move 40, and Kramnik has these two passed pawns on d6 and c5. Looks like he can just go c6, and one of them will make it home, doesn't it?
Looks very, very bad for black indeed.
And there is a lot of action in the studio. We have our next very special guest coming in.
I think we will. I tell you what, I think we'll go for a very quick interlude, just a 2-minute interlude while we set up, but we've got a very special guest coming on the show. Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Owen,
Yeah, you're welcome.
for showing us your games. Good luck. We'll be watching out and hopefully see you
Keep
soon.
an eye on the Dutch. I think they're serious when they mean they're going to win us this.
They're going to win it. Yeah, the Dutch are going to win it. Cheers,
thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to be back in literally 2 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere. We've got a very special guest. All will be revealed in just a moment. See you soon.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vishy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. For a mere €99 per year, however, you can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. Make Chess24 your playground. And remember, Chess24 is the official online broadcast partner of the Tromsø 2014 Chess Olympiad. See you at chess24.com.
I'll try that again. Hello everybody, welcome back. This is round 5 of the 41st Chess Olympiad here in Tromsø, Norway. I'm Lawrence Trent, he's Jan Gustafsson. That's really irrelevant because we've got somebody who's far more important in the chess world than both of us, who we're delighted to have in the studio to join us. None other than former world champion for many, including myself, the greatest player that ever lived, Garry Kasparov. Hi Gary, how are you?
Fine, fine. So
amazing to have you
be here.
I'm happy you're here as well. So great to have you here. How are things going? Let's just talk generally before we get into the chess and various other topics.
Are we going straight to politics, or are we talk about the chess
we
events?
can talk about, should we talk about the chess?
Let's start with the reason why Gary is here. I'm not sure everybody's aware of that. There is the FIDE elections on the 11th, I believe, in a couple days. Yep. And he is one of the two candidates.
It's almost in 5 days now. At the final stage, at the end game of the campaign, every day counts for 10. So that's why it's almost eternity.
Yeah, it's only a few days away. Obviously, the most, well, I would say, certainly the most documented election campaign. Well, battle, let's say.
Yeah, it's a serious battle.
It's a serious battle.
I believe it's a battle for the future, and I believe we should win because chess deserves a better management, and chess deserves a chance to return to its glorious position that it deserves to be. And naturally today, there's so many great opportunities that have been missed and still being missed. I mean, just one of them is it's a world championship match. You have Magnus Carlsen versus Vishy Anand, the rematch, just the different to sell. There are no sponsors, so there's some.
Are you saying that's not happening?
I don't know. Yeah, but right now we don't have anything but Mr. Ilomjin's announcement, and he made many. So that's and it's still, it's just the whole idea that you are still talking about whether it's taking place or not 3 months before the event is scheduled in the calendar. I think it's scandalous because the World Championship match deserves proper promotion. If you're talking about real sponsors, they need many months to invest and then to have a chance to return their investment. And also the match needs to be, just publicized properly. And we are in August now, and it's scheduled for November, and we still don't know. Should I be elected? I already said it would be moved to the spring next year because you have to give sponsors a chance. And in 45 days, I'll definitely guarantee a proper venue and a proper prize fund. Because the World Championship match is not just a great event between two great players. This is like a jewel of the world of chess, because that's a window. We have to show everything we have. It's not just 12 games and potentially rapid and blitz between the world champion and challenger. But that's an opportunity, you know, just to have so many events built around, and also, you know, to demonstrate the greatness of the game of chess, which is an ancient game, but with modern technologies.
Right.
Yes, it's going through renaissance.
Right. No.
How do you feel in general about the schedule of the World Championship nowadays? It looks like there is supposed to be a match every year. Do you think that's too much?
Absolutely, because it's just the fact is that there are no sponsors. It's just another proof. It's a unique event, and you cannot sell, you know, unique events, you know, just every day. Once every 2 years it's good enough. Yeah. And again, there's so many problems with the calendar. So what I want to see and what I will accomplish as a president of FIDE is just we will have a calendar supported by the sponsors. Mm-hmm. You know that's about FIFA calendar, about IOC calendar, years ahead, and we don't even know whether the match is taking place in November. So it illustrates that the chess is the only major sport. We have 181 nations united in FIDE, suffering from the lack of corporate sponsorship. And you know, if after 19 years, you know, of Mr. Ilmjin's rule, chess as a game does not have a corporate sponsor, it tells you something about the quality of the management and the reputation, the integrity, transparency, and all the factors that are absolutely vital for sponsors to come in.
Mm-hmm. Tell us very quickly, what I'm intrigued about is we go to dinner at a hotel, which is your banners and face everywhere to be seen, obviously your headquarters, so to say, for the tournament. But tell us a bit more about what you're doing during this Olympiad, apart from obviously enjoying the chess and lots of action. How does the campaigning work during the Olympiad?
Campaigning, yeah, you may say it's a very special game of chess, but not with 64 squares, but 176 squares. Right. Because 176 votes are eligible to be cast on August 11. So some of the votes already, you know, just it's clear they've been decided, announced, but with many still very substantial number is at play, because even with the announcements, don't forget it's a secret ballot. And you know, while my opponent and his team has been trying to instill fear by just threatening people and telling that we'll find out how you voted. So we insist it's a secret ballot, and I believe there's a huge sympathy vote waiting for me on August 11, because many people want to see the change. But 19 years is a long time, and you know they are, yes, it's a genuine fear. They are afraid. So we just have to, you know, calm people down, and also just to bring them back to the issues. Because we don't want to throw mud on the wall. So this is the opposite campaign has been talking about negatives. And 2 years ago in Istanbul at the Chess Olympiad, on the floor of the FIDE Congress, I said that the next elections must be not about, you know, who did something wrong in the past. It's all about what we can do in the future. So I've been running the campaign, and I'm not changing it in the last few days, talking about my plans. I have a vision. I have a game plan. We have resources. You know, we lined up a whole structured proposition how to change the world of chess, and we see nothing on the opposite side except, you know, just throwing some dirty stories, and you know, coming up with all the lies, and they always want to discuss, you know, personalities while we want to discuss the issues. And if you want to go to personalities, look at the tickets. I am proud to have the ticket, you know, with all the people who have been working for the game of chess, and I don't think that anybody in the world of chess can recall the names on the Ilmjin's tickets except him and Macropoulos.
I'm sorry to interrupt there for a second. We have breaking news. The game between Aronian and Carlsen looks like it has ended. Yeah, I would expect a draw.
Yeah, we'll double check that, right?
No, you don't have to double check. You have Magnus Carlsen, so this is Aronian had many futile attempts, you know, but clearly it was a draw. When I entered tournament hall 2 hours ago, it was already a draw. So maybe Aronian will have a chance against somebody else, but not against Magnus. So it's extra pawn doesn't do any good for white. Yesterday, I don't know whether you made these comments, but yesterday Grushuk miraculously saved the game against Chinese
Yeah, we
player.
saw,
was
yeah.
much
It's 2
closer.
pawns down.
That's right,
2
yeah.
pawns down. This is the power of opposite square bishops.
That's
and
right.
actually, this is I was surprised to see that our young Chinese, who was a very good player. I mean, he exchanged heavy pieces. I mean, everybody knows that, you know, with opposite color bishops, you must be very cautious because even big material advantage may not grant you victory.
Sure.
So, but you know, he was not, and I think he was quite upset. So.
Speaking of the Russian team, there's quite
Yeah.
some developments as well. Sergei Karyakin actually lost his game
Unbelievable.
to Yotov.
Who would have bet that?
It's an amazing. It's
What
an,
a
it's
result.
no, but it's an amazing blunder. It's an amazing blunder. He was. You know, that's what happens in the game of chess. You are pressing. You could go back to this position.
Go to this one.
Yeah, that's just at one point. You know, he got some sort of initiative. You know, because the black pawns were not good. So and Karyakin, you know, I think it was very much, you know, the psychologically that he was pressing, and he didn't think that his opponent can
Would resist.
No. It's like black had no threats.
Right.
But you know, again, look at this opposite color bishops. And again, it seems that, you know, the white king is safe. In general, yes. But when you look at this position, you understand that, you know, with the black bishop dominating the board in the center, just imagine that black queen somehow joins the bishop.
That's right.
And then the whole construction around white king is just futile because it doesn't protect h2 square. So, I mean, if you know, just for the good player, and Karyakin is an excellent player, I mean, that should be the sort of warning sign. Be aware. And the fact is that he just, you know, he paid no attention. I mean, it was quite surprising because just as we have to show what's happened
Let's
in the
see
game.
what happened. Black took on d5, and already white has to be a little careful about potential ideas with bishop d5, rook d5. But I'm not sure. Let's briefly check this.
Well, I
Rook
think you
d5,
then have to
CD,
re-sacrifice the exchange with rook
queen
takes
f4.
e5.
At least you can still bail out
Yes.
with rook
No,
e5.
that's okay.
That's the bailout, yeah.
That's the bailout. So, but did he did d5?
After ed, he played
Rook d3.
Rook d3.
And now he doesn't have that bailout anymore.
Yeah.
And after
He
rook
just missed
d8,
it.
And after rook d8 is just
already it's gone, right?
Unbelievable.
that's it, because now that's the bishop dominates because now after after bishop takes d5, no, it doesn't matter.
Sorry, let's briefly
Yeah.
show that line. Bishop d5,
Rook
rook
d5.
d5. Let's say
Rook
rook
d5,
takes.
take queen f4, and now this battery is
Yeah.
killing. g3 only move,
Queen f3
and
check.
this is queen f3 check,
And h2 3.
and there's hg3, and that's
No, that's game over.
that's
the
it.
queen.
Game-
Look at the queen
game,
on
game
a2.
over.
It's just
Game over.
look at that.
Yeah,
That's it.
game over. So that's the
Very
That's
unexpected
amazing.
loss for Russia. That was
Okay,
their
but
white
Kramnik-
game where they had the biggest edge.
Let's go there, Gary.
should save the game.
Kramnik seems to be saving the game. We can see Vladimir on the left there, sat down. And what is going on? This is the current position. Gary, is there any chance for black here at all? Any swindling, saving?
I can't believe, you know, just take on f4.
Say queen takes.
I think queen takes or whatever, just even maybe with a pawn. Pawn can take also. Pawn, queen. I think it does. Okay, maybe, I don't know.
Even this looks winning, right?
No, but it just basically there's
C6, C7.
C67. I just see.
And
Maybe
he's-
queen is better. Maybe queen just always.
There we go. Kramnik is about to take that pawn. Let's see
There
how
was
he
a
does
queen.
it.
No, no,
Takes
with the
it.
queen. No, the queen is just that's more natural. So and then there's just C67. Yeah,
White dominating
yes.
the board.
Vladimir
Yeah,
looks
absolutely.
very
Yeah,
relaxed
it's
at the moment.
it's interesting. You know, it's you know, white technically, you know, is down with the material.
Yeah.
But you know, it's the quality of pieces, you know, changes depending on their locations. And if you look at this, white pieces actually dominate the board. It's not just two pawns, but there's total domination, you know. So that's because black can't even attack one white piece, you know. Black, it doesn't happen very often. That shows the quality of white's position and the great game Kramnik played. Having queen, two rooks, two bishops, black can't attack a single white piece.
That's quite
So
amazing.
this is amazing. So there's no way to attack.
Unbelievable.
So they have to wait. They're totally paralyzed.
Spectators, right?
Yeah,
on
exactly,
the edge of the board.
Exactly.
Right?
They're totally spectators. It doesn't happen often. So I have to say it's a great game by Kramnik.
It seems like
So, yeah,
Vladimir.
Do
great
you have
game.
any idea where it went wrong for black?
Yeah.
Do you
I don't
think
know.
he was already in trouble after he took the exchange? This was a key moment.
Yeah, but this is what could you do? That was already, otherwise e5, so that he already had to do that. So the way that Kramnik actually found a way to sacrifice it.
So it was a bit earlier than, I suppose, around...
No, that's already...
It's very hard to say, because that would mean that this operation was already wrong, but it looks very natural.
Yeah, but look, but it's otherwise black is just, under heavy pressure. I don't know what else they can do. They have to do something,
to activate the position.
Yeah, to create some form of counterplay, because it's what else you can do? So just to play, if knight h5, probably g4. Yes, just had this. If you try to, probably g4. So and as I see bishop f2 then. Yeah, that's no good. Not good. So no, the problem is that black has no space, and actually Topalov expected knight takes c5 to be the solution. So just to solve all these problems, but after d4, bishop f2. That's a very
all of this looks totally natural. The computer is indicating not to go knight d5, bishop f6, which looks absolutely normal.
Yeah, but what else?
Like h5 or random move.
No, come on, this is yeah. I'm just thinking but what else you can do? So you just have to do something with black. So you have to because white has a plan. So that's the first pawn in c6 is attacked, and eventually I play e4, knight, start bringing my knight on d4. So
it looks horrible.
Exactly.
Black, right?
So black is paralyzed. So again, Topalov did everything according to his plan. So just and if Kramnik moves the rook, then it's okay for black. But suddenly just e4. I mean, I have to say that this is more effective than at move 1. e4.
Certainly.
At this moment, e4 is nearly winning.
No Berlin anymore.
Yeah, we can look at other games. So
let's have a look at Nepomniachtchi. What's the good
that.
way to pronounce that?
I'm not sure. In Russian we say Nepomniachtchi, yes.
Nepomniachtchi, okay.
Yeah, so this is the... now that's...
Is it a fortress?
We thought it was a dead draw. We couldn't see any idea for black.
Is he going to...
Maybe you can.
Can he ever play bishop takes f4 in some position and just...
No, I don't think so. I doubt very much. No, but it's the White had at one point had a great position. I think it's technically it's not winning, but it's a big advantage in my view. So and that's at one because they had the blockade on d3. So just when they that's the end game already. Still, it's okay for black. I mean, that's here. But at one point, just a little bit later, when he had a bishop on e4, and he could actually with rooks, when he played king f7, a few moves later, just yes. Yeah, here he could. I think here he could have played g4. He could have played g4, bishop e4, rook e4. And I think it's just rook e4, rook takes e4.
And white's better.
White, of course, better. Rook e4, queen e4, knight goes on d3, and just and yes,
Oh, that looks amazing.
No, looks just okay. It's maybe black can save the game, but it's not the most pleasant position. So white has. No, the end game, naturally he missed the idea of g4, just taking h4, h3. Very nice idea, just the pawn, because white didn't have to do anything. Now here is just he played g4 here, which is that's not the greatest move, because now there's suddenly h3 and king f3, bishop h4. So that's very important. So it's bishop h4, knight d3. Yes, yeah, and.
So we got this position on the board.
Looks
it's going to be a draw, right?
Well, how else do you make progress apart from this?
Okay, they're technically sacrificing the bishop,
Yeah.
so but I don't know whether it's...
Because you've always got h1 queen, so king f3, and then what's going
Bishop f4, now bishop f4.
Is there always b4? Is that
b4, c before a4, maybe.
Yeah, and then c5,
a3.
knight c1.
Yeah, d3. That's the 2 pawns, yes. So
There's no check,
knight takes a4, king g5. Okay, that's at least the only chance.
Let's have a look at it. It's interesting. Knight d3, king g4.
No, maybe he can go. Maybe he can go knight d5. Knight d5.
Maybe that's.
That's why he keeps the pawn there, because king g4, you can take on b6. And knight goes d3. Go back. Knight a4. Yeah, but then knight
b2, let's say.
That's a draw. King f3, king h2. That's a draw. King e2, actually b4 now. It's
maybe white can try. No, this doesn't work yet because
no. Yeah, this was king on e2. That's a draw. B4, take, A4, knight takes A4, by the way.
Takes.
Actually interesting, it's this A4, no, it's because of pawn on C4,
that's
black is
very
winning. A4,
Wow.
knight A4, king D3.
Wow. Because he can't go knight B2,
Yeah,
knight
yeah,
C4.
yeah.
Normally have this draw, but not here.
Wow. What
It's funny.
it's an amazing, amazing position, actually.
Yeah, but in fact, I think what black should do is just, they shouldn't play, white shouldn't play B4 immediately. It should wait
king
for D1. And
Yes.
after D1, B4.
And then what's going on?
Yeah, and then draw. Just,
Queens at the same
both
time.
sides queens. So there's a lot of excitement.
That's very exciting. And Napoleon, actually, we can see him there looking. He's not looking at the board. He's just calculating in his head here. You can.
Of course, yeah, that's easy. No, but he understands. That's the. If he wants to do something, you should take on F4.
Yes.
That's the otherwise, or to accept a draw. Okay, I think he's trying to understand whether there's any risk. So because he knows that's the only chance, but it's the score is equal. So and it doesn't want to make a blunder.
Yeah,
so
that would
that's
be.
yeah.
I think they just can't believe Karyakin lost with white against Jota.
I know. I saw that. I mean, he just he nearly fainted. I mean, that's what's happened.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
2 pawns disappeared.
Should we
If
quick?
I'm not mistaken, the last time Russia won this Olympia was the last time U-Time played,
Yep.
correct? In
In
2002.
2002, yes, in Bled. So 5 Olympiads,
Decent result on board 1 back then, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, plus 6, yes.
Do you think they're gonna pull it off this time?
Look, again, I think if you look at the big numbers, statistics, you can hardly explain why it's happening because it's still the strongest team. Yeah, so it's the best lineup, by far the best lineup.
50 points higher average than
Yeah, okay, this is
everybody else.
it's in many teams, the board 5, Russia will be board 1.
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
Well, the guys that you left at home, Yakovenko,
Yeah, exactly.
Vichikov,
Okay, this is
Vichikov.
the team is great. So, but it's something that's hard to explain to people who never play this kind of events because it seems you have 4 boards and each board is separate, but it is not. There's some form of synergy that you can smell and sense when you are at the board, when you are in the team, and that's why it's not surprising that Armenia won 3 out of 5 Olympiads. It's not like a very strong team, but not the strongest.
Sure.
But the team spirit there is probably
yeah.
it's absolutely unique. I mean, the way they play, just it's fighting. So 3 wins out of 5 Olympiads. I mean, it's not accident. And Ukraine won 2 times. Ukraine, I think Ukraine very much depends on Ivanchuk's performance. So when Ivanchuk played well, so that's encouraged the whole team. So that's added power to them.
Doesn't look at his best here.
Look
so
at
far,
Vladimir Kramnik though. It looks like he's just sweep. What's he done? He's just played. Oh, he played Queen takes B8. Let's go there, Jan. Move 43. That's a cute little.
It's just completely
It's
over.
just completely
Just
over.
went
Rook takes B8.
and he will get a
New queen, right? Queen D1.
Queen D1 check. Queen
What's going
D1.
on? King H2, Queen H5, Bishop
Queen H5
H3,
check. Bishop H3.
and no more checks.
Bishop F1. Knight F4.
Ah, that's an
that's
important.
important.
That's the final blow. Final blow.
That's
That's
it.
it.
That's
game
game.
over.
So
Queen F3. Still fight.
Ooh.
Fight. I'm not sure that Kramnik was. I wouldn't do that. It's nice, but I don't like. Just it's the Capablanca's rule. You don't do this stuff. I would have played C6 personally. Maybe I'm getting old, but I would have played C6 and Queen B8 and then C7, and I would just
you can just go Rook H. Does
Well,
Rook
you can
H?
go for the
Now,
attack
Bishop
here, but
F5.
there's a lot to calculate already.
B6 and Rook H8 check now.
Ah, yeah, that's
Rook H8 and
Now Bishop D4 actually nice because
This
now
is
no
nice.
checks. No checks.
No
Wow,
checks.
that's beautiful. Actually, wow, that's stunning.
That's nice.
That's
stunning.
stunning.
Yes, that would be
No checks.
good.
I wonder if we'll get that on the board.
no, looks like Kramnik's going to win. Looks like a 2-2 for the Russian team. Second no win in a row.
Let's get quickly into other games. So this is
What do you
Yeah,
want to say?
where do you want to go? You tell us.
No, let's again. Let's okay. Ukraine. It was not exciting, interesting match. So that's what I saw there. Yeah, the
Agderstein game versus Sargsyan.
Agderstein.
Yeah, 3 draws in that match, so this is the decisive
Wow,
game.
yes.
Sargsyan is pressing.
He's pressing. So now what is it's black to move.
Black to
It is
move.
black to move. Yeah.
He's so
What happens if the
tenacious.
rook
Rook
Four.
B3. Rook
Ah,
B3.
yeah, Rook
Rook
B3.
B3. That's why I think maybe B3 and
Liechtenstein
He just
not
defends.
collapsing,
No,
right?
he
Because it's
never-
been worse for a long time.
At one point, I thought it would collapse very quickly.
Yeah, it looked
so
like.
just at one point, it seemed to me that the game would last long because Sargsyan had all the pieces there, but
we've seen the
Simon's
position.
holding.
He holds. He's
Yeah.
so.
Move 25, he looked in serious trouble, but now very good drawing chances.
He's still in trouble, but now that's the game.
This is a fortress in Yuyangi Van Vele.
Very interesting game, by the way.
Very interesting.
Very
game, yeah.
interesting game. A lot of that's excitement of the game of chess. Sacrifices.
That's right. Gary.
Unbalanced
That's
position.
right.
The material. So that's the
Absolutely.
I like it, yes. Yeah. Actually, there was a very good moment there. They moved King B1. Excellent. At one point when White played with the end in the end game. There's like an illusion that is. Yeah. Just put it somewhere there. Somewhere there.
Here, King
No,
B1 move third.
earlier. Yeah, here you just put it there. Just move before.
Queen C.
Yeah.
Queen
This
C6.
is it seems that it's just that it's
Winning.
is in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Actually, this is interesting. You play King B1.
That's right.
King B1,
Nice.
and you cannot take on
really
C5
shows,
because Rook D8 check. King
And
G7.
96,
Yes.
yeah.
And now my question actually was because I was there, so because he had a separate, a different idea. You just put it back. Instead of King B1, there could be like a mirror to play B4.
And you've got Rook
Queen
G1
G- and King B1 now.
Anyway, right? And it's the same result, right?
Then Rook G1, and then winning this.
And winning the end game.
Yeah, winning the end game. So I thought maybe that that's because then bishop is protected. So I thought that maybe that was a better option to play B4 here.
A lot of tactics. We just spoke
Yeah,
about it
yeah.
with the
Yeah.
Dutch guys. They were very confident because Van Vele was banging out these moves.
Instantaneous.
Yu Yang looks like he played very well, and a couple moves later here could be that Black is already in trouble. We're not sure, but that's what
But he just
it seemed like.
he did well. Okay.
Any
So
other-
and what's happening on the
Ukraine, Ivanchuk Kazimzhanov.
what's happening in the it's
Oh, that's been
Kazimzhanov
over for a while.
one?
Ivanchuk in bad
Oh my
shape in this
goodness.
tournament so far.
Ivanchuk's lost.
He lost one
He-
very quick game
Yeah.
to
But he
Frode
lost this-
Urquidov.
wow, how he lost what's
Let's
happening?
briefly go through it. We haven't seen it at all.
No,
I
but
just
it was
clicked
a
through
dead
the
draw.
critical phase.
It was a dead draw. I don't understand. It was absolutely dead draw, and it's okay.
Pretty standard equal position here.
Yeah, it's probably tiny better for White, but tiny better, and this is the
How did he lose this,
but it's-
Ivanchuk?
Let's see. He must have blundered.
Amazing. What's the blunder? Let's have a look. Rook C4, Rook A5. Still looks
Still not
okay.
much happening.
Okay, what's going on?
Ah.
Oh, E4.
What is this?
What?
Takes, but Rook C7 is far from clear.
Russian King 8.
Rook C7, King E8
Rook
check,
C8.
and via F6. King E8,
Now what's the
King E7,
Well, it's Knight C6 for starters.
Knight C6. And what do you take? And take on G3 and take on F4.
maybe Rook B5 now? I don't know. Or Knight G3, then GF4. Yeah, but okay. But why did he play Rook C8 check?
Yeah, that's the question.
No
I
idea.
think what must have been a slip of the hand that he thought they are two moves further already. Knight C6 immediately. Or maybe he missed Rook C5.
Oh, Rook C5.
Rook E4, Rook C2.
It's just what? What, and then he gave, and then he lost a whole knight.
Well, now he's just a pawn down, but
Yeah, but
That's
F takes
not
G5.
No, but okay. But that's, I think he was already just he collapsed. I mean, that's the so
Yeah,
eventually
that is.
what happens is he totally collapsed.
That's
I mean,
unbelievable, though.
Wow,
That's
that's even worse than the Karyakin. So
Sure, that's just a collapse.
so is Ukraine in trouble? Let's have a brief look. We haven't seen
We've got
that
one
much.
game
Well,
going on. Korobov. Let's go straight
Draw
there.
between Filipov and Ponomaryov.
No, they said
1.5, 1.5. Ilyanov won.
Yeah, and but Korobov I think Korobov was better when I left. I'm not sure.
See,
Yeah, he's winning.
looks like he's gonna pull it off.
Yeah, he should be winning it. So that's the still again. There's a plenty of
Wow.
fight, but I think
Amazing.
he should do that.
Fantastic.
So is the what else? What about women
Let's
tour?
check in.
Yeah,
We could check
One,
the.
for 1 second, we haven't seen that game yet with Gelfand against Lenier Dominguez. Very strong match there as well. Israel against
Gelfand.
Cuba.
Girlfriend can just take on B5, no?
How?
With the bishop. Win on
Yeah,
A4.
but take on
Take,
B2.
take, and take. And what's going on there?
Takes,
So
takes,
it's a
takes.
draw.
Takes, takes, c6, king f1.
C6, bishop c8.
Bishop c8.
No, okay.
It's the same thing then.
Maybe you can
Then
start.
I've got
no,
bishop d6.
No, but you can maybe start with bishop a6 instead of c6.
Push.
Yeah.
You have some counterplay with
Amazing.
the a-pawn. It's not
Bishop
b2.
f4.
No, bishop b2.
Bishop b2, maybe.
Bishop b2. No, that's a-pawn is yes. A-pawn is okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Still more dangerous. No. That's the. Yeah.
Wow, interesting.
So that's probably a draw.
Maybe balance. Can you take with it? Oh no, d4 is hanging. Take
D4
with
is
the
hanging.
queen. Doesn't do much.
One was just king over 2.
Right.
Amazing, some counterplay there. Bruzon won against Rodstein. Uneschi lost. And Sutos, this is almost a whitewash for the Cubans. 3-0 up.
Wow.
Amazing. What? Oh my goodness, the beating is
No,
off.
Quesada lost.
Oh, I
right?
beg your
So
pardon, Quesada lost, so it's 2-1.
2-1.
2-1 and
Gelfand
Gelfand
has
has
to
to
win.
win.
trying
pardon.
to save
Yeah.
the match.
What about very quickly England? Can we go to England? We want to get Gary's opinion on the
We
England
need
match.
Gary's opinion on the England match. Well,
Nigel
they're
is
board
just
15,
Further
so-
down, no, they're only board 9. We have got the same. We've got more points than the Germans, believe it or not, in match points.
I do believe that.
Well, that is
Let's
the-
have a look. We've got 1 game a draw. Sadler only drew. I can't believe that.
Sadler was at that draw.
Sadler draw, everything
And
else still running.
actually, all games look like.
What? Mickey's got an extra piece.
Mickey is winning.
Mickey's got an extra piece.
This position is correct, which it looks like it's totally
What's
over,
happened?
right?
This is- yeah, totally over. What's happened?
That's an amazing move. Rook takes d4 to distract the queen from f1 to force mate.
If I looked
No, who
totally
before?
equal earlier, let's
Unbelievable.
briefly go
What
back
happened?
a
Liam
He was the pawn down, but it was
Oh
looked
my-
like a draw. Now, curious, how did he blunder this damn piece?
bit. Knight c5.
Queen e1.
Rook c7,
So far, so good.
queen e8.
Here
Oh,
already looks,
queen e8
starts
might be
being
a
tricky.
Wow,
b6, queen
With
c6
b6.
check.
wow, that's interesting. So that's easy. Can he save the piece or not?
He played rook c4, but then b5 was very
B5,
strong.
yes, B5.
Rook
Rook
b4.
Rook
and
takes
very
c5.
nice. Wow.
Bang.
Wow, and bishop f8.
And bishop f8.
Wow, what a
Mickey,
brilliant
Mickey.
tactics.
Pretty
Yes.
geometry.
Queen e4,
b5,
yes.
queen
Geometry,
g4.
because everything was
Unbelievable. Mickey.
Excellent. Mickey.
Beautiful, Mickey. And he's played rook takes d4.
Yeah, he played rook before. At
And
the
he's
end,
won.
He won.
So Leia's resigned.
What's about other games?
Queen d4.
Queen f1,
Queen
king
f1,
h4, bishop
checkmate.
e7,
Mate.
queen f6, bishop f6, mate.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
So what is this?
Check the others.
What we got, Gawain?
Jones in trouble, it looks
Oh my
like.
goodness, is
Who's
Gawain
trouble?
losing?
Yeah, he's in
White
serious
is in
trouble.
trouble.
No, he's in serious trouble.
Oh my good, I think Gawain's busted here, right?
Yeah, this
Needs
looks
a miracle.
hopeless.
That's
So-
not good.
So
Gawain
that's
with
1.5,
white.
1.5.
David Howe
David Howell's winning.
winning with black here.
He's black?
Yes.
How
I
is
know.
black?
Then
Less
he's not winning. I thought he's white.
No.
No, it's probably a draw still.
He's winning
Maybe he can
a4.
hold. Knight
He
c4
plays knight
face.
a4.
Slightly worse.
That's unpleasant. I mean, it's
Oh, sugar. It looks like it's going to be 2-all. Oh, well, never mind.
Yeah, but
Got to play, David.
it's not.
Not easy, is
It's
it?
not easy. E4
Never
now.
easy.
Oh, no, King D4. Bro. King D4. No, King D4 you should start. Yes. And maybe King C7. Maybe it's a draw still. Yes, King C7 and the knight goes back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a draw.
2-2 looks like all
2-2,
England can hope for.
yeah,
Do you mind if we very briefly check in with the women's section?
women's
We haven't
section.
covered
Yes,
that for a while. There's a top match,
Yeah, this is-
Georgia
Otherwise,
against
we'll be
Russia.
accused, of just of not.
We're
Yeah.
accused all the time. There's
Yes,
just
we do.
too much to keep track of.
Exactly.
Let's go to the Georgia match.
Here we
Russia
are.
was
Lano.
when I left. Russia was better, winning. So I would. Now this is draw. Yes,
This looks equal.
it's equal.
Lano and Zignazzi, yeah?
Gunina was in trouble earlier on. Still in trouble, eh?
She's still in trouble. Actually, she was at one point she almost equalized, but now she's again in trouble.
Again, there's
Now,
details.
rook C1.
C1.
Actually, no real threats after rook C1.
Bishop f1? Or
No, you
we
don't
even
need.
need to.
No, there are no real threats. I mean, so you can just try to go.
Let's try d7.
No, D7. No, you don't want just to lose all the
All the
opportunity-
checks with the queen.
all the
yeah.
checks. Yeah. So this is I want to have bunch of checks.
Push the other guy.
Just a5. Easier said than done, though, to allow rook c1, queen h1. But yeah, if there's no checks after queen h1,
No, queen H1, queen F3, and it's just that you don't want this. This
Yeah.
goes on F3.
Queen
So
F3.
this-
still no checks.
Oh, this looks messy already, though.
No, okay, but you can go queen d7, queen. No, queen d7. No, that's not good. No, king h6. No, this is the. No. This is the. You have to do something else. So this is the. Maybe you shouldn't play d6. Maybe you can. But then it's just starting with bishop e2, then queen d. No, it's the.
D6 was so natural here, though, right?
I mean, D6 is natural, but then rook c1
to allow this counterplay.
Yeah, it allows this again. That always checks. So there's the.
Can you try something like
No,
this?
you can try to. I'm not. You can try this. This. I'm just thinking about the. If you go to the end game, so this is the. But no, but.
How do you get an end game?
End game is this d6. No. You start with d6. Rook c1. Go queen b7 check. Careful. Bishop e3 check.
Oh, okay. Let's go here.
Okay, fine. Now with this, now we'll we go.
Looks like over the board, Gunina still has many chances. The computer spits out some wins for white, but doesn't mean much.
Yeah, so
Queen h7?
No, bishop is hanging on d3. I just thought about queen e4, but this is the exchanging, but I don't like this. It's too. No, that's the king. What black king is too close. No, that's not good. Bishop takes e4. That's. And pawn on a4 is just it's a bit far away. Still, it might be unpleasant for black, but maybe not.
Okay.
But it's still unpleasant. I mean, it's highly unpleasant for black because a pawn is.
Sure.
A pawn might be marching.
Sure.
But over the board, I think anything can happen.
Anything. What about other games there?
We've got Kostenjuk.
Kostenjuk was winning out of the opening, but
she was winning all the time. I mean, it's just again. That's she was winning all the time.
She was winning.
But now it's
rook a6 here. What happens?
C5.
C5.
I thought I can take.
Just take rook c6.
Okay.
Pinning.
Ah, that's a trick.
Pinning and winning.
Rook c6.
Still, this is equal, right?
What?
King takes b2.
Well, rook c5, rook e5.
Rook b6, rook
yeah,
e5.
it's just a draw.
Yeah, okay. Maybe.
Chances for white, but outside, if white can only win, right?
Okay, should be a draw, but you never know. It should be a draw.
Right.
But white have some h4. Definitely get a pawn. Gh4, rook h5. King c3 back. Rook h4, rook f6.
That should be an easy draw, right?
Yeah,
It should be a draw. So. And the last game, the
last game, Melia versus Pogonina.
Draw.
Yeah.
This should be a really easy draw. Rook f4. Pawn is a pawn.
You
have h5. This is
h5. G5. Pawn is a pawn. Rook d5, rook h4. d4.
b4 is hanging.
b4. Oh no, b4 is hanging. Yes. Okay. Now we should do.
You want to wait for.
Let's play rook d6.
Takes rook
d4.
Right?
Rook d4.
Amazing. That's amazing.
Just to make sure that this rook doesn't move. And
then the draw, right?
Yes, draw. Yes.
Yeah.
And then d pawn is hanging. D pawn is just running.
That's amazing little trick.
That's
Active rooks in your endgame, ladies.
Okay.
Really important. Thank you very much for joining us, Gary.
Thank you for
Appreciate
inviting
it.
me.
Thank
So
you.
there's more exciting games.
Been an honor.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Been an honor.
Exciting elections.
Good luck. Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on it.
Okay.
Thanks, Gary. Cheers.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there you go. He said it himself, Jan. Attacking chess. That's what everybody wants to see. Fighting chess.
That's the one message you kept from all this?
If the great man says it, I have to believe it. We've had some amazing chess today, and it looks as though we've had a result in Kramnik as well. Let's go straight there, I think.
I'll give you quite some action on any other result than Kramnik winning.
Yeah.
You can still
Kramnik
think about it.
did indeed win his game against Topalov. A big blow for the Bulgarian, a great win for the Russian, and it all rests on the Nepomniachtchi game. Is he going to take the pawn on f4? Isn't he going to take the pawn on f4?
There we see Topalov in the background shaking his head. But Kramnik did play a very nice game today, starting with the exchange sacrifice, e4, bishop takes a1, e takes d5. And ever since, Topalov really has been on the defensive end of things. Bishop a1, ed, queen f6, d6. This pawn just proved too much to handle.
Just too hot to handle. Let's go back to this game.
Who's that? Is that the
That's
emperor?
Nepomniachtchi. Yeah. The emperor strikes back. Nepomniachtchi, Rusev,
He put on his hoodie to think undisturbedly in there. There we see a bit of his face. I believe he's still contemplating bishop takes f4. As Kasparov said, he's trying to evaluate if there's any risk involved in it or if it's just a free roll, so to say, where he always has a draw and can hope to win it. A lot of responsibility for the reserve player, a lot of discussions if he should have made the team or not, and now it's in his hands to make it 2-2 or to sacrifice a piece play for a win. What do you think? Is he going to take on f4? I believe he will.
I'm still wondering whether you... I mean, this knight d5 is clearly the way forward, but I'm not so sure knight d3 is losing. I hate to potentially argue against Garry Kasparov, but I thought about the position. And the point is
King
that
g4,
I've
you
got...
want to go b4.
Yeah, I want to go b4. I don't know whether I want to take first and go b4, but...
Let's try b4.
Yeah.
The question is if black can go cb and a4. Here he can't.
Ah, that's right. I have to wait for the king to come to f3. This is the point. Because now if you go king f3, now I go b4. And if you take... Gary was saying a4 wins, but after knight c1, a3, c5, d3, I'm fortunate because I can take on d3 and I've got knight e1 and knight c2.
Oh, it's a nice little detail right there.
Yeah, so a2, knight e1, and I dare not say anything just in case I was wrong, but I thought this might just hold with obviously a draw. So, and actually it's an instructive draw because what you do is you put the knight in the corner and there's...
Well, now you're trying to lose it.
No, it's a draw. The king's too far.
Still holding.
The king's too far, ladies and gentlemen. This is a well-known with the a-pawn and the king.
Let's just briefly show the key trick here after, let's say, queen b7, king c1, queen c6, queen b2, queen b5, king c1, queen c4, king b2, queen b4. Here
King
black
in the
goes
corner.
king a1, and white can't bring his king any closer because it would be stalemate, so black holds this quite comfortably. I would suggest we go on a little break, and then we check in with our third crew member, Einar Gausel, who will be informing us about everything we've missed during this broadcast.
All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 41st Chess Olympiad on Chess24 in cooperation with Tromsø 2014. Lawrence Trent is on a little break. My name is Jan Gustafsson, and I'm thrilled to be joined by Grandmaster Einar Gausel.
Thank you.
Einar, one match we haven't paid any attention to is the Derby, the United States against Canada. There we have a tweet up there. What about a classic Canada versus the USA? Have you been following the match? What's going on there?
We've been following it, trying as well as we can to follow that match. The last time I checked it, it looked like we were headed for 2-2. I don't know if we've had some developments in that match.
Let's go in there. We have some results. Kovalyov drew against Nakamura. Nakamura hasn't won a game yet, I believe. Arrived late, 2 draws now. Alexander Onishuk drew against Eric Hansen. Not a lot to hope for in this rook ending. And Akobian on the third board, he lost to Sambuyev. So that means Shankland has to win his game to equalize the match.
So already an upset and maybe an even bigger one in the making.
Because the US outrate Canada quite heavily. This is not hockey, and in chess, Canada has some strong players, as we've seen, Kovalyov, Hansen, Sambuyev, winning their games, but they were all lower rated. What do you think? You have more of endgame culture than certainly I do. Is white winning here in the Shankland-Hambleton game?
Well, hard to get a grasp on this just by a quick glance. It's always tricky with these pawns on the edge of the board, huh? It increases black's drawing potential sometimes. But normally, if the pawns are 2 files apart or more, it's winning for the stronger side, at least if the rooks comes off, and maybe...
Yeah, and
I'm not sure.
White doesn't even have to take them off. I would assume he must be winning here, just slowly improving his position, maybe bring the king a little over, and then start pushing this guy to stretch out black's defenses.
Yeah, I'll have black's pieces
Let's make some
straddled.
moves.
They'll have to cover too many squares.
So black goes king d7, king d2, and king e7 back, king c2, king d7, and now maybe white can already start pushing his pawn. Rook e3, bishop d5. No, I don't really see it
It's
happening.
not looking very good for black, is it?
So most likely result here at 2-2. Another match I'm sure you've been following closely is the match of Armenia against none other than Norway.
Yes, I was a bit surprised at the openings, and I was wondering what sort of strategy the Norwegians had mapped out for this match. For Armenia, it was pretty clear. Take out the big guy, neutralize the big guy, which is Magnus, and then take whatever pops up on the other boards.
Right.
And it seems that they managed to leave Agdestein suffering. I don't know if there have been any new moves there for the last, after the time control.
Check back in there. 3 draws so far. They did take out the big guy, even though it was Aronian, pretty good big guy himself, pushing in that game, but Magnus defended carefully. Was a draw. Draw on the last board as well, probably a good result for Leif Arlen Johannesson. Very solid game. Jon Ludvig Hammer drew his game, and it's up to Simon Agdestein to save the day, but he's been under pressure for a long time now. This is the position they currently have on the board.
So he's still slightly in trouble with white.
He's black against Gabriel Sargsyan, tremendous team player especially. He's been one of the heroes for Armenia in these Olympiads they won. But I think Simon's seen worse in this game.
Well, he was in desperate time trouble around move 30-something, and
Right. Let's try some moves here for black. Rook to a2, let's say. Bishop e3 looks fairly natural. White has some weaknesses, and he is a little passive, especially with his king cut off on the back rank. But there's no immediate way for black to progress, it seems like. Black king also not that active. I struggle to come up with a plan for black.
if black goes down to the first rank, then you always go bishop f2, or?
I think now you can, if you vacate the second rank. Once these bishops come off the board, I believe white should
Then
be
he's
fine,
out,
right?
yeah.
So fairly decent chances for Norway to hold the match. Have you been following the Norwegian press, for example? I've heard that after yesterday they became a lot more optimistic than earlier, is that correct?
Yes, well, this was partially due to, I think, our main national TV channel, which was saying that this victory over Poland was our greatest result ever, and probably not.
Was a good result.
I
though.
would rank Norway 2's draw against the Ukraine higher on that list. That was...
That's actually true.
Yeah.
How's Norway 2 been doing? I haven't checked in with
They
them
haven't
at all.
lost a match, and this round they beat Slovenia.
Wow.
On board one, Urquidol was in real trouble, and
Let's briefly check that. I'll
yeah.
just try to find it on my magic list.
start with the US and then go up the list, and you'll find them. Here they are.
All right. That's around number 13.
So we were on trouble on board one, but he managed to work his way out of it.
Here we are. Frode Urquidol drew another very strong player, Luka Lenic. Let's jump to the final position. Why is this a draw? He's a piece down.
Well, he has this queen d2, queen c2 check mechanism going.
Oh, that's what happened. Queen d2,
Yeah.
king h7, queen c2. And they repeated moves. Black could have been
Yeah, well,
brazen and played king f8.
maybe that was something he could have tried earlier, but right here, it doesn't work out, does it?
Not sure. White has some counterplay, but a piece is a piece. Still, Lenic didn't want that that kind of
How
pressure.
risky is it?
I'm not sure if black manages to consolidate with king d7, knight d8. Still have to deal with his h-pawn. Could be a little
Well,
risky.
it's strange. They were on move 31? Okay.
Let's try something like queen g7, knight d8, take off the rooks, h4. Some counterplay.
Well, it looks very unstoppable, that pawn, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. I understand Lenic didn't want to have any piece of this and instead decided to call it a day. Frode Elsen is lost on the second board. Good tournament for him so far. He played against the veteran Bilyevsky, got checkmated.
And then Norway too pulled off wins on the bottom boards.
That is amazing.
We have,
Torbjørn Ringdal Hansen.
he's a veteran IM, and then we have our promising junior Ion Tari, who won on board 4.
Torbjørn, one of the first coaches of Magnus Carlsen, I believe. right?
Indeed, yes. He's coached all the greats, I think, from Magnus and onwards. He's had a lot to do with their development.
Who's the other greats? No offense to Norwegian chess.
Or
intended.
not. Well, Urkedal has also been playing for the same club as Torbjørn, and he's definitely headed straight for the GM title and
Looking
certainly
very-
beyond. And we have these 15, 16-year-olds. We have Tari, we have Hauga, we have Stuvik Holm. We have a very promising group of individuals who might well turn into GMs within the next 3 or 4 years, I think. Tari certainly maybe 1 or 2 years. He already
Yeah,
has
he's
1
been
or 2
looking
norms
very
in the
good.
bag. I don't know if it's 1 or 2, but
Defeated Mataj Šebenik today, who's a very strong player, as I can tell from experience. I've lost to this guy before. But Tari, no mercy, and very nice finishing touch here. Queen f3, rook takes g2. Point is after queen takes g2, he just plays a quiet move, bishop e4. And whatever white does, he's either losing his queen or getting checkmated. Queen g1, let's say, queen d2 check. We can see the white king is in trouble. So Norway 2 stealing the headlines a little bit from Norway 1, aren't
yes, very big surprise there.
they? Are you starting to regret you're not on the team?
No, I enjoy watching these games immensely, and
Right.
I still recall how tiring it is to play a whole tournament.
Especially a team tournament. It's not just
This is
preparing and playing, but you also have team meetings.
This
and
is true, and
have
you
to adjust.
spend a lot of nervous energy
Right.
watching other games and being a part of the team preparation and all this, and worrying about match strategy. So it's tough. It's very tough, and it's 11 rounds. When I was playing Olympiads, it was 13 or 14 rounds, so it was even worse.
I've played
Yeah.
one of those, yeah. They've recently shortened the format a little bit. But 11 rounds, I think, is plenty.
Yeah, well, it's enough to get a fair and clear winner, I think.
Even though in the last Olympiad, at the end, it was Armenia and Russia, and no one really knew who had won until they had done math for hours. It was
Yeah,
very
because
close.
of this tiebreak system, yeah. A book called Sundberger or something that is not as easy to count as your board points.
Absolutely. And there on camera, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's facing quite a big decision. I think he's been pondering it for a long time now, which is, does he want to sacrifice a piece on f4, try to play for a win, or does he want to let the game peter out into a draw? 1.5 between Russia and Bulgaria.
There we are.
Here we got the position on screen. Nepomniachtchi, couple moves back, I think, around here after king h1. He had a long think if he should go bishop takes f4 or not. It looks like white can hold knight takes f4, king g5. Both knight d3 and knight d5 seem to secure the draw. But it looks like this is also the only way black can ever make any progress. Let's briefly put some lines on the board. Knight d5, king takes g4, king takes h2, say king f3, knight b6 and d3. And somehow
No.
white was hanging in there.
Knight a4 or knight d5? How do you bring it back there?
I think it's the same. Knight a4 gives you
Yeah.
more options after d2. You can also go knight b2. And here it seemed like this was bound to end peacefully. Queen e2. Let's say king to g2.
Yes, go on.
d1. Takes. And the key break b4 at one point or another. Why not do it here? Both sides get a new queen. With a draw. Still, Nepomniachtchi has not done it. He's been circling around a bit. This is the position they have on the board. King f7, I believe Rusev.
But what's the score in that match so far? Svidler drew against Cheparinov, and Karyakin suffered a surprise defeat at the hands of Valentin Iotov.
Yeah, we covered this earlier. He missed something very serious in this position. Rook d8. He surely was intending to capture on d5.
Rook takes d5.
Just rook d5, and no matter what white does, takes, queen f4. He ends up getting checkmated.
Well, there was this g3, you take king g1. Yeah, well, to check, yes, there. And if you take it, just bishop d4, and you mop up the pawns and trade for king and pawn ending.
Right, let's see quickly. Rook f2, you just take on g3.
Yeah, king f1.
Take here.
Now you can't play king f2, king e2, so you have to go king e1. And then queen e3. You can't play rook e2 because of queen c1 mates. So you have to go back to f1 with, and now you can just take on f2, huh? Easily winning the pawn ending.
Black just goes king c7, king d6, mops up this pawn, and it's all over. So that wasn't in the Russian plans.
But one or two moves before this line, Karyakin could have played bishop takes d5, and probably still equal or slightly better, I think.
His blunder was rook d3 in this position. Bishop takes d5 was still possible here. The key difference is after rook d5, cd, queen f4,
rook takes e5.
He still can take on e5, and he's surviving. Still, looks like Russia's gonna make it 2-2, most likely. Second non-win in a row. On the top boards, Timur Rajabov, we earlier had his coach Vladimir Chuchilov in here, lost his game.
Oh yeah, he was worse when I left, so he's lost. So they were one up on board one when Shak beat Ivanisevic.
Yeah, the match is over. We can see it there in the background.
So it's a tie? Yeah.
That's a 2-2. And actually Nepomniachtchi just shook hands with his opponent. Another draw means another 2-2 for Russia as well. Bulgaria.
That means no one has a perfect score anymore, right?
No, the three teams with a perfect score were Azerbaijan, Serbia and Bulgaria, all making 2-2. So no one's alone in the lead. Who's your favorite at this point for winning the tournament?
Before the tournament, I had, well, I didn't have hopes, but I was thinking Armenia. But now I've lost a bit of faith in them after they lost the match.
They haven't looked that sharp yet. Movsesian is in bad form. And today it's very unclear.
But who's looking like they're made out of steel? I mean, even the Russians have shown weaknesses. So I think it's anyone's race,
tournament. And even though the Russians don't have a perfect score, one of them will be very, very happy today, I believe. Won a very interesting game, and he's going to be with us in just a moment. No prizes for guessing who it is. Vladimir Kramnik is in the studio, ladies and gentlemen. And there he comes already. Welcome, Vladimir.
Good evening.
So your match just ended. Nepomniachtchi repeated moves. I'm not sure if you saw.
Didn't take on f4, yeah, because that was maybe the chance.
Let's just briefly go there.
When the king was on f6.
In this position, for example.
Bishop takes f4, yeah.
We were looking at this. It looks like white can hold king g5, both knight d3 and knight d5.
Yeah, no, sure. I don't believe it really, but I thought maybe he would try.
Right. We just were looking at a line like this: king g4, king h2, say d3.
Oh, d3, king g2, you can lose. I guess king f3, but
king
yeah,
f3.
It's also possible to lose.
And in the end, it was a draw, but probably he didn't see the point in taking that risk.
Yeah, because you can.
But since we have a slightly quieter moment, I think we should take the time to go through your game. You must be pleased with today.
No, I mean, yes, of course, but of course, I mean, I wanted our team to win, so it's quite disappointing. I mean, we are losing another point. I mean, yesterday, okay, you cannot really say that we lost a point because we are playing very strong team. I mean, with one of the favorites. Today, I still believe, of course, Bulgaria is a solid, good team, but I actually, of course, we are counting on a full point. I mean, on a victory. So I'm quite disappointed today, because it's a team tournament. Of course, it's always nice to beat Topalov, but okay, it's a team tournament, so the result is not satisfactory.
Do you have an idea what happened to Karjakin? He blundered that he could not take back on d5 most likely. Eh?
Yes, I didn't quite. I mean, I actually thought he had an interesting position, but I didn't like b5 at all. Maybe there was nothing else to do, but I thought his plan was to play c5, b5.
We
you know,
were
to
talking
try
about
to.
this here.
I was sure that this is the idea. I mean, c5 and b5. I mean, that's so natural. So I don't quite understand why. No, queen c4. Something. I mean, the next b5. I don't see a single reason why he didn't play it. I mean, I was sure that this, and in fact, it looks very promising for white. So actually, I thought that he has good chances to win. But I mean, it was absolutely unimaginable that it's possible to lose. Of course, things like this happen always, but I didn't understand at all why not c5. I mean, b5, because it's so obvious that after c5, black is doing okay, and c5, b5, okay, you can just simply mate, you know. So it's really, for me, it's a complete mystery, this game.
Yeah, because this looks fantastic for white if e5 is always d5.
Yeah. But even d5, I mean, you cannot lose it, you can only win. So I mean, and it's so positional. He's such a good positional player, you know, Sergei. So I mean, just something absolutely extraordinary. I don't understand. I mean, what happened? Because actually, I thought that he has. I mean, I liked very much this idea when he played before, and then I thought next c5, and actually, I thought that he has good chances in this game.
d5 is okay. It's just.
But I mean, it's positional. Maybe so, but I don't like it position. I mean, it's not the point of before. Well, maybe, but I think okay, black is already doing more or less fine. But I mean, c5, it's also what is good. Such an easy play, and actually, I actually failed to understand what he might not liked after b5. I just don't understand it all, because it's so b5, c5, b5.
It's strange because after rook d8, just one more move and everything.
Yeah,
is
just
protected.
everything is protected. h5 is king. I mean, just for me, it's absolutely. I mean, I just simply don't understand what happened. I mean, just some kind of blackout, I guess, or something, because that's quite disappointing. I mean, no, it can happen with anyone, but I mean, I don't blame Sergei. You know, it's a tough tournament, but it's quite. I mean, yeah, to lose such position, it's a little, yeah.
Let's move on to more pleasant news, at least for you. Your game against Topalov. Can you talk us through the key moments?
Yeah, I didn't expect King's Gambit, because Veselin usually plays much more aggressive stuff against me. Although actually he loses quite often. I mean, I think he has quite a catastrophic score with black against me. I mean, when he's white, it's another story, but with black, I think he's close to -10 or something. I mean, so. This time he tried to play solid, but it didn't really work very well, because I don't know what was his preparation, because actually I played, I mean, knight d7, queen d3, that's what I played.
This is your game against Boromitsa, right?
Yeah, just a couple of weeks ago, yes. So, but he was not so well prepared, it seemed, because knight b6, it is, I think, if I remember well, this is what Aronian was playing or something.
Aronian played it against b3.
Or maybe, against b3, or maybe in blitz or something, I don't remember. But yeah, I had a look at it in general, and I think, well, you know, it's not a funny position for black. Knight b6, c5, I mean, knight d7, b4, and actually I get a better version of this very well-known bishop f4, you know, line. Yeah, because I think, yeah, because he cannot change bishop, and actually this bishop is quite bad, and I'm threatening e4 very often. So b6, I mean, it all went very logical. I mean, this thing. It was quite funny that yeah, after knight h5, of course, I just repeated move just to gain time, but Veselin was seriously thinking whether to repeat or not.
Looked a bit like a game of chicken, because yeah, you guys were thinking.
Yeah, actually, I just also
right?
first of all to gain time, also to see, okay, maybe he'll be crazy enough not to repeat, because okay, black is suffering obviously. So, but he did repeat. So of course, it was not my intention to repeat moves, obviously. So I played rook e1. And bishop c4, yes, so that is logical. Now again, okay, the bishop c4, now I have knight d2 threat, yeah, this is a problem. So knight h5, bishop e3, I think I repeat it again once. He took 5 more minutes again, whether to repeat or not, which was a pleasant surprise. And now h3. Yeah, but here h6 he played instantly, just immediately h6, and I think it is quite a serious mistake in my opinion, because I'm threatening knight d2 f4, so he has to think what to do about it. In my opinion, this is a real threat. And then bishop f2 e4. I mean, it's a very strong positional threat. So I don't really know what exactly he should have done. Maybe even 98, just trying to get a 5 somehow. I don't like black's position. I think he's suffering, but at least maybe, okay, now I can go bishop f4 back. Yeah, that's maybe what he didn't like. And it's quite unpleasant position. e4 is a threat, but still h6. Okay, now everything is simple. Knight d2, f4, and I don't even have to hurry with f4, but I thought that it's good because, okay, f4, now I'm threatening bishop f2, e4. And yes, I saw this bc knight c5 trick, but well, it's clear that white is much better here. I mean, knight c5, okay, that's quite direct.
Do you already plan the exchange sacrifice?
Yes, but I was just not sure which exchange sacrifice, because there's few good exchange sacrifices. Queen c3, knight d5, queen c2, bishop f6. I also liked rook a d1 now. Yeah, because now knight c3, knight e4 also looks very, very dangerous for black. Knight d1, rook d1, queen e7. The problem is that, okay, I have, I mean, rook d6, have a lot of dangerous moves, but the direct approach, knight f6, queen f6, bishop c6, looks good, because now I want just bishop d7, c6, you know, but the problem is that rook b8, he's just somehow in time to create at least some play. I mean, white is obviously, I believe, still better, but it's not, because bishop d7, rook b2, and e2 pawn is hanging. Because if I just once I get bishop d7, c6, it's almost over. But here there is some play because of e2 pawn. So I decided to get for e4. It's not even any sacrifice, I believe, because it's just so bad to take an exchange that, I mean, bishop a1, well, there is nothing better, ed. Well, I thought knight takes f4, maybe he could have tried.
Yeah, the computer said knight f4.
Yeah, but it's very bad. Yeah, gf, bishop a1, rook a1, queen f6. Yeah, but position is awful. I mean, I even was considering maybe even to give 3 pawns. I mean, to play e5. Okay, I don't need it, of course, but queen f4 and knight e4, because if I get my knight on d6, I don't need all these pawns.
Yeah, right.
But anything, I mean, it's just a bad position because his bishop is out. So bishop a1, ed, queen f6, and now I don't know. I mean, everything wins, sort of. Yeah, just I mean, wins. It's a technically winning position, I believe. So I'm not sure if there. I mean, I played in the best possible way. I played d6 because I thought it's, you know, just the safest way. Knight e4 was actually also quite good, I think. Queen b2. And now queen d1 is also quite good. ed, knight d6 simply, and then just taking on a1. I think it's also
the bishop
technically.
is trapped.
Yeah, I mean, queen a3 he can take, but queen a1, I think it's just lost anyway. Takes. Or bishop d4, you know, have a big domination. But of course he has some a pawn, I don't know, there is some place. So I was not sure. I thought d6 was good because I thought he wanted bishop d4 after d6. And then, yeah, because bishop d4 after bishop c6, yeah, he somehow manages, I think, by a miracle. If I take on c6, then bishop f2, king f2, queen d4 check, king g2, rook a c8, knight f3, and first it looks like I'm winning, but then there is suddenly queen c4. Yeah, queen c4, bishop c4, knight e5, rook c6.
Oh.
Yeah, this is, otherwise it would be just winning, but here rook c6, and it seems that everything works. So I thought that was a trick, but in fact after bishop d4 I like very much knight f3, very, very painful. Bishop f2, queen f2, and knight e5, you know, good positional play, and I just completely lost for black, and simply I'm just queening pawns. So he played queen c3, and now again, well, there are some little traps, like queen a2 looks like winning on this spot, but then he has some bishop b2, and now all of a sudden after knight b1, queen c2, and bishop e4, bishop c4, yeah, bishop e4 and bishop c4, this is very important move, otherwise he would have been winning on the spot, I thought. So, but I don't know, I mean, queen d1, what did he play, bishop b2, bishop c6, I thought his best chance was queen takes a3, I mean, it should be lost, but somehow, no, after bishop takes c6, yeah. Well, I guess I'm queening the pawns, but at least, well, he gets some, yeah, take, I was calculating something, let's say d7 maybe, rook d8 somehow, and after c6 he has queen c3, because queen d6, queen c2, queen c3, and okay, there is still, I was calculating some variations, maybe here, maybe queen f3 wins.
Computer says instead of c6 to just jump with knight
yeah, that is
c4,
also possible, take and
tricks,
c6, yeah, I was calculating it also, yeah.
This pawn runs.
But okay, there is some bishop f6, c7, yeah, okay, it's winning, of course, but I thought because after rook, I mean, rook a d8, it just, I think it's, I don't know what computer assassin How is it? It's not so much, because I thought it was just easy win, basically. I mean, I don't know, knight b1, I don't know if the best move. Just wanted everything to be protected. Queen f6. Oh, I guess I'm just queening pawns. Queen d2 I thought is logical. I don't know, yeah, bishop e4. I just wanted to play the most safe way. I think e5 is a mistake. I mean, he should have done bishop a1, I thought maybe it was. Yes, and then after, let's say c6, rook b2, but maybe, I guess, now, I mean, anything wins, but...
Even queen takes a5, apparently, yeah.
Yeah, but okay, rook f2 and just pray, you know, something. Of course it's lost, I mean, there's just a couple of tricks, but, I mean, with such pawns it's bad, but still, you know, it's lost, of course. But because after e5, knight c3 is just gone. I mean, maybe there is a less plus for white, you know, computer-wise, but it's just totally over because if I mean, then I guess I should have won quicker somehow. But I wanted to play the most safe way, you know, most.
That's a team match. You don't want to take any.
Yes. I mean, I don't know, but the rest is already curtains. I mean, here anything wins, so it's not very. I mean, yeah, I thought no. Yeah, so this was, for example, also GF.
Oh, sorry.
No, that was not the game, but it was also very GF, bishop a3, and I don't know, rook a1 or something. So d7, c6, just, you know, rook a1 first, I mean, anything. No, here maybe bishop b5. Well, somehow I will queen the pawns. Okay, okay, the later, then I just got a little bit at the end. I mean, after what, queen h3, I guess any move wins. But I got a little bit worried because bishop g2, well, anything is winning, I guess. Queen h5, I played d7, maybe c6 is simpler, but doesn't matter. ef, queen f4. No, it was a funny line, bishop a3. And I mean, instead of queen b8, plus 10 is g4. Yeah, I had a feeling that its computer would have plus 10 or something. But I mean, queen b8 I calculated, but you know, I just missed some small thing.
Well, in fairness, queen b8 is plus 960, so it's not a terrible.
No, but the thing is queen b8, rook b8, you know, it's not so. I mean, I just got rook e8. I mean, I calculated, I thought everything till then, but then I realized, I mean, rook b8, bishop takes c5. There is absolutely incredible trick. And I got a little, you know, little kind of cold, like a cold shower for a second.
What's going on if you get a queen?
No, bishop f2, it's not a perpetual. And queen e2, queen d1, queen h5, no, it's not a perpetual.
Oh, okay.
I maybe not, but...
Maybe you have bishop h3.
Bishop queen e2?
I have queen h4.
Ah, this I didn't see. Ah, of course. No, but anything wins. I saw two other ways. I just missed that there is queen h4. No, but of course it's already over in many ways, so it's...
the game, this happened.
Yeah, okay, that's bishop f1, knight f4.
We were looking at this line, bishop f4,
yeah,
knight f1.
Yeah, here are two ways to win. Bishop f5 check, g6, bishop d4 is kind of. But I actually planned just d8, queen f2, bishop g2, which is for team competition.
But this is prettier.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Dominates.
Yeah, so that was it.
This is the end. G2.
Yeah, now I'm just threatening mate. I mean, first of all, after bishop takes c5, he even doesn't have a threat really. But I'm mating, I think. Well, it's just gone now.
Yeah. So congratulations on that game. Apologies for Russia not winning that match. That's why you can't be that happy today. How do you feel about the chances to win the tournament, or you don't think about it?
Well, I don't think about it. I mean, I don't know what happened today. The first even 2-2.
Well, there's 2-2 on board one, so
that's
no
good.
one
That's good. No, so then we're just only 1 point behind, so it's nothing too bad. I mean, I would just, again, I was expecting, of course, would be good to win today, but otherwise, well, no, nothing is lost yet. But yeah, I mean, last two matches were quite difficult for us. We should think something up to how to improve our play, our team play, because last two matches, I mean, we started first 3 matches just almost perfect, and then something started to go a little wrong. But okay, we have a rest day. I think it's the best possible moment for the rest day.
That brings us to the most important question: is the Russian team going to go to the Bermuda party?
Yeah, no. I was chatting today with the arbiter before the game that I saw that this Bermuda party is not. I'm too old for the Bermuda party already, but so maybe some will go, but I'm already close to 40. I'm 39. It's for young kids.
Oh, I'm 35. I'll be there.
Okay.
Einar will be there.
Maybe
as well.
you just feel young in your heart, So no, probably not. I mean, I think we are we are probably going to have some common dinner with all our team, maybe together with also women team, and just to to chat and to have a nice time. But maybe I'll get there just for 10 minutes at some point to Bermuda party, but not really.
Don't get your hopes up, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks a lot, Vladimir Kramnik. Enjoy your rest day and a very nice game today.
Thank you.
So there we have the results.
Let's have a look at the results. Not a lot of games still going on. Azerbaijan 2-2 against Serbia. Russia 2-2 against Bulgaria. Shall we check back in with Seaman Aktestein, 1.5 in the Armenia-Norway match?
Yes, and the match on board 4 is still in progress, isn't it?
The China-Netherlands.
Yeah, that match is tied at 1.5, and still playing on board 3.
Van Wely's position looked like a dead draw a while back. Let's see if any developments here. No, this is just a draw. Knight to c1. I can't see winning chances for either side. I don't even know who's playing for a win.
I would assume black is playing for a win, but there seems to be no way through.
From experience, I know it's very hard to win, even against the sole rooks. The rook has a knight and a pawn to help them.
Yes.
I don't think there is any hopes.
No. Wouldn't you feel obliged to play if you had the queen as black?
No. Seriously, I would think this is just a dead draw, and I would have no concerns whatsoever about shaking hands here. But people have criticized me for my lack of concerns about making a draw b4.
Yeah.
Queen f2, knight e2, king e4, for example. Just rook c4 check, not allowing king f3.
And if his king goes up, you just build a fortress. You just stick it there and
can
leave
go
it there
here,
for the rest of the game. Yeah. No, it's.
No,
so that's another tie on one of the top boards.
Yeah, a lot of 2-2s today, and if Seaman Aktestein holds his game, that would be the next one.
How is that looking for white now? We have had some exchange, an exchange on e5, yeah.
How did the light square bishop, the dark square bishop disappear? Ah, here, bishop b4. That should be progress for him to get rid of those.
Still, targets on b6, e5, and h5, yeah.
Maybe slightly worse for white, but...
Well, black can make white suffer for a very long time, I presume.
No, I'm sure Sargsyan is going to be very dedicated to grind out the win here for their team. They need it. And in my 15 minutes of fame, I had to suffer for, I believe it was 7 hours against Sargsyan, who had to win his game against me to stop us from becoming European champion. I survived that in the end, but I had to suffer until rook against bishop. So I know he's a very tough customer, grinding it out. Seaman Aktestein, what's the current position? They played this, king f2, rook b3, rook e3, and it looks like Sargsyan did manage to pick up a pawn on b6, which is not going to make the game any shorter.
No, this he has a long, many hours, well, not many hours, in the old days it would have been many hours, but he has many moves of suffering ahead of him.
That is for sure. Shall we briefly check in with the women's section? Oh, just as I said it, we have a tweet by Miao Piao saying, why is there so little coverage of women's games? Almost seems it's a men's only tournament. Apologies, there's so much going on. We'll move over there.
Let's make up for that right now.
Let's do it. The top match in the women's section was, of course, the Russia against Georgia match. Let's briefly check in what happened on the top board. I believe the Chinese crushed their opponents. They did win 3.5-half.
They won 3.5-half. Because China was losing on board 4 when I left the office.
They won that game. Tan Shongyi. Final position looks quite nice for white.
Yeah, that was. It was a very exciting game where the Indonesian player managed to obtain a better ending and brought it home.
No, the Indonesian lost, if I'm not mistaken.
Is this
Board 4?
Citra? Okay.
Yeah, Tan Chong-yi won her game.
Okay, so I was looking at this with apparently the players reversed. Excellent.
Oh yeah, no, White seemed to be in control. No, China, almost a whitewash there. We got the results.
No, wait a minute. I'm talking about the wrong board. China was in trouble on board 3. Sorry.
Oh, that did end in a draw.
Yeah, because in that game, the Chinese player was definitely a lot worse.
Managed to trap the knight on G7 on the
Yeah,
end.
because if we go back 10 moves, Black was practically in Zugzwang. Let me see. There was some position. No, it's even further back with rooks on the board. I was looking at this with Jonathan Tisdall, and we couldn't find a legal move. Okay, back up 1 or 2 more moves. Yeah, this position.
Just play King F1.
Yeah, it looked almost like Black was in heading for Zugzwang. Because Rook D5 doesn't work, I presume, because of Bishop takes F8.
Right.
And Rook B7 would not work either, because of Bishop takes F8. And then a fork on D6, and when you take on B7, you're protecting the rook. So we thought this was a sure win for White.
Yeah, King F1 looks totally game over.
But something else happened.
She tried to cash in, maybe too early, with Bishop F8. Also looks very tempting, because
Yes.
Knight D6 is a fork. Knight F8, Knight D6, King E7, Knight B5, King D8. This ending might still be winning for White, but turned out to be not so simple. Might already be a draw, actually.
After King F1, it was almost game over. If
Yeah,
she
that was
played that.
resigned.
Okay. So I haven't lost my mind completely. I couldn't recognize the position in the first game
We'll
I was looking
We're
at.
still early in the tournament.
Yeah, we're on our way.
So, good victory for the Chinese. Let's have a look at what happened in that Russia-Georgia match, the big match of the round. Draw on board 1 in Lachnau against Dagnice, and draw on board 4 and Salome Melia against Natalia Pogonina. 2 games still going on. Gunina has been in all sorts of trouble, maybe not so much anymore.
Yeah, we didn't like her position. A few moves, well, not a few moves, but an hour or 2 back, she seemed to be a lot worse.
Yeah,
but now
we last saw it here. D6, Rook C1, D7, Queen to A8. Looks good for White, but there is some counterplay. Queen could come around to H8, give a check in the game. Queen B4, Queen D5. Hard to keep control with White, it seems like. So the position they have now, after Bishop E2, what do you think? Who's better and why?
if anyone's better, I would prefer White any day of the week here, but I'm not sure how to make progress.
I think Black has to be a right by now. Queen E3, threatening.
Rook D2 is a
Rook
threat,
D2.
yes. So maybe that's a real problem, this second rank.
Yeah, it could actually be that White is the one who has to be a little careful already. Might end peacefully, something like King H3, and if Rook D2, White can just give a check, say King H6, and either move the bishop away, or, oh no, this might have been a bad idea. A7 is so Rook takes A2.
Oh.
But let's say you move the bishop somewhere, and I believe White has always enough counterplay against the king to save a draw, but probably no more.
But this was uncomfortably close. I thought White was pressing.
Not sure. It looks like Gunina, who's been in trouble the whole game, is still very much in it and might survive now. Queen C4 has just been played. And I believe after Rook D2, probably Black should be holding this. King F1, just Rook somewhere, Rook B2 maybe, threatening a check. I'm expecting a draw here. White could even bail out with something like this.
It looks like a technical draw.
Yeah, it should be drawn. So let's have a look at another game that should be drawn. Kostenyuk against Yavakishvili.
Wasn't White clearly better in the opening here? And
Yeah, White
seemed
got
to
in.
be pressing it home very early.
White got in some very nasty opening prep, it looked like, and the position they had after 15 moves looked pretty terrible for Black. The king stuck in the center.
Wow.
But Yavakishvili has been defending well ever since. And in this ending they have on the board, well, not much to talk about. It's
No.
just going to be a draw. Even if Black were to lose both these pawns, it would be a draw. No reason to give them both up. We have some more moves. Let's briefly return to the Gunina game. King h3, rook f2 has been played. Let's say bishop d3. Black at the very least has queen h6 check. And after queen h4 could take on h4. And White has to take with a king because gh, rook f3. Doesn't work.
Take with the king, and he picks up 2 pawns. Here and there. That's a draw.
Should still be a draw,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
This pawn is defended.
But
So
what
not a
ab-
walk in the park for the Russian women.
What-
2-2 most likely.
What about board 3 in the women's section, where Hungary was facing the Iranian women who have been playing very well so far?
Let's go there. They were
Yeah.
in the lead before this round, I believe. And let's have a look at what happened in that match. Hungary won on board 1, drew on board 2, drew on board 3, and drew on board 4. Very
Okay.
professional Hungarian result, 2.5, 1.5. And I suggest we go on a very brief 1-minute break, and we'll be right back with a very special guest. Welcome back, everybody, to the 41st Chess Olympiad here on Chess24 in cooperation with Tromsø 2014. I am delighted to not only welcome back Lawrence Trent in the studio, but we have an even more special guest, the number 2 of the Chinese women's team, Zhu Wenjun. Welcome.
Thank you.
How did it go today? You won your match.
Yeah, I won, and our team won with 3 points against half point.
Wow.
Yes.
Very good day then.
Dominating victory, I believe. 3.5 half. How's the tournament going for you so far?
Well, I had 5 games and 4.5.
4.5 out of 5.
Doesn't
Yes,
sound
yes.
that's too bad.
Pretty good score.
Yes,
right?
it's a good start.
It's a good start.
Yeah.
Maybe you can show us your game today.
Yes,
Zhu Wenjun. That would
today I will play white, and I, as a team championship, so I want to give my opponent some pressure. And in the opening, after CD5 and CD4, I think my opponent trying to surprise me here. And I try to play solid. I play D takes E, and after the opening, I think it's double-edged, and okay, my position was not that bad, but also Black will have some chances. I mean, after the maybe many moves later, and
Just tell me where
yes,
to go
yes.
around here. We were discussing this. In general, I'm a big fan of the 2 bishops, but here I kind of like White's positions because you have easy play as well with knight d3, knight d2
Yes, yes.
on the queen
And,
side.
also here, after change attack castle 93, and after bishop g4, I think maybe rook e1 was a little passive. Maybe I should play bishop f3. It's possible, and maybe he will play something like bishop h3. But still, it's okay. Both sides has playable game, and something like this. And after I play rook e1 and she play knight e5, I will have a lot of pressure, and it's not easy to play. And I play knight e4 here, queen e7, and queen d2. So now if knight d3 it takes, and f5, I can play knight c5. So
That's important.
so my knight was not trapped, and so
So she retreated with
knight
knight
d7
d7.
was a
But now
big
you must be
surprise
okay,
for
right?
me. because I didn't consider this move, but yes, I only have to play b4, I think, here. Because if queen f4 and she will, instead of b4, she will have f5, and if knight d6 and maybe g5, I don't know. Somehow my knight is trapped. So I played b4, and now maybe she didn't play so well. Yes, rook c8, maybe not so accurate. Maybe she can simply play something like bishop f5. It's fine. Bishop f5, and maybe I can only play knight c5, and maybe bishop c5, or here if knight takes looks like equal, and if it's like equal, or anyway, I don't like my position so far. So maybe b takes, and also he will have bishop e4. So I think, okay, black is totally fine, and maybe has some initiative. And
so where was the next critical moment in this game?
C8 was a pleasant surprise, then at least
yes,
you're playing for free.
And knight f4, I think not so easy for her now, because if f5, I can play queen a2 now, and then knight takes back with knight d2 take back. So I think I am pleasant position. So she played bishop e6 here. I play rook c1. I think now I'm totally happy with my position.
d8 looks like a bit of a concession, doesn't it?
Yes, and maybe here takes queen takes, and bishop f5. I don't know. But now cannot, because queen c8 and queen b7. But he can prevent it. Maybe not playing bishop f5, but knight. Yeah, just take back.
But clearly, white is the one pressing them.
Yes, but it's not. It's still not so hard for black. And after she played rook d8, I think takes.
Rook d8.
Yes.
Takes.
And now knight c5. I'm easy to play. So maybe she can play knight c5. I mean here, I'm not sure. Takes, and bishop c7 and bishop b7. White has a pawn up, but it's a different square of bishop, so I mean it's still a lot of
work to do. But black is clearly suffering with this extra pawn.
Yes. So here I think I can play. I should play queen d4. Maybe it's even better. And if b takes, I can play rook c5, and I didn't realize I can take rook c5. So it's a bad move if c6. Because after this, white is better, but I don't know how to improve my position.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Like, I just trying to finish my first time control, and and just some waiting moves, and in the 14 moves he played d3. I think it's a critical moment.
Jump here.
Yes.
So you maneuvered a bit. That's how I play all the game. I just move around and hope something happens here. D3.
Yes, because d3 I'm kind of happy, because I think if I have the c6 pawn, so if we change the pawn, and I will have more chance.
The position opens.
Yes.
Your pawn will be stronger.
Yes, and now rook d3, rook e2, queen d6. At first I was considering queen f4, but after changing and knight e6, I don't like my position so much. I don't know.
Because the trick is
yes. But knight e6, I don't like my position. Bishop e4, and maybe something like rook c3 or rook b3, something. I don't like it. So yes, rook d4, and here is tricky. I'm not sure if I can play rook c3 or queen c3 now, because if now and knight a4 and queen a1, and he can have king h8, king h7, and if c7, rook d1. So it's bad. D1, I'm not happy. So maybe I only play king h2, but after rook c4 and rook e8, he will have knight c3, and somehow I don't know. Maybe black is even better here. So I played queen c2. So now he cannot play rook a4. Maybe rook a4. Maybe here I can play something like simply queen b2, or just queen c3, f6, and something in rook d2. I don't know. It's too risky. Yes, queen e1 looks good. So he played rook d1, king h2, and rook d4. So now it's different. I play rook queen c3, and I was yes. And then queen a1, f6, and now I'm not sure if I can play queen e1, but I decide to play quiet. I play c7 and yes, rook h4 and king g1 and rook c4 and queen a4. I think now yes, white is clearly better, but I mean I don't know, it's a win for sure or something else. But okay, then.
Still some work to do.
Yeah.
Where did she go wrong?
To convert.
Yes, and no, he's not so easy to play. His king
F5
is
looks friendly.
yes, because if takes, queen takes, and I don't know. I think it looks like winning for white. Rook b6 and a4, bishop d5. Yeah, looks like winning or something. Yes.
White wins.
Yeah. So she, and then I just, okay, and I like my moves anyway, and then some moves.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you tell us a little about yourself? You're one of the strongest female players in the world, but I'm not sure the Western audience knows you so well. You're 2.565. That's where in the women's world rankings, more or less?
2.559 now is the
You
current.
lost some? I'm sorry.
I mean, it's the current in the August.
In August.
Yeah, August
Okay.
rating.
You are number 4 or in the world?
No, yeah, number 4.
Number 4.
Yeah.
Okay. And tell us about what is your objective, your ambition?
Ambition. Okay, I was trying to I don't know, improve my level, my rating, and I want to like play my best in women championships, and hopefully I can I can have some good results, and hopefully I can have some invitation tournament.
You heard it here. Tournament organizers out there.
Yeah.
If you have a nice
Send
tournament,
an invitation.
Send
That
them
would be
over.
great.
Okay, thank
Well,
you.
look, thank you very much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. Good luck with your games, and hopefully we will see you again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A lot.
Thanks.
Wen Jin.
Fantastic. Okay, then we can see the playing hall. It's getting empty, Jan. A lot of players obviously have already finished their game. It's getting late in the day.
Thank you.
Okay,
Bye.
thank you. It's getting late, 7:15. The games will be going on over 5 hours.
Looks like you're going into your finishing up speech. Is that
I don't
correct?
know. I actually need to check out. Let's check out the current
Let's do a tour through the results.
Yeah, let's do that. I think we should certainly get those up if we can. It's been a fantastic
bring
day.
them up
Some
here. Lot of
surprises
action
every
with
day.
The
Amazing.
Russian team.
Look, but even look at this: Rajabov losing to Perunovic.
Absolutely.
Unbelievable result. That's a huge. It's a huge result for Serbia. It's a chance missed for Azerbaijan. Russia, of course, Nepomniachtchi didn't manage to win that in the end. So great result for Bulgaria. China, Netherlands, all draws. It looks as though Simon Agdestein is struggling though in his match. That's a crucial match. Armenia, Norway. We'll go there in a minute. Let's just keep on going through the result for the second note, just so that everybody can be updated with current scores. we've had some interesting results. We've also had some interesting people on today, Jan.
A lot of action here today. We've had half the Dutch team, their former coach, Nigel Short, Garry Kasparov, Zhu Wenjun. What a powerhouse this Chinese women's team is. You have Hu Yifan board 1, and then you have the number 4 in the world, a 2.560 player on board 2. I think they're the favorite in the women's section.
Massive upset in the Ukraine-Uzbekistan match. Uzbekistan win that one despite being heavily outrated.
The Ukraine haven't looked their usual selves yet. Ivanchuk blundered a piece against Kazimchanov. Did not go well.
And on the bottom board, Anton Korobov, I believe, lost that. We'll get confirmation, but I think Korobov lost to Vakidov. But I think that might be wrong. They might have won that match. We'll get confirmation.
We'll check it out.
The Korobov game looked very good for him, so that would be extremely strange.
Not sure. Our countries haven't been able to win their matches.
Yeah.
England 2-2 against Vietnam, and Germany, even more surprisingly, 2-2 against Qatar with the Baramitsa loss on board 4. That was probably not expected. Croatia won their match. Argentina did go down against the powerhouse that is France, down 3-0 with Bacro still playing against Morocco.
Suffering a bit against Morocco, but might be a draw. Croatia won. What else have we got? Should we check out that Korobov game? I am curious as to whether he did in fact lose that, because that
Give
would
me
be
a moment, we'll be right there. Which board is that on? It was
board 5.
Down here.
Just after that.
Here we are, Korobov. It does say that he lost.
What did he blunder made? That's
sure.
unbelievable. If you
back
go
up
back
a couple moves, but yeah, here he's a pawn up basically. Queen takes
we looked at this exact position with Garry Kasparov.
Exactly.
If you remember.
You said black is winning. Game over. Rook e8, Queen c1, Bishop b5, Rook b7, Bishop d3. There we have all the results. The Ukraine did indeed lose.
Unbelievable result.
Rook a7, Queen d4. Gave up his a-pawn, which already does not look ideal. But Rook e2. What happened here? He blundered b5, I believe. That's the trick that he missed. Rook e2, b5, and the crucial trick is Queen takes a4.
Queen
there is
c3
Queen
and Bishop
c3
d5.
check. And if King g8, Bishop d5, King f8, let's say, Queen f6, King e8, Bishop c6.
Beautiful.
Quite a nice sequence.
He blundered
Very
b5.
beautiful if you're a fan of Uzbekistan. Less beautiful for Anton Korobov, who after b5 tried Queen b2, but it's too late. Queen c8, King g7, Rook a7. He actually resigned after Queen c8 because he's being mated here. Yeah. So things aren't looking very good for the Ukrainians, are they?
Unbelievable. But it means the Uzbekistan team with Rustam Kazimjanov, former world champion, FIDE world champion, who also had a very good result today, winning. He's having a good tournament, in fact. Means that they've been catapulted and they'll be playing one of the top teams tomorrow for sure. So great stuff for them. Further results.
The top boards of the women's section. With China, we just saw Zhu Wenjun crushing Indonesia 3.5-half. Norway won, not really on a top board, but on a TV board, of course, winning 4-0 against Barbados. Hungary beating Iran 2.5, 1.5. We just saw that. Iran so far the revelation of the tournament, but went down today. And Russia did come through in the end, won their match because Gunina, who was lost pretty much or in big trouble.
Gunina won it?
Yes, she won. She was the only one to win in the end. Big trouble throughout the game. Let's briefly have a look how she managed, because we just saw it a minute ago and it still looked like the game should have ended in a draw. So let's jump to that Gunina game. Checkmate it is. How did that happen? We've seen the position somewhere around here, Rook f7. She already has enough counterplay, but we thought for no more than a draw.
Oh, Queen c7 check.
Okay, already it's tough to be white all of a sudden with the black major pieces so active. Bishop d3 was probably the way to stay in the game. We were looking at this line, queen h6, queen h4, takes. White has to take with a king, but it should be a draw.
Yeah, easy draw.
King g5, let's say, rook a2.
Easy draw.
And bishop g6.
Easy draw, yeah.
So queen c7 instead, king h6. Looks like it's already too late. Bishop c4, queen g5. Threatening checkmate. After g4, wrapping up.
Wow, unbelievable. What a win that is for the Russian women. A chance missed by the Georgians.
Absolutely.
Means that the Russian women are still hot on the heels of the Chinese. They might even play tomorrow. We'll soon see.
Could very well be. Let's get back to the results. Ukraine lost another powerhouse to Serbia.
Wow. Vojdinovic and Stojanovic, they've taken, look at that, 2 big results there, beating Ushanina and Muzichuk. Massive game. Germany.
Not doing well, went down against France 3-1. Not the result they had in mind, I'm sure. Germany probably slight favorite. Not sure, very evenly matched those two teams.
But I think when I went down was when you were on with Ina, I looked at the games. I think Elizabeth Petz was winning, and I think Melanie Omer was doing very well as well. So
I didn't see that.
That's a shame for them. Romania beat Belarus 2.5, 1.5. Azerbaijan lost to the United States, despite the fact that Irina Krush, the top seed, lost. Their tail enders, Abrahamian and Nemchkova, came through to help win. Cuba look like they're going to win their game, their match against Czech Republic, and a solid 2.5, 1.5 win for the Swiss against Croatia. Some really close games today. I think pretty much we are. Well, are we done for today, Jan? Should we look at one last
at the game of Simon Aktestein
yes,
against
that's
Gabriel
what I was going to
Sargsyan?
say. Yeah,
Because that's still crucial for the tournament. We'll give you our opinion. It is over. That's our opinion. Sargsyan won against Simon Aktestein. Armenia did manage to come through in the end. 1, 2.5, 1.5. I
Big
think
result.
that means we are done for the day. What a day it was, right? We had Aronian Carlsen ended peacefully. Kramnik Topalov didn't end so peacefully. Crushing win by Vladimir Kramnik. Very nice game. He just showed it. We've had Kasparov on the show, Nigel Short, Zhu Wenjun, bunch of Dutch guys whose name I forgot by now. It's been quite a good day.
Can it get any better? Well, of course it can. Don't join us tomorrow because it is the rest day, but join us the day after where we will be covering the 6th round. The favourites are emerging. Lots of action, as you can see. Lots of upsets still in the making. It's all drama. Make sure you join us here on Chess24. But for now, myself, Jan Gustafsson, we've got a certain party from the Bermuda team to go to. Is that right?
And Robin and Erwin, I was joking. We love the Dutch team, you know that. We'll check out the Bermuda party and see you guys the day after tomorrow.